I did powdered
Really?
milk. Yeah, that turned out good. I
So
haven't tasted.
got a few seconds off kilter there, but not too hateful. We were talking backstage. Hey, Christy, about
Oh,
the
yeah.
Russ's adventure with his new toy.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. I turned that thing on at probably 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and then I got to thinking. I got to thinking, man, am I too loud or something? I'm hearing a bad echo. Okay. Uh, I got to
Uh,
thinking. I said I made that candy the other day, and I'm wondering if I still had it turned up to the temperature you got to do that. And so I'm sitting there thinking, I said, man, I'm gonna burn all these eggs. So at some point, it was getting late. It was like 11 o'clock last night. I shut it down, and then I went back in and sound like, nope, it didn't. It's where it should be. I'm like, crap. So I had to start it all over again, but it was already frozen. It had been frozen. And so I just started back up. It ran a little while, then it went into a vacuum freezing, they call it. And then I went to bed, got up this morning. It was already in the warming stage. It warmed for like 8 hours. Once it kicked on, eight to no, it was 9 hours. It was going on 10 hours, and that's where it actually starts pushing the vapor out.
oh, so you had product in there at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
had it in there. Then I got to questioning myself, and I also questioned myself about this vacuum pump because it says it holds 25 ounces. Well, I
Right.
poured the whole bottle in there, and I'm looking at the sight glass. They got a minimum and a maximum fill line, and it went past max. And I and I'm like, crap, I should have stopped that. Anyway, it ran, it was doing fine, but then I got concerned about that. I was reading stuff on my phone, and they said that vacuum pump loves middle way between maximum and minimum. So it's got a little drain on the bottom of it. You turn this knob, and I took a cup and called it, and I sit there and watched it till I got it where I wanted, and no big deal. It didn't run no different. It's just me being worried, I reckon. I'm screwing
Yeah.
something up.
Well,
Well, he
never
told you so. Trying to get
never
used to it.
hurts to err on the side of being safe. Pat,
Yeah,
in case you're wondering, we're talking about Russ's new.
Freeze
Um,
dry.
yes, Harvest Right,
I
freeze
keep
dry.
wanting to say dehydrator, but it's not dehydrator. It's
Freeze dry.
Freeze dry. Yeah,
freeze dryer. It's a
yeah,
Now
it's
I got to
pretty
turn my
good.
volume back up.
Oh, I've got it now. You know what I'm saying? Next time I'll be able to just roll with it. Which I did this. Like I said, I just shut it down just to make sure after it had ran freaking hours. It took a while to really get it in that deep freeze mode. It don't take long if it's empty, but if you load it up with stuff, it takes a while.
Have you started? Have you gone as far as like trying to find like the supplies that you need for it, maybe a little cheaper than going to them directly? Or I
Yeah,
mean, that's the
the
prep part of it, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, the only thing I'd have to buy going forward, I'm gonna buy different sizes of the Mylar bags
mhm.
and then the oxygen absorbers. I can get them off Amazon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I can get them off Amazon.
A whole
You
lot
can
you can get from there.
you can actually use a mason jar. You can use these. I got some thick ply vacuum bags. I could use that and actually pull a vacuum like on that powder. You're not gonna hurt that. You know what I'm saying? And not even have to use an oxygen absorber. It's one or the other. But I want to keep those on hand. I think it's pretty cool the way that works. They don't activate until you take them out of that vacuum pack, drop them in there, and whatever little bit of air is in there, it activates it, it heats up, and it gets rid of all the air or oxygen, not the air, the oxygen stuff.
So you don't have to pull a vacuum on it. Then you
No,
just throw it in the bag, and put your little uh,
drop that,
oxygen
and then that
absorber, and
pulse sealer.
yeah.
Yeah, they give you that pulse sealer, and you just seal it up to where no air can get to it going forward, and you're good.
Yeah. Now, is there a recommendation as far as storage? I mean, the bags you just showed, there's probably no concern with any like light, sunlight, or
Uh
even ambient light getting into it, or
They're it, but my wife buys those plastic kitty litter
ambient.
buckets, the little rectangle ones. It's
Yeah.
got a little lid that flips up. I'm just going. I told her to start hanging on it. She actually quit buying that brand. I said, start buying that brand again. I can use them buckets. I'd rather
Yeah.
store it in that than big bins.
Like them
Like
yellow buckets.
Yeah, them yellow ones, Tidy Cat or whatever.
My
Yeah.
wife gets the same thing.
Yep.
Not ambient.
There's
That-
one in there now I seen, and I'm gonna clean it out good and just drop them in the bottom of it and just fill it up. That might be for nothing but eggs. I'll
Yeah.
just write eggs on there.
Yep.
Well, them lids close up pretty tight too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're hens.
It's just to keep rodents out of it and lights because rodents can chew through that. But I mean, I don't have rodents I know of. We got too many cats for that. But
Thyron Matthew, what's up, T? I gotta get used to that Thyron Matthews name.
Right.
It throws me off every time.
TNT.
what's up, Tyron?
Yeah, I'm so used to TNT, Thyron TNT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That threw me off. I saw Randy say Thyron. I saw I didn't even see TNT coming here, and now I saw Thyron Matthews. Thank you so much for the cup. That was Jeff Wepner, I think. Thyron, not me. Wepner, let's hit up some people. I got mine yesterday.
Come on, just like that one.
What
Is
was
it?
it?
It says, thank you for your service. On
No,
the
That's,
back.
that's his bars. That's his stars and bars.
Yeah.
So that's Sergeant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weapon.
So mine has Judge Webb's
Commander
barbecue
Master
logo on it.
Say it
Yeah,
again.
Go ahead.
yours has your logo, didn't it?
Mine has Judge Webb's barbecue
Oh,
logo.
okay.
I was getting a bad echo. I couldn't hardly understand what you were saying.
I turned the mic down.
Hold on. How's that? Better? Oh, there is an echo. Hold on.
I didn't hear anything. Testing.
Hold on. Let me turn this off.
I don't have anything else on.
You're not echoing.
Okay. Was it me?
Hello.
Say
Whoa.
something.
Hold
Who,
on.
me?
I shouldn't be echoing because I've got these on.
I think it's me. I'm not sure. But I don't have the others on.
Yeah.
I don't hear anything. I heard a little bit of buffer right there, but I don't hear an echo.
I don't hear it when you talk, but
So me,
when I talk, I was hearing it. When Simon talked, I was hearing it.
Huh.
Okay.
I do hear a little bit of feedback with myself. I hear myself echoing.
Yeah, that's me. I hear myself echoing.
Darren, I tried to ride your coattail on your claim to fame here recently. Figure all these interviews you've been on about that, and that mop sauce comes out. I cut up a video and threw them greens portion out there again with the mop sauce, but it didn't work. It's not me, is it?
I don't think so.
Volume way down. I don't have the headsets on now.
I didn't know whether to wear these or I like the AirPods, but they got a built-in mic too, and sometimes it creates an echo. Just
My head sweats with them things.
yeah, they're aggravating. My ears will get to itching. You'll see me every now and then.
Yeah. What's up, MBL?
Hey,
Friggin'
well,
Lance. I know. So, man, I did me a 10-pound pork butt today. Nothing special. Good size, but I started off real slow at 225. I started at 1:30 in the morning. Rain finally passed through here. And I tried that Uncle Steve's SPG. I'm very pleased with that stuff. I did a little coat of his pig shake, but then I was probably 80%, 85% of that SPG. Really, really good. Really good.
Love me some
So it ended
SPG.
up going 15 and a half hours.
Sheesh.
I just finished it a little while ago.
Still resting?
No, I had to turn the AC on here because it got so hot in here today. Canadian Family Life, how are you? And so that helped cool it down because the AC blows right on my prep area. But it was good.
That's the first drink I've had since that live I did Friday, man. Ooh, boy. That was a
I
rough
said
next day.
Apparently, he went on an epic saga of a live that night.
As soon as I got through, I went in and deleted it. I didn't intend on deleting it. I didn't intend on it going 11 hours either. Yeah, I don't even remember what all was said, man. I was getting so toe up.
I
And
think it's easier to come up with what wasn't said than what was said.
yeah,
I
I was
think
kind
I tapped
my
out after 6 hours. I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
The main reason I was going live was so I could do that thermopro thing because I didn't do a video this week. Now I owe them three. I'm like, God, I got to get caught up. Now I've got the whole month of August to do instead of the 8th of August.
Wow. I didn't think about that. You're right. Yeah, Randy was right. That was a great live. We were in somebody's chat.
Oh, it's fun. It's just I
Yeah.
couldn't leave it up. It's just way too much being said. But
Yeah, we were on someone's live, and um, I think it was, I heard something about that you had slept till like 1 in the afternoon or something like that.
I
I think I
did.
made a remark. I said Russ is probably wishing he could freeze dry himself right about now.
I haven't drank that much. Well, I don't normally drink booze. I normally drink beer, and I can control exactly where I'm at with beer. That's one thing I like about it. But I got to hitting that bottle I bought. I drank half of it that night, and that was enough. That done me in. Plus, I had some beer too.
That's what I was thinking, Christy. Also, go back in there and just pull out. I think he did 2 Thermopro.
Oh, I done deleted it. It's
Oh,
gone.
is
I
it
didn't
gone?
hide it. It's gone.
Yeah,
Wow.
because
Yeah.
Oh,
with a paid
but your
version of
StreamYard, you you can go
no
back to.
with a paid version of StreamYard, it saves it to StreamYard.
Oh, I ain't worried about it. I'll just have to knock out 2 videos. Maybe Derek's got to do a review on that Vbor thing, and I'll tell him to throw a Thermopro in there. Then I'll do one that week. Actually, we might do two this week because I want to do these eggs, and then might do that. Well, no, I can't do it with that. Yeah, I can. I can do it. I don't want to do it. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Chris, honest to God, until Christy said something last night that she didn't realize what Chris it was. I had no idea. And when she said that, it made me look hard and take a second look. Because Sheena was trying to sell stuff. Her car's down or something. She was having an auction trying to raise money so she can get her car fixed. And so I was bouncing back and forth. And one time I came back, I saw Kristen make that remark. I was like, oh, okay, that is. I know who that is now. I had no idea. I had no idea. It keeps all them damn channel names he's got.
I just got a push notice in here on the weather. It says it's supposed to be a little bit cooler on the 4th. But I looked at the forecast for all week. We're supposed to be getting rain again, starting I think Tuesday or Wednesday, but it's going to last all to Sunday. I welcome that, and I'll tell you why. It's not only that it's so well; it's exactly why it's so freaking hot. That makes that air conditioner bill go down when it rains. It cools
Yeah,
everything off.
Yeah.
yours sounds like you're getting the weather we had this week. I'm waiting for it to rain again right now, but I don't think it's supposed to today. But we've had rain every day this week.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, that's kind of been our norm all the way up to about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. All of a sudden, it just blue skies, no rain in sight. And like, God, last
mhm.
summer it rained. I mean, all June, July, August, and my air conditioning bill never did get out of sight, really.
What's up, Ron? Happy 4th of July to you too, buddy. This time last year, you were hosting a baby back rib collaboration, I believe, if I remember correctly. Like
Thank
to
God.
test my memory out every once in a while just to make sure it's still working.
I was saying it's a nice hot 7 degrees in Carlsbad today.
Oh, is that? Yep, look at that. Wow.
I looked at I watch these weathermen on YouTube a lot, just to kind of get a quick glimpse of what's going on. But they do show us cooling down a little bit. Cooling down could mean low 90s instead of upper 90s.
It helps
Yeah,
a lot.
not us. We're supposed to start going up in temperature, which sort of sucks. I got a outdoor huge ass home to paint all the trim on the outside of it in the foyer area. Got a big old covered foyer. 7 doors on the house, um, exiting doors on this house. Gives you some idea how big this son of a bitch is. And then there's 3 more, so it's 10 total. 3 more on the 2-story huge garage that he has a full in-law apartment on the top. And he pulls this 45-foot motorhome. He parks inside this thing.
Dang.
Damn.
Dang, that sounds like too much work to me, Lance.
I gave myself 2 days to do it.
Okay.
Be all right.
I hate painting. I always have. I even had a job with one of my brother-in-laws when I was a teenager, and I was caulking seams and stuff, and he did most of the painting. I did some painting, but I freaking hated it. I'm slow at it for one thing. I
Yeah.
just never could pick up on it.
What's up, Cheryl? Well, and it's just a trim. I'm not doing the whole house. The cover
Okay.
foyer, that's the most of it, but all the doors, it's just a brick molding.
Yeah.
So he didn't have that wrapped, or it's not vinyl. It's still wood, but it's in excellent shape. He's one of the people that really, I mean, you're afraid to walk on his lawn. He's 81 years old, but you're afraid to walk on his lawn, and it just, this place just he stays on top of it. That's just bottom line. He stays on top of it.
Yeah. I hear you.
But he owned a he used to be, I don't know if y'all remember any of the videos I put out about the Englander pellet smoker. He was one of the sort of like small investors into that pellet smoker. And I'm not going to remember, if Brian Horseman was here, he'd spit out the whole story. He's the one that told me enough about that smoker that it made me go research it. But if I read it, I'm not going to remember it. I'll remember bits and pieces. But he was a NASCAR, the main guy that designed the Englander smoker. He was a race car driver, not NASCAR, but race car driver. And there's a couple other people. Actually, it was Englander themselves. Englander is a home pellet heating stove manufacturer. So they came up with this design to have a sear plate inside and a smoke side, all in the same smoke cabinet.
Yeah.
I love it, man. It's actually great. The only biggest thing I have with it is that the doors will overlap. Well, the door that's on the bottom, it's got a healthy gap at the very top where the overlapping flange is.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only complaint with it. It's built like a tank. I said second complaint would be I wish them big ass steel shelves would collapse. They're huge. But that thing really cooks well, and that thermometer is very accurate. It's a PID. PID. What was
PID
before?
controller? Yeah.
What was the P before? Was there one before PID?
No, it was just an analog type controller.
Okay.
Pretty much everything's PID nowadays, though. It has been for a while,
What's up, Sheena? So hopefully you raised at least some of the money towards your car repairs.
Yeah, back in them days, you had to turn a knob to dial in your it wasn't digital. It didn't have the control heads like you got nowadays,
Hey, Sheena, what sex is nothing but love?
What?
She said I embarrassed her last night.
Oh.
She last week I thought I heard her refer to NBL as she. And I was like, I asked NBL, I said, I want to make sure I was right. So during the week, I may have been one of Randy's or Simon's live or something. I said, NBL, are you a male or a female? He says, I'm a guy. I said, all right.
I wondered that too. When I first read that, I thought, nothing but love. That sounds like something a female would.
That's exactly what Sheena said. Nothing but love. She thought it was a female. Yeah. So last night I heard her say it again. And NBL was in the live. I said, NBL, see, she said it again. And that's when I told Sheena, I said,
Yeah, I questioned that myself, and then I heard people referring to him as a man. So I'm like, okay,
yeah,
no, no,
I tell you, NBL is one of those guys that I swear sometimes I wonder if he ain't going to still be awake when the next live goes the next day. He's there to the end.
Yep.
Plus, there
yeah,
to the end plus.
That and
yeah,
helping with links and stuff all over the time, everywhere.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Well, NBL, if I ever get big enough and famous enough and make all kinds of money, I feel safe in saying this because I know I'll never make all kinds of money on YouTube cooking, doing videos. But as long as you keep doing your job as a moderator, I'm going to pass you a few bucks. But as I said, I'm sure I'll be safe.
Yeah, watch you get monetized tomorrow.
yeah, man.
NBL,
It's getting hard to do anything on YouTube. That's like what Justin was saying the other night. He goes, "How does a guy or a channel that has almost 300,000 subs only get 20 people in a live stream?"
Right.
You know.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I was going live like back last fall. I was getting 80, 85. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I ain't got a clue. It ain't just the lives. It's everything I do anymore. It's just
Yeah.
like, you know,
It is discouraging. I'm just happy. It looks like that money thing's turned around for me. So that sort of kind of gave me a second win because I was out of it. I was bound and determined I wasn't going to make another video. I would cut up shorts out of my existing video. I had over 200 existing videos, 230 some, I think it was.
yeah.
And I said, I'll just keep cutting, those videos up to make some half-ass shorts, but at least I'll have something going up because I was losing subscribers, And I said, this really pisses me off even more now that I'm losing subscribers. But
You're
hopefully
going
it's turned around.
you're going to lose subscribers and gain subscribers regardless of what you do. That's just the nature of it. You want to get more than what you lose. That way, you always moving
Yeah,
forward. I've never had a
that's
problem getting subs, but I'll be darned. Obviously, YouTube hides me, because why ain't y'all watching? Y'all took the time to sub. It's like, geez.
Quint. I can't believe you said that last night. No, and AdSense just messed with the wrong person. I'm just from, I don't want to say old school, but I'm a firm believer. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And I made a simple mistake that should have been easily fixed. And I wasn't going to let it go. I mean, it's been, 6 months, but it's like, I remember that's like how I was when I applied for a job as a teenager. Them some bitches knew my first and last name and could put a face with my name when I applied for a job. I'd call them up every day. Anything yet? Anything yet? And it always got me the jobs, So,
Huh.
Quint, if I was Googling Quint, I would have screenshot that. Just had a little bit of blackmail material.
Oh, come on now.
All in fun, of course, but thank you, Kyle. So we're sort of I was sort of kind of wondering what kind of crowds we were going to have with it being, the holiday weekend, or people off to see the fireworks that are, could be getting ready to set off and over families' houses and stuff.
I got that live 360 on my phone, and it's like going on midnight last night, and I looked, and it was Derek. Just got home, 37-mile trip. So I texted him. I said, "Where in the heck you been this late?" I said, "You normally done been asleep." He goes, "Oh, we've been floundering down there at the island and watching the fireworks." I went, "Oh, okay. I forgot it was the weekend before the 4th."
Yeah, they had them here. They have them, because in St. Mary's County, they have to be something. I'm sure it's everywhere like that. It's almost assumed, but they have to be supervised. So
Yeah,
this neighborhood is on the water, and they go down to one of the beaches down there, and because they're separate beaches and or boat ramps. and they'll set them off there. You can hear them. If I got up on my deck in the back of the house, I could see them just come over the trees, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But they did them last night. It all depends, There'll be some tonight at another place. There's another big tourist area around here called Solomon's Island, and they'll have a huge display. And if it's not tonight, then it's tomorrow night. I don't think it's the fourth.
We used to wait for a holiday like 4th of July or mainly New Year's Eve when everybody's shooting fireworks. I haven't heard no fireworks around here, but that was a good opportunity to go in your backyard and pow, 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 shoot the gun. But
Yeah,
ammo's too high now, man.
expensive. Yeah.
I don't want to waste one of them.
Thank you, Sheena. Oh,
Oh
that's
no,
right.
she doesn't. She's
Keep forgetting my job.
and ever since she was a baby, she wasn't afraid.
I had two Labradors, a black and a yellow. The black Labrador, he never even act like he even knew what was going on. The yellow Labrador, he would even a thunderstorm. That son of a bitch, this is the God's honest truth. There's still marks on my door. He'd come out the backyard, go around the front of the house, go down, bite on that pull handle on the garage door, lift it up enough to get his head up underneath of it, his body, and come on into the garage, let that door close behind him. If we weren't home, that's what he would do to let himself in so he'd feel, safer. I kept a bed back in here, for him to curl up into.
Yeah.
God's honest truth. I couldn't believe that dog. As a matter of fact, there's even on the front doorknob, there's even teeth marks on it
Dang.
where he tried to open that doorknob. He was that smart, but they lived to be 17 years old. Both of them did.
That's a good long age for a dog.
Yeah, they were treated well. My wife is a big pamper when it comes to their animals. We actually
Yeah.
had my daughter, my oldest daughter, one of her horses died today.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was a fiasco.
We got a little Chihuahua. That I guess her name is Hazel. That's what the people named her that we got her from, or that Trina got her from.
Mm.
And she, I reckon, man, Trina's been together 10 years. I guess she's probably about 12 or 13 or so.
Wow,
Yeah,
She's a good watchdog, boy.
yeah, yeah, her too.
She's got bad eye. Well, I say she does. They cleared up. There for a few years, they were all glazed over. Like, I'm like, how in the hell can she see them eyes? There's like cataracts on the outside, is what it looked like. But I was saying something to Trina today. She goes, that little bitch sees more than what you think she does. And she goes, her eyes cleared up. And I got to look, I'm like, it sure did. They just crystal clear now. So I guess you can. So,
barking cats. Yeah, my
yeah,
wife, you just gotta know her. I mean, she's just crazy.
that
I
dog
mean, they
definitely.
get vitamins. She gives them syringe shots
Yeah,
in the mouths with stuff. They get
yeah.
this vitamin fortified food. I mean, she goes crazy. Every
Trina
once in a
does that
while,
too. If they get sick or whatever, she'll get
yeah,
medicine and right, into
yeah.
the mouth or whatever. Kind of force them to take it.
If uh, if chicken like thighs and breasts and stuff like or whole chickens are on sale, she'll stock up and she'll boil them and sit there if they cool off and pick them all down. Cats get fresh freaking chicken,
Yeah,
the cat food. I mean, it's healthier for them. She was on a kick there for a while during crab season, but all the little mom and pop grocery stores are closed. We'd be on the same list with the crabbers, but we'd get crab necks. They were using for trout line,
huh?
and we would. She would buy. Michelle would buy them, just throw out in the yard raw, and they'd eat them things raw.
Yeah,
She loves chicken.
It's all right.
I'll grab a piece of thighs and cooked. She won't eat them raw. Oh, well, I won't fit her to them raw, but I'll grab pieces of thighs and she'll dance for them. I'll dang over her little head. She'll be dancing for them.
Freaking cats, man! All they do is set my cameras off.
It is. I am MBO. I told where are we at? Oh, well, we went out of town a week ago today to get all this other sublimation stuff and hat presses and shirt presses and stuff. And this lady and my wife hit it off. That lady had about 6 damn cats, and I told I said something. They got talking about cats. My wife and her. I said, yeah. I said, them some bitches. Yep. I said, them
She,
some bitches get treated better than me. Sometimes they eat before I do it in the evening time. And that lady says, my husband says the same exact thing.
that cat right there I just showed you, we named it Swoosh. But hell of a name. But anyway, that cat wandered up here about 3 years ago and never left because we got out. She's got other cats outside and she feeds them outside. Why would he? He's a good little cat though. Yeah, I got a garage camera, and then I got a doorbell on a front door, and then I got the one right here over my window. That's the one you just seen. They'll come across there and sit every last one of them. I'm like, God bless it.
Pretty much, Kyle. I get the leftovers. To be perfectly honest with you, I eat leftovers all week long for the most part.
I tell you what a good bargain is go buy these or it used to be buy these rotisserie chickens like at Walmart or whatever already cooked for $4 or $5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm gonna buy a few of them and freeze dry them too.
I saw them. I saw them here last week. They were like $7 now.
Yeah, that don't surprise me. But still, you probably spend $5 to $6 on a raw one, and it's already cooked. All I gotta do is bring it home, cool it off, and start freeze drying.
My
I
wife,
probably get rid of the skin, just pull the meat out.
Yep.
The meat's
a
too
lot, of our,
fatty.
a lot of our meals during the week are
The
free.
skin.
They're cooked meals.
Yeah,
My wife works for seamanship school, union seamanship school, where they're like part of the gambling ships. You see casino ships, and they have like a Corps of Engineer type division,
yeah,
seamanship, and she does like vacation records. Well, she's been there long enough that she's got in real close to one of the ladies at the cafeteria, which is going to retire this October. But she sends my wife home, like if they have chicken or fried fish or meatloaf, stuff that I like. Stuff they even have stuffed ham every once in a while, but crab balls, anything that's really good. My wife knows I like it. She'll tell her, and my wife will come home with enough damn food to feed you for two or
yeah.
three nights.
No, we don't normally buy them rotisserie. I mean, normally I'd put them on a smoker and just eat it like that. But I'm talking about meat, pull it in
Yeah.
pieces to make something out of it way later, like chicken dumplings or whatever. It'd be fine for that.
Terry says he can't stand rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, that's what I was reading. It ain't bad. We have bought them before.
That was my wife would pack lunches for me every day, and it was either
Guess it
rotisserie
depends.
chicken one week, and then chicken salad or tuna salad the next week.
I guess it depends on where you buy it too.
Yeah,
The ones I've had aren't bad.
Sam's Club has them cheaper than Walmart does, but theirs are really good. They're nice and
Yeah,
hot right off the rotisserie.
yeah. I'd rather have that than like oven roasted chicken. I don't like that either. I like if it's smoked. I'm way better. But be honest with you, if I'm eating chicken, I'm probably doing chicken wings. That's about the only
Yeah.
chicken I like. That and chicken thighs, but chicken
yeah.
breast. A lot of people like Tarina. She loves chicken breast,
So do
and I
I.
just don't. I just don't care for it. I'd rather have that thigh, that dark meat. It's got more flavor. It's more forgiving as far as fat and everything.
Yeah, I bought thighs
My
for to
dad
do
would
tomorrow.
buy it burnt me out on them. Yeah,
Well,
I
I
think
was
you're right, Simon. I think my wife said that the wholesale club they're like $4 or $5 a piece.
my mom burnt me out on chicken too, but when I started this channel, I was almost like anti chicken. I didn't do a chicken video for years. because I just didn't want it. I was so burnt out. It wasn't just my mom, my first wife. Chicken this, chicken that, chicken, chicken, chicken. Like, dang, you know,
Yeah.
there is other meat out there.
My mom burnt me out on Brussels sprouts.
Ugh,
Shit.
ugh.
I know it.
I mean, I like them. I just can't have them like very often.
I
Yeah.
used to eat them. One of my ex-wives, she had some sort of something going on with her stomach or what or something, diverticulitis or something. But anyway, she would boil them little things every freaking night. Now, fried and like bacon grease, yeah, that might be something better, or even grilled. But the way she cooked them, as soon as I come in from work, all I smelt was that rotten egg smell, and I
Yeah.
got to where I could never eat them again. She totally burnt me on Brussels sprouts. I'll eat liver before I eat a damn Brussels sprout, and that's saying something.
Yeah. Well,
I like me
I've
some
made.
liver.
What's
Yeah,
that?
one of
Say?
my ex-wives. I've only had four, Kyle. I'm on number four. My bad.
So you had three ex-wives.
I
I
seen a meme. I seen a meme on Facebook. I thought was funny. I saved it.
Oh, my phone is full of all kinds of music I
It
find on
says,
Facebook.
"Ever notice Facebook's reaction buttons look a lot like a relationship from start to finish? Like, love, happy.
Surprise,
Uh-oh, she
sad,
screwed around on
angry.
me. Now I'm crying. Now I'm just downright pissed off about it."
Ah,
That was funny.
Yeah. I've made Brussels sprouts once since I left home.
All
That was.
my exes changed their sexes. Did it? Oh, Lordy.
Brussels sprouts. The first time I had them was in the hospital, and they're pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
when she first started making, I could eat them. I didn't have no problem, but I mean, this went on for like a year or two, and it's like never again, man. Luckily, Trina don't like them, so
In fact, the only time I've had them where they were good, they were at the hospital two different times. I had them at a restaurant here, as a cafeteria type restaurant, and they had them. So I got me a serving. Like that.
Yeah.
They were burnt.
I put.
Russ
I
makes him
tried
change
making them.
names.
Tried making them blackened, but Bobby Catton, she came up, told me a recipe, and I was like, man, I really have to try that. They're like a seared in like a
Brussels sprouts.
what's it like a um, vinaigrette or something like that, like a raspberry vinaigrette. So,
Hmm.
man, it actually does sound pretty good.
Well, so that's kind of like cabbage. I like cabbage.
Oh, I
Like
love cabbage.
my wife would do a cabbage and kielbasa every now and then, and I'll eat the heck out of that. I really love fried cabbage. First time I ever had that, I was in Illinois, and the woman I never married her, but we were engaged. But anyway, we never got married. Long story. That would have made five. But but her sister, which is now dead, matter of fact, the one I was dating is dead now. She died about a year and a half ago. But she served this cabbage, man. It was fried like in bacon grease and bacon bits and all that. Man, that stuff was killer. I'd eat the heck out of that.
Man, bacon and anything makes it just better, no matter what it
Yeah,
is.
this is so true. This is so true. I watched a cook the other day, and they had like zip Ziploc pouches of bacon bits. I was like, oh man, I hope I never run into those at a store. I'll be
Yeah,
eating the living shit out of
that
those
sounds good right
things.
there.
Bacon fried cabbage for the win, no doubt, man.
Yeah,
I could go for some of that right now. But I'll eat boiled cabbage, and really a Brussels sprout tastes a lot like a boiled cabbage, but to me it was stronger or something. I don't know.
oh boy, what a tired.
Derek's just gotten in the last few years where he'll actually eat vegetables. I don't know why he's even as healthy as he is. He wouldn't eat nothing but garbage all his life.
It's all right.
Sugar, cereal, I mean all that stuff. And he just never would. He would not eat veggies and stuff. And he does now. He's actually growing a garden. Good, you need to. Yeah, just like a mini cabbage, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. I remember as a kid going to the store with my mom because I was probably 5 years old at best. I remember her carrying that plastic bag over to that part of the for produce and just filling that bag up, them little damn green balls. I said, damn.
I think it's the boiling is what makes them stink so bad. If you cook them using another method, like we are just saying, I think yeah, it smells like a fart. It smells
Yeah,
got that sulfur smell. It's probably
right.
good. It's probably really good for you, but
Yeah, if you're finding a cabbage field, man, yeah, that's all you smell. That sulfur.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, that's like doing a sawmill stuffed ham. You've got to do that thing outside because it's stuffed. Most of it's stuffed with is cabbage,
yeah.
kale, onion, but 80% of it is cabbage. And you try boil one of them things for hours inside your house, you're going to regret it.
I was married. Here we go again with an ex-wife, but I was married to my third wife before I ever ate kale. She grew up on it. I had never had it because my mom never made it. And
Yeah,
she cooked it one day, and it was actually pretty dang good. I'm like, I like that. I don't know how she cooked it, don't remember, but I just remember I'm like, yeah, I would do that again for sure.
yeah.
I used to call them little brain farts.
Is that you, Satan?
My wife likes egg salad sandwiches. I can't stand them.
Oh, I love them.
When she makes that egg salad sandwich, it's the same thing. It just smells like someone's farting in the house.
That's weird too, because you can fry an egg or scramble an egg and never get that smell, but if you boil that egg, it takes on a whole nother smell.
Yeah,
I like them though. I like boiled eggs.
And then you fart after that. It feels like a double
yeah.
fart.
Yeah, man, you get you a good cheap beer and some pickled eggs. Ooh, buddy, we're gonna have fun tonight.
Oh,
My
I
wife
do.
has got a habit. She'll get up like 2 o'clock in the morning. I guess go use the bathroom. When she comes in, I hear something rattling, and I've done figured out now what it is. But she goes and grabs a Pop Tart. The little package with the Pop Tarts, and she came in. She didn't say anything either. I'm laying over on this side, half asleep, and she comes in there, hear that rattling, and all of a sudden, oh, so she's getting ready to knock the crap out of me, but she didn't. How does that Pop Tart taste, honey?
Yeah.
mm,
I used to eat those things so much.
Yep, beer, egg, fight.
Oh, is that the mushroom?
no,
That fart, that
That's
fart
a
gas?
that's like a little cloud.
it's like a little cloud, like a little gust of wind. But that's the
Yeah,
emoji for a fart.
fire in the hole, Russ. I'm gonna do that one of these nights. It's gonna be one of them that I shouldn't have trust.
What's she saying? No morning love today.
Nah, honeymoon been over.
No, I think Tarina. Well, I would say that. I was just say I think Tarina, when she makes her mind up, it's made up. But then she didn't come back in with that salt and caramel bourbon the other night after she said she wasn't going to.
She did. Did I drink some of that? I
No,
Yep.
did, didn't I? Yeah. Then she
Yeah.
brought me. She brought me what was left in this Crown Royal. That's what I'm drinking now. I ain't had a beer since Friday. It's first drink, only drink. She's got tons more back there, but I ain't gonna drink it.
That was a good live, Russ. It covered a lot of ground, a lot of topics.
Yeah, I don't remember everything. If I promised anybody something, y'all have to remind me. It's not like I did say we did talk about Skittles or something. It
Mike
was
Hamill.
Mike
Happle.
Hopple, yeah.
who? What?
Mike
Mike Happle.
Hopple.
Oh, Hopple. Yeah, that's right. What did I say?
He wanted some of those Skittles that you
Okay.
made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he requested a flavor, and that's exactly what you had.
The
Yeah,
berry
I've got
ones.
that up here. She brought 2 packs. I did the mix. He wanted the wild berry. I've got a pack right there. You had a bottle and a half. I had a lot.
Georgian.
and I'm not used to it. I don't normally drink that hard. I sip on
Hey,
beer, man.
Jan.
Some days I'll come in here and I can open a beer like at noon, let's say, or 1 o'clock, and by the time I go to bed, I'm on my third beer. That's the way I typically am. But these lives, they have a way of making you drink more.
No,
I
you
only
just
had two. I mean, I haven't even cleaned up from your
Yeah,
life,
yeah.
but that's the last time I had beer. And then this is my first water the whole day, so it's like I'm very dehydrated.
That's all I drank yesterday was water. In the day, I was drinking. My wife buys all kind of drink. This is a pineapple horchata or something. It's pretty
Horchata,
good.
yeah, agua
Yeah,
frescas, yep.
Minute Maid. Just something to drink.
yeah, I was running on just a few hours of sleep, and then same thing this morning. I was out here at 4, babysitting the first part of that pork butt where I make sure it was going to act right. I've never smoked anything overnight. Never. I've just don't have the balls to do it. I'm
Oh, I
always
have.
going to
I've
have.
done. I've done plenty of briskets like
Yeah,
that.
brisket.
I fear fire in the worst way. As far as like losing your home or something,
Yeah,
that's just such devastation that I don't want nothing to do with it. And um,
yeah. I know what you're saying. When we had that Lone Star Grills pellet grill on Derek's back porch, we let that brisket I did here a while back, that leftover brisket I called it. We no, that was on the old Hickory.
Yeah,
Old Hickory, it wasn't the LSG. But anyway, kind of a new grill. And I'm like, boy, I hope I can trust this thing. And I got thinking, I'm like, well, they got them in restaurants day in, day out going, and it did fine. It's just that thought, what if something did malfunction or whatever? The one thing I do like about that pit, though, where the fire is, you got a whole wall that goes up and around. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna catch you, like you're not gonna have a grease fire, that's for sure. And that's more
yeah,
than likely what would start a fire if there's no way to have a grease fire in that pit. No way.
on my
yeah,
smoker, I don't make a huge fire. I have a probably 24-inch firebox left to right, and I only bank all my fire to one side,
Yeah.
and it's a smaller fire, but that's all I need because it gets really hot real quick if I make a bigger fire.
The
And so it's pretty. So I don't mind leaving it overnight while I take a nap real quick
yeah.
and then come back and check it. But because I've never had it overheat or had fire come out of the firebox at all.
Right.
yeah.
That
So
old Hickory, it's got high limit switches, kind of like your furnace has,
mhm.
and it's got a lot of safety backups. And if that high limit goes off, it shuts everything down.
Thing down.
It's yeah, fans, everything, and yeah,
Well,
it's safe pit.
I used that heavy D attachment on that smoke last night, and he has had a couple issues with people because it's just like a letter H with like two square 4x4 chambers on it with doors on each end. And if you put too small, and it straddles the fire pot, so if the wood is too small, he has had it ignite, and it'll spike the temperatures inside your cabinet.
Yeah,
I guess if it gets enough flame on it, above that is the grease pan catcher, the drip pan. So I wanted to just stay until that wood started burning. I put big chunks in it. I knew I've never had a fire in mine, but I can't
well,
believe he
when I
said,
was in when I was in Wisconsin last year, this time of the year, Jeff, we had that Lone Star Grills pellet grill, and man, I'm looking all of a sudden like, holy crap, dude, you got a fire. I mean, just bad smoke balling out of that thing. He opened it up, and that fire jumped up almost to the tree that was hanging over us. I'm like, holy crap, you got a grease fire, man. I said, I didn't even know that was possible on the LSG. He goes, oh yeah, I knew I should have cleaned it, blah blah blah. And it wasn't down in there where the fire pot was. He had it hot for some reason. I can't remember what, but it actually the grease that was sitting on top of the deflector plate, it got so hot it lit it. And it
Ignited.
burned all that. He just let it burn out. He said, this ain't the first time it's done. And I said, really? So I've never
"Wow,
had a fire in mine. I said, but I do
Scott,
clean it. I clean it.
Scotty just had it. He had maybe a month ago. I think it was his pit boss. He had a pit fire in it.
Any of them pellet grills. I can't see. Well, maybe I was gonna say I can't see having a grease fire in my all set. I guess you could if you got it severely just not clean, but it'd be hard to do. But I've never had a grease fire on anything I own, but I maintain them pretty well too. You know.
Well, and the other thing is, it's just you've got to make sure them things are somewhat level. I'm not saying they got to be perfect, but they're designed to for the grease to sort of work itself off to one area, and
Yeah.
if you have that thing off kilter and it's accumulating grease and it builds up and it gets hard again until you use it again, and that's you got to make sure they're somewhat level.
Yeah. My
My two
defrost is
cents.
finally done. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this thing down now that it's finished.
Okay.
Me.
This guy said too many low and slows and not keeping it clean. Yeah. Well, that'll do it too. You got to have maintenance. About every third cook, if that, I have a little shop vac, just a small little canister one that I keep specifically for my pellet smokers to go in there, and I'll clean them out, clean all the ash out around it. So we ain't doing too bad, Simon. I see. I saw you on the community post. You decided to go ahead and have your live on 4th of July.
Yep. And
Is um, Al going on too, or do you
I,
not
I'm
know?
gonna check it out. I don't know, but yeah, I plan on going live. If nobody's there, then I just shut it down.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it a little bit. We're going to see if it works out or not. So we talked about giving away some more towels tonight, but
What's
if
your
it
how many people watching right now?
21 just lost two. Well, it was 23. It was lower than that before, but it did work itself up to 23. But it's dropped off now.
It's about average, ain't it? That's my
Yeah,
average now.
yeah. For me, I mean, I have had some lives and it gets up there in the 30s, but they're not
Yeah.
every week by any means.
Yeah.
With the smoke fire. So Troy V is pushing his luck. I think Troy V is one of those ones that he says he's never had problem with it, but Troy probably takes care of his stuff.
Shoot, I remember that video. Justin and Mike both did that, and they had a grease fire first cook on it.
Huh.
But
Yeah,
I think the newer ones they've done something to make them safer.
we're sitting there talking about that LSG. Randy's nephew Kyle. I'm sort of kind of thinking last Thanksgiving, I think his LSG pellet smoker caught on fire.
One of
Well,
those blew up.
they can they can if you don't clean it, they can definitely catch on fire. I learned that, like I said, a year ago.
It was a Rectech that blew up.
Oh, them little red techs, some small ones, they bad about grease fires. They're so small, you know.
Kyle, it's a different bunch of things, whether she wants them spicy or not. But I start off with like a chili sauce and your garlic and your salt and peppers and that kind of stuff. But then I start adding sriracha and hot sauce and Old Bay hot sauce. Just tweak them up a little bit. But yeah, it's basically uh, a chili sauce, a garlic, salt, pepper, Worcestershire. But they're going to have to. I always marinate mine overnight and cuts like slots in it so that marinating juice gets inside of them.
I was reading Christy's comment about Nathan hot dogs. I like Nathan. I like Hebrew National, but Tarina don't. But I tell you, the best ones I ever had. I did a Chicago dog
Oh,
years
recollect.
years ago, and Vienna Sausage Company. I don't mean the little can of Viennas. The name of their company is Vienna. You can buy a kit to build a Chicago dog with, and that's what I did. It came with everything, the
Yeah.
neon relish, everything. But them hot dog wieners they got, damn, that's the best I've ever had.
Yeah, my mistake. It was a Rectech, not the LSG. Sorry, LSG. Chris, is that his name? Chris. Sorry, Chris. MMA.
Yep.
I was curious what that sauce that Lep gave out tonight, but I had to get that pork butt pulled. And the time I got it pulled and baggied and put in the refrigerator, sat down, cracked my back one time, got on live, and I was just getting ready. I was actually typing in the chat that I'm in the backstage, and he signed off. I said, son of a gun.
I tell you the truth, somebody like Rectech, they build something like that to where so many. Jeff had a grease fire with that one. I mean, brand new. He had that inside his garage, and he wasn't in there when it happened. Man, it's not like they could open their sub. They better have good insurance. Is all I can say. That just looks like it would be a grease fire waiting to happen. To
Yeah.
me it does.
I'll be back. Gonna give me another drink.
Okay.
How's it going, MMA? So your girlfriend's in here somewhere. She's still here. Sheena. Randy was feeling good last night.
Hoffman's from.
He came
Buffalo.
into Sheena's live last night. Balls to the walls, talking about these little orange flowers that Sheena was selling for earrings.
You've been hearing where in New York they're trying to pass something to where they can't use these wood-fired pizza ovens. New York is known for pizza, man. It's like what?
I heard, was it California?
No,
They
New
were
York
saying-
City. New York City. Trying to clean the air up.
Thank you, MBL. Sir, MBL.
There's something special about a wood-fired oven, man. It's
Oh, I know it, man. I've seen it, I've caught on what they call Marketplace, those little smaller pizza ovens. I want a pizza oven so bad. I've just got other ideas than just a pizza out of it.
I want
I
mine
love
over here to where I can use it a lot.
Yeah. I
One day he'll bring it to me, I guess.
but you find a lot of ones that are like gas. And I
Yeah.
like you said, I want that little Guggen has one. Those little
I
wood
could have
burning-
got gas. They asked me which one did I want, and I'm like, man, I built this channel around being a wood and charcoal type guy, and I said, no, I don't want gas. It'd be convenient, but in hindsight, I'm glad I went the way I did. Russ, probably because most people live in apartments there, so is that why they're saying pizza ovens aren't safe?
The one I heard they're trying to push in California was because of air quality.
Well, I was watching a video on it yesterday, and this famous pizza place right there in New York, and he was talking about air quality as being the reason, and it seemed like they could put something on their stack to help filter it or whatever,
Yeah.
on the outside. I'm sure that goes all the way through.
Kyle, you don't have to marinate them. Just marinate a cup for yourself. But yeah, definitely, Christy. I love a Nathan's hot dog. Out of this world.
I don't eat pizza, so I turned down 3 of them. I love pizza. Always have, man. That's one of my weaknesses. And I know why. I love cheese and I love bread.
Yeah, I did that cook today, and
Yeah, they are.
I got to go to my doctor here in the next probably about a month, but I'm going to have to get blood work beforehand. So I'm trying to watch my carbohydrates a little bit. And I gave my Dr. Mike a shout out. So I'm eating this pulled pork in a bowl with no bread. You ought to be proud of me.
Yeah, New York's got all that smoke. Even up there with Jeff, up in Wisconsin, they've got so bad they couldn't even walk outside.
He was, Sheena. I think MMA was she time not time him out, but was she? Oh, put him in timeout or something like that. Not physically like block him, but I
Yeah.
don't know. I think he did get blocked last night, though. Now that I think about it, yeah, he was. He was on a roll last night. I couldn't believe what he said. Her chat's mostly women in there. Talked about them two roughly looking flowers for earrings and what they reminded him of. They're trying to ban all kinds of stuff, even the
Yeah,
sun.
even the sun. They're trying to figure a way to shade the sun. I'm like, man, is screwing around with too much crap. You're gonna have fake meat in your supermarket and restaurants before long. That's been done through stem cells, and ain't no way in heck I will ever eat that crap. Ain't no way.
Uh, CJ, Mama Papa Joe, he did a video sometime back, um, and the video was how people, I guess, I don't know, I can't remember who was known to do it, but they would use meat glue. So
Oh
just
yeah, Greg
uh,
Mervich has done a video on that. That video went viral overnight when he did it. He built a he called it Frankensteak. Anyway, he built a ribeye out of scraps and stuff. Put it
yeah,
all together to where it looked like a ribeye, and that video did well for him.
I remember fucking steak.
Yeah,
yeah. I didn't follow up to see how CJ's did, but
I don't know, Troy. You probably use it more than you think. When I do pizza dough, I'll make like 10 individual dough balls because it don't take no longer to do enough for 10 pizzas or 15 than it does for one or two. You got everything out anyway, and I will freeze them. I'll vacuum pack, and put them in the freezer. When you take them out, they thaw out. Then they start rising. Take them out of that pack, and all I had to do is throw wood in that pizza oven. Shoot, I'm eating good pizza, Neapolitan style.
is Randy still here? Yeah, he's still here. 808. Randy, you see that? Putting Randy in a timeout chair is like trying to wrestle ice cream away from a fat kid.
Gotta go to bed. Holy crap. Oh, it's 7 o'clock, man. Well, I'm glad I ain't got to worry about that crap no more.
Yes, indeed. New York is getting all the smoke from Canada.
I
Yeah,
still
we
work, I
had
reckon I'd say, but I call my own days and hours and all that crap now.
roast me too pizza and burritos. I love pizza. We can eat some pizza.
Yeah, bring the sunscreen to Wisconsin, no doubt.
Next to conversion pizza. Really, you like that one, Pat? I consider that one. I'm picky. Proud of me. Well, thank you.
I
I
bought
uh,
a. Go ahead.
I want I want to get my opening of my pizza's got to be greater than 16 inches.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of those little 12-inch pizza things. I want a 16-inch pie.
you want a New York style. That's what they are, 16 inches.
Yep. And I want to be able to do do the like subs and pogue rolls. I think I told you about that one, Russ, about the pogue roll. About this little Italian family has a pizza shop around here, and they do these pogue rolls, and I think it's just more or less like what do they call those things? Calzones. It's like a calzone, except it's shaped like a tri-tip. Um, but it's got the slits in it. But his mother's marinara sauce. Oh my God!
Who is this?
It's called Pizza Hotline. It's an Italian family that
Oh,
opens
okay.
this
All
thing,
right.
but they've got that pogue roll, and it's got the pepperonis or sausage. You can feel it just like a calzone, but that marinara sauce that she has just makes it just out of this world.
Christy says she's about to tear into a Philly cheesesteak pizza. That was the first video I did when I got that pizza oven. Good God, that thing was good. I remember Candace got home from work, and we pretty much done killed that first one I did, but I made a pepperoni and another Philly cheesesteak pizza off camera. I think I showed them at the very end. They turned out real good compared to the first. And the first one, I don't know what happened. I just, I mean, it was good. It just didn't look good. I got a little too charred for most
Uh,
people's liking.
so
But
Scotty's going to the car show. You said something about it earlier. I guess I was sort of surprised that Eric and them weren't already talking about it. I saw Eric and Leps live. I
when
figured
is
that was this weekend.
the car show? That starts. What is it? Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, or is it 3 days? I didn't forget.
Scotty saying he's got to get to bed.
Car show
Monday
bring you.
is also my Friday, then 6 days off.
Hmm.
I'm going to go to the car show on Saturday.
If I was to try to lay down at 7 o'clock, I would lay there till 1 o'clock, wide
Right.
awake.
Yeah.
Same here.
And you know what? I can go. Now I can take a nap in the middle of the day. I did it earlier, matter of fact, and just sitting there watching something, dozed off. Not long, maybe 30 minutes. I'm right back up. I've been keeping an eye on this machine because I've never used it. Well, I used it on them Skittles. That's nothing. That takes 3 hours to do candy. Really, two and a half hours. It's done. But when you get into real food, it takes a while.
I don't know if I asked you that question Friday night because you just saying that 3 hour thing again. It's got me thinking the same question again. So, is there such thing as one that works faster?
I got
Or
a fast mode on this. It says normal or fast. And
okay,
I was a little worried about hitting the fast. I said I might eventually, and I'm in no hurry. It's just sitting there doing this thing. You know what I'm saying? When you hit start, you don't do nothing else until right there at the end of it. You will pull it out and check it. And that's what I did today. You can add more time to it before you just shut it down. Everything's still running. You bleed the vacuum off of it. You open the door, and I weighed them on a scale, little digital scale right there, and I weighed each pan on that, and then I let it run another 2 hours, and I weighed them again. Same thing. They're completely done at that point. But I bought a moisture tester for Derek when he cut all that wood down that time, so where he could check the percentage of water in the wood to know when it was
right.
good to smoke with, 20% or under, and and I told him to text him this morning. I said, bring that next time you come by here, which I hope he comes this week to grab that chamber vac that's sitting in here, brand new in a box. He's supposed to do the review on it, get it and get it done.
Yeah, Moon. I saw Hammy sailing Sheena's live last night. She's preparing for the hunting season, so she's going to lose her blonde hair and go black, so that she can hunt better without being seen. You got to give me a topic.
I used to make up songs when we used to work. I'll never forget. I can't do it on your live. It's pretty rough, but guy I work with, we're real good friends even today. But he goes, hey, he goes, I want you to write me a song about to the tune of Beverly Hillbillies, but it's got to be about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You know, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking. All of a sudden, I went to sing. I had everybody in that galley laughing their butt off, man. I can't do it here. You'd have to kill your love. But anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
I
they
need
ask
my
for
hours.
no, I ain't gonna do it. But it's funny.
George Ann's asking, why did you do what did you do at the Skittles?
Oh, one bag went to my youngest son, and the other bag went to Dorena, and she didn't come back with it. She said they ate them all. So that
What's
was
up,
just
Letterman?
that was
Letterman,
just
thank you very much, buddy. I think I will.
that was just something I was wanting to try first. Something quick, easy. It's got a candy mode on it. Like I said, 3 hours for most any candy. It's done. I do want to do this saltwater taffy though and see how it turns out. I got to cut them in half though, or at least in half. Some people quarter them. Well, I don't make my own Skittles or buy them, but I put them in that freeze dryer. and they swell up. They look like a billiard ball. A little cap in the bottom pops out, and all you can see is that white center. And they're not chewy anymore. They got the texture of a malted milk ball,
Yep.
but got that fruit flavor bursting.
I was telling my wife about that because that's what I saw. I was odd how they got that white band around them.
Yeah,
It was just from swelling up.
yeah.
But then when you relate it to malt balls, I could so relate to that description. I was like, I used to love them things.
Uh,
Letterman Jack.
But I just soon eat
Thank you
Skittles
again,
out
my
of the
friend.
bag,
Much
you know.
appreciated.
Mr. Moon said I might get arrested for that song.
He gets them, Georgian. He buys that big old family size bag. Did Russ freeze?
No,
Oh,
I was
okay.
I was reading.
He's just really slow.
Still as hell. Damn.
Mr. Moonlight.
I'm gonna get a beer, fellas.
Yes, sir.
That's on Loderman.
I'm tempted to text my wife and see if she'll buy me some beer. It's only Sunday. I mean, why not? Let me see what happens. I know what she's gonna say. She ain't gonna buy it. She's gonna say, "Which card?" I got two debit cards to the same bank account. I pay bills online with one of them, then local stuff with the other one.
Right.
Love super chats. I still need to put that daggone thing up there.
What's that?
That thing that you do with the Cash App and all that. But
Oh, you're
I'm glad I didn't. I told you. Well, I told you earlier today that $20 fee. I just learned that. All that reading I've been doing their policies, nowhere does it say that. So Simon, let's do another giveaway.
sure. What do you got?
Chat, I'm sorry.
What do you got?
Let's do hashtag Kyle since Mr. Kyle Alexander is sponsoring this giveaway here. We're going to give away. It's either going to be one of two logos. I'll wait to see who wins because I sort of kind of have an idea of what people have and what they don't have, but we might even ask just to be sure. So we're going to give away his towels. And we have stickers that go along with it. A little business card tells you a little bit about it.
Okay.
But that's one of his logos, the Speed TV. This is Speed UTV. This is the side-by-sides operation he's affiliated with. Actually, I think he races for this part of it, and to like the desert truck racing. And then this one here is also Mr. Kyle Alexander. And you may notice that drink as far as like the energy drink.
Yeah.
So we're going to give away at least 4 of his towels. Might even go 5. I think I got 5 of his left.
How many?
So if you want to enter the giveaway, please type hashtag Kyle in the chat, please, so Simon can get himself a list running here. Thank you, Simon, so much for doing that.
Yes, sir. Am I allowed to participate?
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
I'll eat it
We
off.
wouldn't have a race, and I wouldn't have a co-host tonight if it wasn't for you. Quentin, hashtag Kyle if you want the opportunity to win a terry cloth towel. And just in case, you could say congratulations to Mr. Kyle Alexander. His wife is probably going to drop their baby in the next 24 to 48 hours. I feel okay saying that because he has publicly said it, talked about it in chats before. So I'm not spilling no beans.
Hey, Lance, can
Yes,
you do
sir.
me a favor and star or favorite each one of those comments that have a hashtag on it,
How do you do that?
like the same way you did with the super chat?
Oh,
On
I didn't do nothing.
oh, that's
Listen,
how, okay.
I did
Well,
something in the.
so if you go to hit I guess it says live chat and it says comments live and then start.
I got comments, banner, brand, and private chat.
If you
Section.
click
Oh,
on a
live,
yeah,
live start. Okay, I'm sorry. I see that.
if you click on the comment, you have an option to favorite.
And then hit start.
Yeah, start or favorite. It should be right there when you highlight the comment.
Well, that didn't work.
Some picture. I'm trying to find a picture. The guy that took my sailboat, he's
Uh-oh.
into some sort of racing. I'm trying to find a picture of them little
Do you have any
cars.
options where when you highlight a comment, when it goes blue, do you have like a little dots there or something?
Oh, the old star. I'm learning something. Um,
Is that smoke coming out of your ears, Lance?
yeah, learning something there. I saw that little. That star was so faint I couldn't see it.
All right, you can yeah, there you go. You can highlight all those. There you go.
Golly, where's them pictures? I got everything
Hey,
on my
man,
phone is.
don't think I'm gonna star you twice, NBL.
No, just one. All
Yeah.
right, what should we
Yes.
do for a race though?
Oh.
We have
Got
motorbikes,
storks. We got storks in there. Storks.
storks. Let me
Baby
check.
delivering storks.
Let me check. I think we do.
I was sort of kind of remembering that.
Let me look all the way in the bottom. I'll be right back.
I remember that, Kyle. Very exciting. Till they hit them terrible twos. Jeez.
All right, so I don't see it here. I see. Let me see. Ooh,
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Again, chat. I only think we probably saw 12 hashtag calls at best. If you want one chance to win a towel, free with shipping, please put hashtag Kyle in the chat.
you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hashtags.
And 19 people in the chat. I hesitated on doing this. What's up, Goose? Hey, Goose, put hashtag Kyle in the chat. I sent you an email today, too. You got 2 new lures that you came out with. Them square bills. I'm going to want one of each, but I got to wait till I make a little bit of side money. I try not to NBL being funny again, I see. Um, but I want to get both of them, Charlie. But I'm going to wait till I get this side job start this week coming. That way I could I don't like tapping into our personal monies for my play toy, my play hobby.
We have motorbike races and we have go kart races.
Um, let's do the motorbikes.
All right, motorbikes.
Shelter and so we got Goose in there too. Then didn't I see him type hashtag? Yep, there it is. It's
Okay,
just a chance to win a towel, Goose.
go ahead and
Okay,
favorite that comment.
what's that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Um, okay, Charlie. It'll be next week. I mean, I could do it right now, but that's just a promise I made to my wife over 40 years ago that um, paychecks for household. My side work is for play unless she needs money for the household. Sort of respect and take care of your toys that way. When it's hard to come by, I think you respect them and take care of them a little bit more. That shad one, well, I like them both, but that shad one, that looked real good. But I definitely like the arm breast. It looked like a God, old age hit me again, Charlie. Did Sheena just go live?
I don't know.
I just got an alert for something. Well, I got an alert for Ron Wayne. If y'all haven't checked out Ron, pretty big for sure. Yes, sir. Um, Ron Wayne, if y'all haven't really checked out his channel, he comes here every once in a while, but I just saw he had a premiere. He does some pretty cool stuff. It may have been his premiere, Sheena. I saw his name pop up towards the end. But he does a lot of guns, rifles, BB guns, pellet guns, live ammunition guns. He does reviews on scopes, triggers, shows you how to do measuring trigger pull. Does a lot of stuff. He's got some stuff that you would swear it was a real gun shooting live ammo, and it'd be a BB gun that he has actually custom made. Actually custom made. So cool.
All right, you have 10 highlighted, and I got 10 in the race. Anybody else? You can go to comments live.
I don't know if Loderman hopped in and out. But if we could just pretend he put hashtag Kyle.
Loderman,
please.
all right, just a moment.
He sent me that box of wood. And then he just sent me a $5 super chat. Should be sending him. Does he do? No, I don't think so. Not that I know of, anyway. And actually, I'll even add to Mr. Ron Wayne again. I had a live. I guess I said something or he heard something about how Port was doing. Next thing I know, there was probably 4 or 5 of his subscribers that are leaving comments on my channel, and it took me up to over 1,190 subs now. He pushed me over the top. I was like, oh, it's very cool of him. Very nice.
All right, I ended up with 11.
All right, we're losing our folks here, so let's go ahead and let's see what we got. Let's do at least 2 races, Simon.
You okay?
2 winners per race. We're going to call it first and last. I like the first and last thing. And you want to just keep it at 2 minutes?
Yeah, you got
Okay.
time. Okay, let me share the screen. Make sure there's nobody else there that's joining, so keep an eye on that, please.
Okay.
Oh, Russell, do you want to be in the race?
Yeah, you can put me in there.
Just a moment, then. Let me.
There,
Sure he's there.
You got
imports.
Randy just came in.
All right, Russ. Okay, yeah, I had missed Russ. And
Let's
Randy, do you want to be part of the race?
Yeah, he's got hashtag Kyle.
RXTX. All right. 2 minutes. Oh, let me share the screen first. Percent. Share screen. That one.
Got the Harley bag still. Oh yeah, that was a pretty cool bag too.
All right, it's in the back there.
Yeah. You ought to try putting that up again, Sheena, for sale.
I'm gonna shuffle twice, and whenever you want, I can start it.
All right, so we have got first and last place I'm messing up my job here. Today's date is 7/2.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle giveaways. Speed towels. All right, Simon. It's
All
all
right.
yours, buddy. Yes, sir.
Ready, set, go.
I was wondering how UDL was. I thought it was a drum. Somebody made drums popped in here.
No, it's
Ugly Dog Lures.
ugly dog.
Yeah,
Yeah, ugly dog.
took me a second. I thought it was UDL drum smoker.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I did not want to put the ugly dog. So.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Also, I saw Sheena leave a comment in the chat. She is trying to put raise some more extra money because her car needs some more work, and she's anticipating it costs a little bit more than normal. But if you're into Harleys or know someone that's in Harleys, you want to buy them an early Christmas gift, perhaps. She's got an awesome leather Harley bag embossed with Harley on it. Pretty cool. I think there's some debate to whether it was could be a tool pouch or what was the other one, Sheena? But you can contact her by her channel and send her an email. She'll respond, I'm sure.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
See Russ sneaking up. Russ, I think Russ is going to be the new Troy V here before long. Yeah.
There he goes. Look at that. Woo.
No, somebody's gonna catch me.
Oh, here comes Randy.
No, 2 seconds.
Got it.
So, pop that wheel like you wish you could.
Madwood, the other one.
Madwood?
Yeah.
Madwood. God, I hope you're here. Russ.
When was the last time Madwood replied to anything?
I don't know. Goose, don't go nowhere. We're going to do it again. Madwood.
At 7:24.
Derek sent me this the other day on Facebook. I'm trying to get it over here on my other computer. Need to transfer all of them, I reckon. Let's see here. Let me do an airdrop. Airdrop. Turn on Wi-Fi. I thought Wi-Fi was on. I've been watching it all day.
Russ Madwood, congrats. RS, pop that little blue pill. Georgian runs, congrats, guys. Let's go ahead and start the next race, Simon, if we could, please.
Sure.
Last call. Anybody that wants a chance to win a embroidered
Speed towel.
what towel?
Speed energy, right?
Speed Energy, yeah, embroidered Speed Energy terry cloth towel. Please type hashtag Kyle in the chat
If you're new.
if you're new.
Otherwise, we already have you ready to go.
I saw Sheena say something about that bag.
You remember the guy that
Eric Barbecue.
Yep, I got him.
I'm listening, Russ.
the guy that was complaining about that sailboat
Yeah.
on his Derek found this on Facebook today and sent me the link to it. Pull up, I'll share that screen. Yeah, that's the sailboat still up there where it was. He says he's got it all wrong. It's a 1978. He says 1998. He says it's got a four cylinder. It's only got a one cylinder Yanmar in it. Says come and get it. Price is very negotiable. Washed up in my yard after a hurricane. Contacted the owner and he signed it over to me. Four cylinder. He's got the year and everything wrong. That's it. It's still laying there. Still got the
Yeah,
solar panels on it, the sails,
yeah, it's
air
good.
conditioning.
You're going to tempt Randy again to go up there and pull that thing off. It looks like it's floating a little bit.
No,
Yeah.
it's up on a high ground.
How do I close it? Can you? Oh, hang on. Stream
Stop sharing.
yards. Stop sharing. Yeah. Okay.
But wasn't it like laying over more than that before, or is it?
No. It's
Okay.
part of it's still kind of like in the water at the marsh grass, but most of it's up on the land. All it takes is something like a tugboat to pull it off.
Okay.
That'll wait for another storm when the water's high and then pull it off yourself with a rope.
Right.
I thought that's what he was going to do. All I know is I'm off the hook.
That's a nice looking Gilligan's. There you go. That's a nice looking boat, though, man.
Yeah, it is. Derek took that thing all the way down to Clearwater, Florida by himself.
Yep.
Not long
I
after
remember
he got
seeing
it.
that. You were a nervous wreck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Simon.
Sure. All right.
I don't see anybody else. You got Eric at
Yes,
it,
I
right?
got it.
Okay. Same thing. 2 minutes. Same motocross. First and last.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
What's up, Eric?
Oh, damn it. Jorge.
Already?
What's up, George?
You can stop it.
Yeah. What's up, George?
There's shit. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Speaking of Conca, I just dug mine out the other day. It's right here.
The
I've
Conca?
got. Yeah, I've had it. I don't know how long. That's the stand to it.
No
Yep.
kidding. Kyle Alexander is asking if it's a keel sailboat.
Is it a what?
A keel. No keel?
No, it's got like a 6-foot draw on it. It's got a full kill. That's what it's laying on its side.
We're looking for
30-foot Hunter Cherubini. I was trying to find a picture of the guy that's got it though. He's in some sort of race, and that's what I was that's what I first went in there looking for. I was going to show Kyle a picture of it. I forget what they call it. I've got it on my other computer somewhere. I saved all of them images and stuff in case there's ever a problem. I can remember who this guy is, but I've got a bill of sale, so no big deal. Notarized. Tell you what, that around where the engine room is on it, that thing's got fiberglass that thick.
Oh, you know what? Dang, going. Sorry for putting him out.
You want to give him the second place?
Yeah, we should have taken him out. That was be Sheena
Yeah.
and
Last place was Eric.
Eric. We came in just in time, did he?
Yep.
Russ, what towels do you have? You got a towel coming to you, didn't you? Or did you 4-foot towel last week?
I gave Grant no.
Yeah, you did.
I think I got one of yours coming. I don't remember.
Yeah, then you gave Randy one.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've got 4 different towels. 2 of them are mine.
What's up, Mario?
I got a speed towel. Where are they all at?
Dave's not here.
Oh, I know where they're at.
Yeah, you gave Randy your towel, but you have what speed towel do you have? Do you know by chance?
I've got the one that just says Speed Energy. I
So you
think.
don't have the UTV one.
Yeah, Speed Energy.
Okay.
I got a Simon in here somewhere. It's up there. I can't. Oh, wait a minute. There it
What's up,
is.
Mario? CJ, Pop and Joe.
Yes, I can barbecue.
Yeah.
Then I got two of my own.
Oh,
I've
All
got a
right.
duffel bag that I carry every time I go to Derek's, and I just keep them in there.
So we're gonna send you the UTV one time or Russ. Everybody else will get the speed
Speed Energy.
energy. Yeah.
Yeah, so Matt Wood's gonna get the first one.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do it.
Well, no, well Matt Wood's got last place first race.
First race. We got
And then
Russ with the first place first race.
second race.
Sheena took Madwoods on this round,
Yeah,
and then we got Eric's
yeah, Eric.
BBQWI. We got
Yeah, Eric and Sheena this race, and it was Russ and Matt with the first race.
yep.
All right, cool.
Thank you much.
Cool. Hell yeah.
There goes fireworks. Starting to hear them
Steven,
now.
congratulations, man.
What's that?
Steven, the daughter's graduating.
Yeah, I think he said something the other day about that.
Yeah.
Mario doing fine, brother. Mario's in here. What's up,
Mario,
Mario?
Mario
You
came in a little late.
Yes,
Mario.
it's Mario. Yes, it is.
Sweet immortality. Yep, you'll get a oh, look at list too. Make sure you don't even have. I think you. So I can remember you having a towel coming your way.
Hey, Russ, what is that? What does that shirt say? I'm just here for the what?
Oh, the grilled cheese.
Uh,
It's down here at the bottom.
Yo, Yob. No, you
What is
don't.
it?
All right,
That's
we'll
some
get
old.
you a speed towel, Eric. Kyle, we did send a towel too at your request. Apparently, I guess you're on someone else's live. Um, handicapped travelers.
yeah, I think they were on Belt Loops or Double
Yeah,
Dog or
yeah.
Del-
It was, Devil Dogs, matter of fact. Yeah, he's the one that contacted me. Yep. Oh, we got it. We got 24 watching, hour and 38 minutes in. Just want to keep it around 2 hours tonight, then, Simon.
Oh, there we go. I just found that picture.
gives me a chance to go watch a movie later.
Yeah.
It's
All these long lives. We'll keep it reasonable this time.
12 hours later.
Is is Kyle still in the
Let me see.
Don't know. I
all
haven't
right,
seen him.
I'm gonna airdrop this to myself. I'm gonna get you to show this and he might know what it is since he's in the racing. I gotta
Let's see.
find it.
When did you last post?
Yeah, I was looking back.
Yeah, it's way back.
7:43 was his last one.
Okay. Yeah, that was fast. How did you guys so fast? I had to scroll through all that
Well,
stuff.
I have a mouse.
Oh, okay.
One's
What's up,
talking.
CJ? CJ, we were talking about you. What's up, Nick? We were talking about you.
There you go, Lance. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the guy. What is that, man? It's a little small midget looking car, but that's what he races. That's the guy that took my sailboat. He's only like 17 years old. That's his
all right.
parents that own that house. Yeah, that it's sitting on $1.5 million home they live in. Like, holy crap.
Jeez.
Yeah. All right. Let me stop
He may
sharing.
be accommodating his wife.
I figured if he was in there, he might know what that is.
Yeah, leave it up for a
Torino,
minute.
legend, semi-pro.
CJ.
1/4 midgets.
I'm in trouble. CJ, we were talking about you. The meat glue. Russ was talking about this new meat that they're talking about making, and it made me think about your video with the meat glue in it.
Yeah, Greg Mervich did one, like I said, where he rebuilt that steak. God, that's been a long time. That's probably been 7 years ago. But that video killed it for him, man. He did good. I forget what they call it stuff. There's a proper name for it. You can buy it off Amazon.
Yeah, but I think everybody just calls it meat glue because
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
remember I saw it was some sort of documentary. Restaurants were using it to make steaks out of just
They do, man. That's what his video was all about. Like what are we eating type stuff.
But what was it that you were talking about again?
They have figured out how to grow like chicken meat, just a meat from stem cells from a chicken, and it's grown in a lab. It's not. It don't come from a living chicken, and it's been approved by the what is it, FDA, and it's going to start showing up in supermarkets and restaurants. I said, screw that, man. I go to a
Oh,
restaurant. I want to know that chicken was walking and crapping and everything else. I don't
fucking.
want no Frankenstein chicken. Heck no.
yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't either, CJ. But he was talking about this almost like a cloned meat that they're growing a chicken meat product
Yeah.
without the chicken.
They'll probably start doing it with beef and pork and everything else. They're just taking
That just,
stem cells and actually growing it.
Sounds
yeah,
weird, man.
that just sort of kind of freaks me out a little bit. Chicken
Freaks
meat
me
without
out.
the chicken. Come on.
Yeah, screw that. I'll raise my own chickens if it comes down to it.
Yeah.
I ain't
Leroy,
no.
it's 8:05. Reverse your five and your zero. But Randy was talking about the other day about that guy that he watches that he and Christy about how good this guy is at cloning things.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Now that you mention it, I woke up that next morning. Like, golly, what all did we talk about? And that was 11 hours. I could not believe it.
No, it's so true, CJ. I wouldn't do it either. Yeah, it's taking Amy's mom out. Oh, okay, Kyle. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt that. Russ had posted a picture of the family that owns that property where that boat was sort of capsized at.
I'll pull
He's
it back
driving.
up.
His son drives Legend cars. They got a picture of him.
Well, his son is actually one that I signed a boat over to. The one that you're fixing to see here, like I said, is only like 17 or 18.
Oh, okay. It was the son. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
his parents are very old. All right, can you see it?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I was wanting to know if Kyle knew what that is. Legend Semi Pro. Tarina knew that day. Oh, that's one of them Legend cars. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
I'm
But
used to the Outlaw series, but that
yeah,
boy sure looks tall for that car.
yeah,
Uh,
that's what I
CJ,
was
yeah,
thinking.
almost a year from when I cut it off.
Did you cut it completely off?
Yeah,
Did you? Okay.
let's see if I can find that video real quick.
No, I ain't no way. Somebody better tell me what I'm eating.
Who's
That's the
that?
problem. I don't know.
Heard something.
Must have been on Simon's and
Oh,
I'm here by myself.
Yeah, I picked up on that later, Longbeard.
that's me showing it off.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, a year ago?
In August will be a year.
Wow.
But those I can't fit in, but they are fun to drive. Okay. I figured you knew what it was. They run ovals. Okay.
And were you just like you were just so ready for that, Simon?
No, I ended up having a like a rash on my chin
Okay.
and here on the bottom of my well the jawline and the chin
What's
that
up,
I
Okay.
Randy?
couldn't get rid of. And
What's up, guys?
the doctor
Well,
said it'd probably be easier just to shave off, heal up, and then you can grow it back up. You know.
go back out. Okay.
I used to work for a guy.
What's up,
He
Randy?
owned
So
a
you know,
air conditioner. He owned an air conditioner shop, and he got the shingles real bad on the side
Oh
of
yeah.
his face. And he ended up growing a beard because of it. He couldn't shave or anything. It was so hurting so bad. But once he grew it, he kept it. He liked it. It looked good on him, you know.
It'll probably break.
Was that Manscaped clippers?
Nah, some cheap ones I had.
Okay. No, where you didn't shave your balls and shave your
I
beard.
like
Okay.
Like I
meat
said, no, it'll probably break if I try to do
shit
that.
first.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
There's
Hey,
Chuck in
everybody.
there. I had to laugh at MMA. I sort of kind of like meat the shit first. Sorry.
Where's Chuck been at, man? Where's Chuck been at? I ain't seen him in a while.
I don't know, man. I've reached out to him. He's been a little too quiet.
He went on live like a week or two, yeah, like a week ago. But he was on playing the game with his son, I believe.
I
He's
can't fit
racing
in.
the outlaw races.
I thought Kyle does like the sort of kind of full size type trucks that are desert trucks. They're running the sand dunes and
Man, talk about shingles. I ended up getting shingles the back of my ear, all back of my ear, down my neck.
really.
Man, that was painful.
Derek got him I don't know why he wanted this. He had an old Ford truck and he ended up selling it so he could get that Jeep. That's his new little toy or fixer upper.
Yeah,
It's only got like 81,000 original miles on it.
Yeah, I
that's
seen
like
it on
what,
Facebook.
is that like real CJ maybe or Wrangler?
Yeah,
It's a
Wrangler.
CJ.
CJ. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
He's
like an
always
86
liked
or
Jeeps.
something like
I like Jeeps too. I like that one my youngest son's got. He's got a way newer one.
that.
Do what, Randy?
It's like an 86 or something like that.
Something like that. He said it on his Facebook post. I can't remember what it was. I said, yeah, something else to have to fix.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun to fuck with.
I
You got to
think.
be careful, though. Those had a reputation for flipping over easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a Oh, is that right, Georgian?
CJ7, yeah.
Says she used to race in the outlaw races.
Damn.
Really? Damn.
Can't tell them know a whole lot about her.
Yeah, well, it's the looks that are deceiving. I mean, she's an attractive lady, but to see her in the outlaw race really surprises me.
When Katrina came, I had a Jeep Cherokee, and it was the last year. What year was that thing? 88? I think it was the last year that Jeep Corporation made Jeeps before Chrysler bought them out.
Yep.
And I loved that thing. Had that straight six in it. A lot of that was compatible with GM parts, like the fuel injectors. I replaced all the fuel injectors and all in it, and all that was General Motors stuff. I'm like, dang. But it was Jeep. If you look on the door, it said Jeep Corporation.
Man, the
Yeah,
new
CJ,
Jeep
let me show you
Wrangler.
what I look after I shaved all that off.
Yeah, the new Jeep Wranglers, man, you can kiss my ass. I'm never working on another one of them things ever again. They're a pain in the ass. Oh, two-piece fucking lug nuts and shit, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I got that one running good, man. I bought it from a guy for 1,500, and he let it sit up for. You ever smelt old gas and you knew instantly that's what it was, just old gas? Well, he let it sit there so long, I ended up having to flush the tank out. Nothing but pure rust come out mixed with that gas line, and it stopped up just about all the injector. I had to flush all it out, bought all new injectors, and then I put a new air conditioning system in it because that's what I used to do. One of the things I did.
That's my
But
fat face.
golly, that don't even look like you.
No, that
You
don't.
look like George.
It looked like he got stung by a bee or something.
Oh,
That look like Smoking Joe right there.
I was also a lot bigger a year ago.
Is that right?
I've lost some weight, but I'm still too big.
No, I don't. I didn't. I wouldn't know that was you if I saw you on the street without your beard. I would say hello, but
I like them old Broncos.
My
Always wanted
daughter's
one.
boyfriend's selling a Bronco right now. Old
I
school
used to want
fucking
them back in the day, the
truck.
old ones. Y'all don't even know if they still make them or not. I'm not into cars anymore like I used to be. As long as it gets me from here to there, I'm good.
question
Yeah,
for
he's
you,
selling
Randy.
a old. No, I didn't. I didn't get one, Kyle.
What'd you say about Bronco?
Nah, Bailey's boyfriend's selling a Bronco. Old like it's like an '85 Bronco. It's on fucking big ass super swampers, and it ain't pretty at all. But it's a fucking mud truck.
Now we know what George looks like with a mustache.
StreamYard. I can't figure out how to turn off them alerts. So every time one of the channels I follow posts a link, I get a click, 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 click.
I was my buddy Mike was over here. I was sitting out here bullshit with him. I was gonna get on a little while ago, but man, it just came through a little storm and it on this tin carport, bro. It was so loud.
Yeah.
There's no way y'all would even heard me.
I remember when we used to spend the night at my wife's aunt's house in Northern Neck, Virginia, from here, like towards where Russ used to work the shipyards at, down that direction. Kilmarnock, Virginia's was. They had a metal roof on their old farmhouse. And man, sitting there when it rained, I actually loved that sound, laying in bed and hearing that hit that roof. It was
Oh yeah, go to
put you
sleep
to
with
sleep.
that.
It got
Chat.
so loud out here a minute ago. I couldn't even hear Mike. We're sitting right in front of each other. I knew y'all wouldn't be able to hear me.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Randy. Chat, anybody that will please go ahead and type 805 as a comment so that it will post your link. We've got a new follower here. Well, I say new as of, I think last Friday was the first time I saw him.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Grilling Addictions with Nick. Maybe it was Tuesday, one of Simon's or Randy's lives.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, Nick's been around for a while though.
Yeah, I've never seen him. I've got him actually.
That's a new name to me.
Yeah, I got him actually written down right down here. I got to check out his channel yet. I just haven't caught up to my notes. If y'all would do that, so Mr. Nick could check out your channels. This is real topless ride on a 69 Bronco. You said something funny.
I was when I called Simon when I said Simon looked like George.
Oh, George.
What's up with
He
them eggs?
could be his brother. There you go,
What's
man.
up with them eggs, Russ? You dehydrated some eggs? You dehydrated some eggs? Or
2 dozen of them.
freeze-dried?
Freeze dried. Look at this. I had a little bit I scraped out of that powder.
Yeah, look at this, Randy.
And I just wanted to taste it to see if it still tasted like an egg.
1.5 tablespoons, was it?
2 tablespoons or 2 tablespoons of water equals 1 egg. This is like 3/4 of a teaspoon. Now you look at this. This is just a little wood spoon, but there's my little omelet I made with the powder I could dig up from what was left over.
Freeze-dried eggs, rehydrated. That is so cool.
It's one
It
like
is.
one of them little quail eggs.
I got about some of it's milk, but I know 4 bags with eggs in it. I was showing Lance.
Oh, look at that.
George and I could see that. I could understand that.
The bottom. Can you see the back of it where I sealed it?
Seal it off, yeah.
And then I sealed the top. This bottom has got equivalent to 4 eggs, dried eggs in there, and then the top does. Because me and my wife, we only eat like 2 eggs for breakfast each. So I'll rip this off, use the top, and then later I'll cut this bottom off, on another day and use those.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Those will last a very long time done like that.
25 years later.
Yeah, 25 years later, I can still eat eggs I done today on July the 2nd, 2023. I won't be alive in 25 years. Who am I kidding?
Well, your boys will be able to read that at least then.
Yeah. Let's eat daddy's eggs. You want to? You can you can take me off full screen now.
Oh, they pick you one, are you?
Kind of like Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm enjoying it.
Russ, you could be around for 25 years, bro. We just got to freeze dry you. We'll add some water whenever we go live and just
There
fucking.
you go. Just hydrate and then toss me back in there.
Yeah.
Like, where's Russ at? Add some water. Bring him back. We'll
I'll be,
dehydrate you again.
I'd be 89 years old. I might make it that long. My dad lived to be 89.
That's not that long way. Everyone.
Nah.
Thank you, NBL. Yeah, I sort of sometimes wonder, but I try to stop wondering how long I'm going to make it. It don't do anything but make you worry about something else.
I ain't gonna worry about it. When it happens, you ain't gonna know the difference. That's for
What's up,
sure.
Dave? There's another one snuck in there. I didn't see Dave come in there.
He's been here for a little while, I think.
Yeah, meat stick been in here.
Is
That
it?
machine, really, it's just so easy. You turn it on, and it'll say customize or start. All you gotta do is just hit the start button. It'll run 15 minutes to cool it down. Then it'll say load trays. You've already got your trays. You load them up. And it's best if you got something liquid to go ahead and freeze that. Otherwise, you got to open it, put each tray in, then pour the liquid in it because you can't walk. Who's old enough to remember ice trays trying to get it to the freezer before you spilt all of it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that must
I
have
was
been.
a-
Yeah,
I
he
was
was
a
cooking a
pro.
brisket. That was Russ's night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was cooking a brisket. Yep, you're right.
Who's that?
That the grilling addiction with Nick. I was
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to place when I'd first seen him. I made that note, and that was Friday night, because he said 4 a.m. when he was enjoying the company because he was cooking a brisket.
Ah, man, I don't like getting that tore up on the live because next morning I couldn't remember anything hardly. I mean, what all did we
Do
talk
you
about?
remember taking your shirt off?
No, I know better than that. Somebody, I do remember that. Somebody says, I've never seen you without your hat on. All for us. I said, yeah, you never will.
Yeah. Oh, that was early on.
I
That
remember
was
that.
real early. That was Randy.
Yeah.
But I swore I thought I remember you showing your nipples to Randy or something.
Hey, Randy, you
That's
remember the
Tom.
night you got your head shaved? Just there you go.
Yeah. That was May 6th. I haven't cut my hair since May 6th. That's how much my hair has grown since.
Hey, Randy, I've had like 2 haircuts since then.
My
Well,
hair
shit, you
grows
got that
everywhere
fucking,
but
you got
there.
that Zach Morris hair though, Simon. You keep it styled.
No, my granddaughter owns the pink wig. I was over there. I was in her bedroom actually that night, and I seen it hanging there. She wasn't home. She was staying the weekend with somebody, so I went and used her desk to go live on.
I went in with Lep earlier after he did his little Sunday hot seat. I went in there with me and him and Joey Edibles, and we were bullshitting. And then Lep gave us the Irish goodbye. And then Joey clicked on something, and since Lep wasn't there, he couldn't bring him back in. So I'm just sitting there staring at myself. I was like, "Fuck it, I guess I'm out."
Lep, man, he'll get off and he'll stay going a while. It's like, what is he doing?
I don't know. He goes to bed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And just leaves it on.
Yeah.
Well, somebody came
Dang.
over. Somebody pulled up because
Oh,
I could see him
okay.
talking to somebody, and then Lep put his avatar on, and then me and Joey sat there and bullshitted for like another 20 minutes or something. But like I said, once he clicked the button and it took him off the live, Lep wasn't back to bring him back. So I'm just sitting there looking at myself.
Yeah, I'll be bailed out too at that point.
Yeah, Joey sent me a text. He was like, "My bad, dude. I clicked the wrong button, and now Lep's not here to bring me back." I was like, "Well, shit. I guess I'm gonna get off too."
Yeah.
That live's probably still going on. Lep's probably never came back.
Well, he texted something about. So I guess I came in because I was finishing up my cook, and I came in right at the end, and he was doing a giveaway. He said, "Does anybody want to come in?" Because I guess his guest didn't show, maybe.
No,
Yeah, I think that's who showed up.
What's that?
Well, I'm thinking that's who showed up whenever because he was talking to somebody. He was like, "Oh, what's up, bro?" And then he was like, "I'll be right back," and he clicked off.
Okay, I thought it was someone for his live, but I was texting a chat, letting him know I was in the basement. Then he ended it live, and I said, "Oh, okay." But I never even thought about after hours.
No, he messaged me
Yeah.
earlier because he wanted me to make the thumbnail, and he said he was just gonna do like a chat. And he didn't have a guest today.
Okay. Guess you're having fun with your new
I
toy.
hear, I
Definitely
hear the
sounds like
police.
it.
I tell you
I
what,
hear,
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that thing. It ain't
Yeah,
no work. All you do, like I said, you just got to load the trays up and put them in there when it says do it, and forget it. They'll be ready sometime the next day. It
what are you
it
gonna
runs
freeze
its
dry
whole.
next, Russ?
It's got sensors in there that tells it when it's completely dry. And then you can take it out and check it and make sure. And if it ain't by some chance, then you just run another 2 hours, and then that's why I did that today anyway, just to make sure. And I weigh it, and I put it on my digital scale, the whole tray, and if it weighs what it did 2 hours ago, then I know it has more moisture in it, and plus as dry as it can be.
yeah. I
What'd you
can't wait
ask
to see
me?
some of those.
What'd you
Johnny
ask me?
Southern Exposure. See some of those rehydrations. After the cook.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna do that on video. I didn't shoot any footage. I wanted to just do it and see how it went. And I'll do it. I guess Tuesday. I'll go get me 4 dozen eggs. I'm gonna have all 4 trays full this time. And I actually screwed up. I put milk in there, and I might not even use that milk, even though I bagged it, because it says do not put raw stuff in the same chamber with like stuff you ain't got to cook, like milk. You don't cook milk. You can, I guess. If I do use it, since it's mixed with eggs, I'll probably bring it up to a boil or simmer, then let it cool back off, just in case. But when it removes that vapor, I guess you could contaminate it. I'm not going to take a chance on it anyway. The eggs are fine though. I got to cook them anyway. I didn't
Just
man,
do
do a
much
video
there.
on a brisket. Do a whole fucking brisket. Smoke a brisket on the old hickory, and then dehydrate that son of a bitch.
That would take forever because how thick it is. When you like, really, that tray is only like a half-inch thick. You shouldn't be going above that
We'll
because
slice it into strips,
yeah,
and
I could
then
do that. I could cut it into strips. And the matter
Yeah,
of fact, I'm liable to do that.
it'll be like bacon, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you rehydrate it, it'll look just like it did when you done
Oh yeah.
before you done it. Yeah. Same
put that
flavor,
brisket
same taste.
put that brisket in a mocohete and smash it up and bag it up as a powder.
Yeah.
Make some man brisket.
That couple that lives close to me here, they I watched one of their videos today. It's a couple of years old, I think, but they dehydrated pot roast, the vegetables and everything. And they had that meat. It was all dry and all, and they tasted it before they hydrated it, and they're like, "Wow, man, it's so what's the word I'm looking for? Like um, God, intense. Like the flavors multiplied because it's not rehydrated. So then they add a little bit of water. He just took a little teaspoon. He kept like dripping water on it. So let that sit there a few minutes. Then they tasted it, and he said, "Man, that's just like it was last night." She had dehydrated it right after making, or some of it. They just tried a little bit of it just on camera. And I believe it. Them eggs I tried earlier, that little egg, it wouldn't know the difference. Same texture, same taste.
Yeah,
Damn.
he's asking about your foot tattoo. Did you show your foot tattoo?
I about fell on my ass trying to show that thing the other day.
I
You
missed that
lead,
then.
you lead forward. I said, "Oh shit, this isn't going to end well." But you caught yourself.
Let me see if I got a picture of that anywhere.
I remember, and I got pictures of Randy's haircut.
No, you can't see it on that one.
I have pictures. I think I still have pictures of Randy's right before he got his haircut. He had his ponytails
That's
on.
right. Um, the the topics. So it kind of went off track. I remember something about freeze dried turds or something. What's up, Paul? Then we talked about how you can make more. Oh, the canned goods. If they get out of date, don't throw them away. If shit hits the fan, you can use them as weapons and throw them at people all swollen up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about everything.
We talked about everything.
A little too much, I think. Too.
I think I figured out the circle of life and proved religion wrong that night. I just came up with some bullshit and it sounded so good.
The miracles of beer or
Yeah,
rum, whatever you had.
it was Sprite.
Okay.
I'm on placebos over here. Hang on a second. Let me answer this phone call real quick.
Okay. I saw you in there too, Project by Paul. Just in case I didn't say. Oh, I know I didn't say anything, but I'm just trying to catch up now. I ran my mouth too much and I fell way behind, but I did see you in there, Paul. Thank you. There you go. Why did you have a foot tat? His son is a tattoo artist.
Yeah, he did one on my foot, and the rest of them I paid for. I don't think I got a picture of that tattoo. I know I do on Facebook somewhere because
What's
I
up,
took a
DJ?
picture of it.
What's up, Guggen?
I'll watch your video here as soon as I'm off of here.
All it
Yeah.
is a sun, like the sun with the flames.
Yeah.
Nothing special. I've
And
got a
those readable chips.
first tattoo I ever got was this shark right here. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna sit down this time.
Wait a minute,
Turn that comment off.
There you go.
Yeah.
Don't make me raise my damn leg anymore than I have to.
Lordy, lordy.
You should have picked a bigger comment.
Hey,
sorry.
everybody.
Got that
Saw
got
your,
that Tiburon tattoo.
Yeah, that was the first one. It's held up good. That was a long time ago.
Hey, Guggen, type 805 in there. There's a new channel here. Grilling Addiction with Nick is trying to hook up with some new people. Guggen tonight, or released today rather, was as smoked baked beans made from scratch. Oh,
Boy, those look good.
I better take him off that screen. But damn, I'm glad I noticed before he said something.
So I might have
I'll
one
go
in
by
here.
it. It'd be funny.
Randy was peeing rainbows. Yes, I think that scared everybody that night. He says he's all right. Start planning a cook for my Wednesday's live stream. So you're going to start doing lives or Wednesdays, Dave? Just keep in mind, you do have some stiff competition, so look at your hours that you want to do that. Smoking Joe comes up in there, and you think
SJ as well.
SJ. Yeah, well, SJ is starting to do them for kind of consistently lately, past few weeks. He was on and off. You know who this week's guest is? Conversations I'm trying to read.
8 p.m., which is 7 Central.
Is that your leg?
What?
Yeah.
I'm looking through pictures. I'll be through here in a minute.
Randy.
Oh well, I'm through right now. Heck with it.
There you go, Guggen. Thank you, sir.
Wednesday at 8. That's the same time Joe goes live.
No, but he's Eastern, so it'll be 7 here.
He didn't go live last week, did he?
He goes live like every other week or so now.
No, he came in and was teasing about it or something somewhere, wasn't he?
I doubt I'd do any more lives the way that went the other night, man. What I had 20 people.
Rose, that was classic, bro.
Oh,
You
I
gotta
had fun, but there wasn't nobody in there. Like, dang.
Well, you could go live, but keep it set to like an hour or 2 hours, and then just call
That's
it.
normally what I do. And that's, if I'm up there by myself at an hour, I'm going to end it because I pretty much said everything I want to say. but
Yeah.
I don't have much fun doing it. You know.
Yep.
DDC. I saw this one in your chat last night, wasn't it, Randy?
That's dyslexic dad. He just
Yeah.
changed his name.
Oh,
That's
okay.
David.
Okay.
And who's that?
Dyslexic dad
Dyslexic
cooking. I
dad
love turtles.
cooking.
I love turtles is what he puts in the chat all the time.
Oh, that DDC. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like that cooking.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot more. It's a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
DDC.
Yeah, I think we
I
started it.
can't even pronounce dyslexic, much less spell it.
That's how I love turtles.
P is normal now. Yep, Christy, we had talked with Randy on was it Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. He assured everything was good.
Well, this is why I had two glasses of water right now because I hadn't had anything to drink since yesterday.
Wednesdays at
And then I was
8.
outside for a few hours today.
Pork belly Wellington. Never heard of that. Sounds good.
You're right, Meat Stick. Christy does run. She runs my schedule. She tells me my allotted time when I'm allowed to go live.
I've been nursing that drink.
Hey, Eric.
Got about a half a cup left.
I can't remember the name. What was the name of that stuff that Trina ended up sharing with you? It's not really a popper. It was a salt caramel. And
Oh,
Whoa.
salted caramel. I don't even remember the brand. It's in the
yeah,
kitchen.
that's what I was at. That I remember the flavor, but I couldn't remember the brand of it.
Yeah, I don't know. She used to get it in Crown, but I don't think they even have that anymore. I don't think. I don't know. They might.
Yeah, Christy did say after your live the other night, Russ, I guess I disappeared. She said when she came out that my chair was over here off the camera and I was asleep in my chair, but the live was still running. I guess I just scooted over.
I couldn't believe how fast them hours went by, man. It's like,
Yeah,
what's
we were
old saying?
having good talks, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's it. I was having a blast. I noticed that like the later it got, the more me and Russ were doing this. Like
Yeah.
we got lower and lower and lower.
Well, I'm usually like this anyway because I'm tired. My back hurts, and 6 hours of
Yeah,
live kind of
I
takes
was
that out of me.
probably delirious at that point.
Just filmed it.
We're
right
having
there.
fun, man. We're having fun.
There we were.
Really.
Well, I told Russ, I said at one point near the end, I said, I think I saw someone's arm walk by the screen, but we were talking about, I said, where's Randy? Where's Randy? I said, I think I saw an arm.
Woohoo!
That was me. That was me just letting y'all know I was still alive. Like, hey, I'm still here.
Randy back there behind that sign. Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. No, it was fun. I woke up in the morning. I actually woke up a little bit early.
Oh, yeah, I did get the hiccups. I couldn't get rid of them either. I do remember that. I hate them things. I'll end up getting them again if I don't stop it. Huh?
I said, you got them pretty bad, too.
Yeah, I did.
At one
Who
point,
else was on the panel with us? It was me, you. Lance was there for a while, right? Who else was on the panel with us?
Simon was in
I
there.
started.
Boo popped in for. I think Boo was out and then come back. There's a good picture. This is a sailboat back the way it looked when Derek was on it. Hang on, let me airdrop that one. Where is it? Where'd it go?
oh, yeah, that was me, Nick.
Hang on. I kind of miss that boat in a way, but there again, I don't. No, I just dropped it on my desktop. Where is it?
Did Quinn make it to the live?
Quint came in at the
Quint
end.
was on.
Quint came in to play Papa.
Well, crap. Let me do it again.
Man, that's one thing that I would love to learn how to do is sail a boat, dude. I've been on sailboats before, but that's one thing
here
I
we
would
go.
learn to do.
It ain't nothing to it.
I can see where that'd be badass, like what Derek did, like sail by yourself, just fucking sail to another place.
Well, this picture I'm getting ready to show you, he was actually in Florida, I think, when he took this, and I think somebody else took a picture and then sent it to him because he was that, or he could have been the dinghy and took it. All right, let me find it here. It was a good looking boat though.
You
It
know what we used to
cleaned up.
do? I had a buddy when I was a kid, and his dad had a big sailboat down here in Clear Lake, and we used to put on you know what a boatsman's chair is, like a harness, but it's got a seat on it. You can pick it up by a rope. You ever seen one of those?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
We got
so we
one, or we had one. I think he took it off. It's called a Bolson chair, and
bosun chair, yeah,
Derek could pull himself up to work on the mast or whatever. I bought
yeah.
it
So
and to
we
keep it
had
on the
one of
boat.
those, and we would connect it to the rope on the main mast, like on the main sail, and then Warren's dad would turn the boat to make it list, and it would make you swing out over the water. It was
Yeah,
they called it sail surfing. That's what he was. Man, he used to
close
exactly.
that comment. Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's the boat. But you see
All right.
that? Did
Road
you see
trip.
that? Huh?
Let's tell Randy road trip. That
Yeah.
guy liable to take $500 for that. Get booty line up. Get booty line up.
I
Some people
guarantee
down
you, if
there.
somebody pulled it in the water, it would float. Ain't no doubt in my mind that's a heavy boat. But right in here, can you see my mouse or no?
No.
Okay,
No.
hang on. Let me pull the picture itself back up. Oh, well, it don't matter. But that Bimini, that's the blue thing, and then ahead of it, it's got the windshield looking thing. I forget what you call that, but he installed that. He got it from somebody, and it fit like a glove. But we rode that tropical storm out at the docks of that thing,
Right
and
there.
right behind that thing with the windows, that's where that generator. He had it sitting up there on the like right behind one of them windows, and that it got so rough it knocked that generator down. There was a case of water down there, and it hit that water and it bounced overboard. Brand new freaking generator.
Yeah.
It pissed me off, but man, it really pissed Derek off. I had just bought that darn generator too.
What is it called? What is that thing on the bottom called? I don't think it's the keel.
You
Um,
can't see
what
the
is?
kill. The kill's underwater.
Yeah, the
That's what I'm
keel.
saying. But how long is it? So that right now where that boat's at is leaning over on the keel, right?
No, oh, where's that now? Yeah, it's leaned over on its kill and on its side.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So it
that's
has
like
to go out to 6 foot of water.
yeah, it draws 6 foot of water with the kill that's on it. They build them sailboats like that because they're like full of lead or something, and it'll right itself. Like
Right.
if you
Keep
get
straight
if
up.
you get
Straight
knocked
up.
over, it'll spring back up, and a lot of times they'll flip over and then they spring back up.
Yeah.
They're just made to do that. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, let me stop sharing that.
I mean, you're probably right, Kyle. But I mean, it was cool because we would go out on Clear Lake and everybody had sailboats, and the guy that I was with, his sailboat had 3 sails on it. So it had that big main
Yeah,
sail, then it had one in the front and like one in the back.
yeah, and I used to know what all that was called, but man, we it's been 3 years or 4 years since
Yeah,
we sold that thing. I can't remember anymore.
yeah. I don't know all the sailing terminology myself, but
Yeah, I
when
knew it
we
at
go
one
out,
time.
and we'd spend the night on it. We'd go out on like a Friday, go out to Clear Lake, and as a matter of fact, we would go out there during the air shows when they have the air shows, and we go out
Yeah,
on Clear Lake and watch the air shows from the water.
I remember one night or one weekend, me and Derek took it, and it wasn't much wind, and we didn't motor. We actually took the wind, had the sails, and we sailed to Horn Island, which is south of us. And anyway, the next morning we left to come back, and that wind picked up, buddy. He had that sucker hooked up. She was listing over, and I mean, it was hauling butt. I'm like, no
Yeah,
motor, no nothing. It's just peaceful as it can be, just going.
yeah. I would just be nervous, man, because I always, like when I was working offshore and everything, they always tell you as soon as you lose sight of the horizon, you're fucked. Like you better know how to read a map and a compass and
Yeah.
Yeah,
fucking lick your finger and hold it up in the air, whatever you got to do. But once you lose sight of the horizon, you don't know which way is what. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, Spinnaker. That they got one that kind of blows out like a freaking parachute. I think but that ain't what you call the one on his bow. You got your main sail. That's the one with the mast goes up, and then that one up forward that I'm looking at on that picture. You take a rope and you pull it out. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden it catches air, catches wind, and I can't remember the name of it.
We went out on another one too. It wasn't his dad's boat. It was one of his dad's friends. So they owned a marina in Clear Lake down here, and they had the big forklift that would pick your boat up out of the water and go store it, like the dry storage. You know, I mean, big cigar boats and all kinds of badass shit. But we went out on his dad's friend's boat, and it was like, what they call that, a catamaran?
Yeah.
The two pontoons with the big sail on it. That thing was trucking just from the wind. I mean, we were doing 30 miles an hour on the goddamn water with just the wind blowing us.
Yeah.
I saw one of those get picked up and slam onto face down into the
Oh,
ocean.
Genoa. That's the one up front.
A friend of mine's dad used to be in sailboats all the time. That's all he talked about was
Yeah, the
sailboats.
Spinnaker is the one I was just saying. Spinning is like a balloon. Then you got your main sail, but the one he had was called a Genoa.
Yeah, I don't know.
The sails are still on it. They're probably still in good shape. They've been covered all this time.
Quinn says he's going to kiddie pool.
Shoot, man, I used to live for that saltwater scuba dive, certified scuba diver, ex-surfer, believe it or not.
Yeah, I never did the diving thing.
I always wanted to get Patty certified.
Yeah, that's what I am, Patty. Lifetime certification.
Fatty?
There's a place right here. Like, I'm talking about less than 10 minutes away from me, right here on I-10. That it's a scuba school. They do
it's PADI is Professional Association of Divers Institute.
Okay.
You can get them. You can get a certification through the YMC too. But some of those certs expire unless you go back every now and then to kind of like re-up it. Kind of like having a pilot's license. You know, you got to keep doing it every now and then to keep your license. But with Patty, lifetime. Matter of fact, I went years and years and years without diving. You know, once I got married, had kids, and all that, and when we got that sailboat, we was needing air for scuba tanks to where he could go up under the boat and you know, fix things, check things out or whatever. I bought all the scuba gear on the boat, tank, everything, but we couldn't get it filled unless I could show where I was certified. So I contacted Patty, and they had to go looking back like on the microfilm and everything to find me. They found it, and I've got a digital card plus I got a hard card in my wallet. You know, I had to take a new picture. I got that.
Mr. Jones, we had to go all the way back to our first sheet ever.
No doubt. I was only 17, like when I got certified, you know, and here I am I was in my 60s when I had that done. That hadn't been over 4 years.
You dropped another one yesterday, I think.
But I can go in there right now and get air.
Twinkie thing, Texas Twinkie type thing yesterday.
Yep. You're right.
Fucking freeze dry some Twinkies, Russ.
Huh?
Oh yeah, freeze fries at Texas Twinkie. Wow, good God.
I'm gonna be freeze drying a lot of stuff, but most of it's just gonna be to put food back for a day I might need it. I got to buy some more than bags. I want to get stocked up on that kind of stuff because I'm gonna go crazy with it here before long. I'll have something in it every day of the week.
Yeah, that was crazy. Quad diesels. That's a lot of power.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. And I had just said something not long ago about I didn't know T-Roy would be making videos again. I think like days later, he dropped one.
Wasn't he talking about his cameras were packed up from him moving or something?
I don't have the Skittles anymore. They're gone, but I can show you a picture of them. Maybe if I can find my photos. Here we go. Oh God, let's see, library.
Just contemplating life choices. For sure, I might end up
A
being
misdemeanor.
a misdemeanor.
Don't do it. Don't do it, MMA. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure a Canadian misdemeanor is a felony in America.
yeah.
Yeah, that was fucked up, man. Whenever we were working offshore, my rig that I was on was gonna do a tow to Nova Scotia, and they wanted me to go to Nova Scotia, but they wouldn't let me in Canada. Like I couldn't. I was gonna have to actually ride the rig. There he is.
Oh, that's the wrong picture.
That's what happens after you eat the Skittles.
Yeah, I got my Bubba teeth in. Hang on, where is okay? I
Whoops.
got a picture because I seen it earlier. Let me go to recents.
Oh,
Yeah, here we go, right here. All right,
That was your
now,
that was your cousin Russ, huh? Russ with two S's. That's the
yeah,
one
that
that
was
was wearing.
Bubba. That was my cousin.
Bubba Russ.
Yeah, he wears the RXTX beanie. That dude's cool as hell.
Kyle, this is what they look like.
That's so wild how they swell up like that.
Yep, but all those are gone. Their history. I didn't eat them. Gave them all away. I ate a few of them just to what it was
They do look like fucking stripes on a billiard
Yeah,
table.
billiard
Yeah.
ball.
like. They do.
Yeah,
They're like little billiard balls.
yep. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I
my
would try
country
'em.
cousin Bubba.
I'm not big on Skittles, but I'd give them a whirl.
I like them all right, but I think there'd be other things I like better, which I don't eat a lot of candy. That was
That's
some
my
way of
thing.
just testing this thing out to make sure it's going to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
I think the last time I had candy was on Halloween.
Yeah. I mean, I'll eat it. I like it all right. It's just, I know I shouldn't be eating it. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Dutch?
So Kent,
Hey, Kent.
What's up, Kent?
Kent's just waking up right now. He fell asleep in his lawn chair at the campground last night.
Yeah, those Skittles are super easy, man.
He did a Randy.
You got to go into customizations, turn your temperature up to 145. It defaults to 125 for anything else. Bring it up to 145, set a 3 hour timer on it, and turn it on. It does the rest.
Hell yeah.
Bubbers.
Still waiting on some. I'm still waiting on some freeze dried beer, Russ.
You know, I went to googling that, and I don't know about beer. Beer might be done, but it was saying you could not freeze dry alcohol because some sort of reaction or whatever. I don't know, but I'm tempted to try it anyway. I watched a
Yeah,
woman last night take. She made some bone broth, like real long cooked bone broth, and she dehydrated it. And man, it was like this perfect powder. And she stored it in a mason jar, sealed it, and instead of using like store bought broth or whatever with little cubes, just take you a spoon or two of that, add it to your whatever you wanted in.
dude. Now's the time. You got that freeze dryer, Russ. Now's the time to make that smoky ribs fucking rub you're talking about. Just dehydrate or freeze dry your peppers and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The alcohol probably just disappears. It probably goes and sticks to this thing is round on the inside and it creates this, I mean, it gets frozen solid, on the walls and the vapor that gets released out of whatever you're freeze drying, it goes up and forms on that frost that's already there. And then when you pull everything out, all the moisture's out of the product and it's all stuck to the sides. Then you run it through a defrost and all goes down the drain. Probably vaporizes mixed with salt. I don't
What
put
was
salt in it.
what was DDC saying? Live after hours.
No, I don't know. I thought we
If
had
he's
our own after Randy backed out for a bit. Oh,
you talking about, I didn't end my live. Quint called me right away and was like, "Hey, bro, you're still up." Like I just I just left the studio. I didn't turn the live off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Everybody
popped in there for a little while, man. I was still hurting yesterday. It's like, oh God, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, Quint
I
called me. He
paid
was
for
like,
it.
"Bro, you're still live." And I looked back on the StreamYard and I just left. I didn't end the live, so
Yeah.
that's what David's talking about. I don't know what
Okay.
was said. I hope it was all healthy.
Yeah. I mean, we were just concerned that you left it going, and then Quint right away said, I just called him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quint had to call me before.
Shit, I talked on the phone with Quint for like 2 hours after that shit.
See if
Ding.
y'all,
Yeah,
see if y'all know who this is.
Someone's microwave just went off.
that was Simon's microwave.
Yeah.
That's not even. That's where we shoot videos, but they're not really there. I took and put them in that picture. But that was last Halloween when Jeff and Irina was getting ready to go to a Halloween party, and that's when he got so sick. He caught COVID at that party they went to that night. He was down for weeks after that.
He's lost a lot of weight recently, hasn't he?
I don't know. I don't know. He don't do videos anymore, so I don't know. I mean, he does, but he don't.
I think
Okay.
well, Erickson went to bed. He's got to get up in the morning. I think I even heard something about him stop drinking. Maybe.
MMA.
He don't drink a lot, no way. He kind of goes through phases. You know what I'm saying? He never has drank a lot. He did when I was there. Was all pouring it down, but I think on average now he don't drink that much. He eats, so
What's up, Joey?
What's up, Joey?
I saw something that he was in or something. I said, "Damn, look at he lost some weight." It may have been Eric that said something about him stop drinking or something.
no, I don't know.
I need a beer, y'all. I'll be right back.
He hadn't said anything to me about not drinking at all. I just think it's no big deal to him. Drink when he feels like it.
Yeah.
I wonder why all my pictures aren't on this computer. The ones on my phone are, but the ones on my other computer, that should be going to the cloud too, and should have came back down this computer. I'm not finding them. Not the ones I'm looking for anyway.
What's up, Joey? This fucking I can't talk about it right now. This fucking drink that I'm drinking stinks.
Ew.
Comes in a green bottle. Just put it that way.
Yeah. Oh well, let me get off of that.
My buddy Mike just left me a couple over here. And it stinks, dude. It really does.
I need a beer is what I need. I wish it should hurt and get off work. Like I say, I don't drink whiskey that much. Every now and then I get it kind of wanting a little bit of it, but very seldom. But when I do, Katie bar the door.
Yeah, that's me, dude. I don't ever drink alcohol. But the other night, that sugar free, what was it? Zero sugar Coca Cola and a little bit of rum. Shit, that shit was going down good.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was actually pretty good whiskey. I emptied that night, and that's when she brought me that other stuff, I guess. But I would definitely buy that again. But it's expensive, $47 for that bottle. Holy crap!
The shit that I was drinking, on your live, Russ, Panchuco sent me.
Okay.
That was the rum that Panchuco sent me. I don't remember exactly where it came from, but I guess it's up there by him somewhere.
Well, back earlier in the year, like first year, I bought that Woodford Reserve, and that was a big old bottle for $60. Wasn't but $13 more than what I paid for that. You know, that's a better bargain. But I was just wanting to try it because it's local.
Rand, do you remember the brand of that? Were you here in the chat when we were trying to figure out what the brand of that salted caramel that Trina bought out?
No, I thought Russ had mentioned it. I thought Russ had mentioned
I thought I showed it. I can go get it. It's right there in the kitchen. It should be.
Three brothers, or
I don't remember.
that shit that I get sometimes. Well, that was the shit that I had when I was on the hot seat with Lep. It's called Rebel Stokes. It's a pecan whiskey.
Bird Dog, is that it?
Yeah, Bird Dog. It's the one y'all showed off.
Okay, that's what she got then.
Yeah, that Rebel Stokes though is sweet, man. It's a pecan whiskey.
Oh, I was just reading what Quint sent me. On your live, you was playing with your wife's titties. She was ready to kick your butt. I don't remember that.
Oh, that was already on. I was still on, yeah.
Yeah,
that was when you were arguing about getting the other bottle.
She gave you a smack on the hand.
Yeah, I don't remember none of that. Holy crap.
You got going on over there, Lance? You got some cheese crackers or what?
Lance crackers?
Lance's crackers.
Give me that cracker. Give me that cracker, Lance. My dad just called them nabs. I think that was the brand name of some of them. We'd drink a Bart's root beer and a pack of nabs, he'd always say. No, I was getting drunk. I wasn't getting frisky.
Oh, that's my problem too.
She's an old biker chick. I'm surprised she just didn't know woohoo.
You know how many screenshots there would have been of that, Russ?
Plenty, I'm sure. Y'all were fast. Yeah, titties. I like titties and beer.
That's pretty much what you said.
I like titties and beer.
Got a bottle out of it. That's good.
Oh Lord.
Bird Dog.
I definitely had forgotten about that. I really still don't even remember that. That must have been, I don't know, because she was asleep when I finally went to bed. It was around 4 or something, I think, when I finally ended it.
I always snack. I snack all the time.
Yeah, I don't even know. So that morning when I woke up, I told Christy, I was like, man, we were on live till like 2 o'clock in the morning. And she was like, no, babe, I went to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know when the fuck you came in.
Titties.
Titties are good. We like titties.
I like titties and beer.
You know, man, dude, yesterday, whenever I did since Dickie didn't go live, I hosted, whatever. But when it came down to the end of it, when pretty much everybody was gone, it was just me and Chris, dude. Hey, Chris is a badass dude, man. We had a great conversation, man. I don't even remember if we were still live or not. It was just me and him on the panel. But yeah. I swear to God, that dude's like, he's in the Matrix or something. Because I'd be like, hey, you ever seen a Glock 33? He'd be like, this one right here? And I'd be like, nah. He was just picking up. I was like, you're not even moving. You're not even fucking moving. Where are you getting this gun from? Yeah, Chris fucking East Wind Farm. That's a badass dude. What's up, Jared? Yeah.
Frack Daddy, what's up, man?
Frack Daddy Jared, what's up?
Frack, are you at work, dude? If he is, bro, he's up there fucking sweating his ass off, same as me.
What's he doing now? Is he still fracking or is he doing something else?
Yeah, he's up there in West Texas.
Okay. Yeah, Mike was saying how hot it was out there where he's at. Good God. Actual temperature, what did he say? 110, I think. Actual temperature.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Like 115.
Chris.
You'll die in that kind of heat, man.
Yeah, that's that kind of heat that you can't catch your breath in. Like I deal with this sometimes at work. Like I'll climb up them fucking ladders and shit, and I get out there. It's 102 degrees outside, and like you're inhaling 102-degree fucking air. And you
Yeah,
can't catch your breath in it.
like it burns your lungs.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
I got a trivia question for y'all. I'll see it hanging on the wall. Let me see if y'all know what this. Hang on a second.
Dang.
I agree, Chris. It was good. It was good bullshitting with you, man. That's was all the way interesting.
I think I've ever seen Chris one alive.
Lance, you need to start writing down more on your little index cards because Chris has been on our panel a bunch of times.
Has he really?
You was
All right.
last week? No, he was on Leps last week.
Anybody know what that is? The name of it?
Yeah. Fucking AJ uses them all the time.
Yeah.
I've had this one for a while. What's the name of it?
Flamado.
Flamado. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It works good.
I only know of it because Guggen uses it.
Yeah,
I just had it hanging there. I did one video with it. I did steaks. Then I filled that full of beef. Well, you get it glowing red, then you drop beef fat in it, and it just drips all over your steak, man. It's good.
Yeah. That's what Guggen did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Flamado. That's the only reason. That's the first time I ever seen it when AJ brought it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's an ancient method of cooking, actually. That's from over there, not here.
It's like fucking like confit. It's like a confit kind of, I guess.
It's a fat milk.
Yeah,
that's right.
you actually got an active fire while it's dripping. It's dripping all that fat on your steak, but it's also kind of searing it at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, if you would have brought that shit out 2 months ago, it'd have been the first time I ever seen it. Because when AJ did that, he did a tri-tip with it, didn't he?
I think so.
I only found one place back when I got mine that had them, that would sell them. And like I said, I've only used it once, but I still got it.
Have you done a video with it, Russ?
Yeah, one video. Yep, did it in the backyard, and I used offset. I remember that. I threw it in the firebox to let it get good and hot, and I smoked the steaks, and then I seared them with that.
So what would happen if you put like that South Chicago packing beef Wagyu? Would that be too much like Crisco?
That would work. It'd probably just all run out. You won't beef fat, and let it render itself. That thing, it'll catch on fire. It gets so hot. You got to get it really cherry red, But it's fun. It was just something different.
It looks like a torture device to me.
Yeah, out of the medieval days.
I love it. I'm gonna put some fucking live animals in your defroster and fucking then flambado them motherfuckers.
My defroster.
Man, I think we're missing Chud's chat, y'all.
He's all ran if he's loved.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it.
I ain't either. I popped into one a couple weeks ago, and that's the first one in a while. It's always the same thing, It's like just selling stuff for the most part, but that's all right. I sold a couple thermometers the other night. I remember that.
I got the next day.
You got it already?
Yeah.
Simon and Randy.
It was overnight shipping. Because the link takes me to a website. I click on the one I want, and it takes me to Amazon.
Okay. Yeah. That's what they do now. I don't like that in a way. I used to be linked straight to their website, and I was able to track it. Now I have to wait the end of the month, and they figure out how many I sold, and they add it to the thing that shows me what I've earned.
Okay.
That ain't very transparent. I have no way of knowing if I sold more or not,
Hold on.
Chuck's got a guest.
Does it? Oh, it ain't that Joe Yim, is it? He was on there that night I watched.
No, it's not that Yum. It might be a booze. They're drinking booze.
Oh, it might be one of his partners.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see who's on here.
My mama told me if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
I've heard that one before.
I've seen that guy before. I think he is something to do with all that.
It goes
The lightning. What it was like $30-something.
They got
40,
a different box.
like 42 with shipping.
Yeah.
That ain't bad.
Tax, well, it's free shipping, but the tax was like 42 or 43.
What does that say? 10-year warranty?
Yeah.
Holy crap! Didn't know that. I'm glad you showed me that. I can tell them now. Instant read digital. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, my box is black. Totally different box.
This is the first time I got a box this nice. Usually I get like a real cheap cardboard box. It's falling apart by the time I get it. This is nice and sturdy.
Yeah.
Simon, why are you so blurry?
Could just got sponsored by who? Oh, by Miller Lite. Yeah, I seen that.
He's been sponsored by them for.
I actually did some work for Miller Lite long time ago, and you can see it on Facebook. If you go, it was through another company, but it's still Facebook is. Facebook. Miller Lite is the one that come up with the money for it or whatever. But what did I do? I watched it the other day. I'll have to figure it out next time we go live. I'll pull it up.
Oh, Evan Owens.
Let me see. I'll try to find it.
From Leroy and Lewis?
This is like the beginning.
He's not the guy I've seen before.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that. Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me.
He's not going to, Brian. I mean, after.
That's loud.
Saw Trump in the chat.
Fuck the brass section.
Leroy and Lewis barbecue.
Yeah, that's the guy from. That's Evan. I think that's Evan.
I saw some other guy that was like taller and dark hair. Has been on a couple Chud's lives. I thought he was Leroy and Lewis, but maybe not. Well, maybe he's Lewis and this is Leroy.
I got one for y'all. Hang on. Let me find it. Shit. Oh, done.
Jackrabbit. Googan, did you see Russ's flamboyant thing?
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant?
the whatever you call that thing.
Flambado.
All right. I'm fixing to show you. Let me I don't know how to do this. Yeah, I do. I'll just share this. Well, hang on. Okay. Now let me. This video got 36 million views. 36 million. It's not even on my YouTube channel. They paid me one time for the video and it got all these views. Let me show the screen.
Was that a cheer? I thought you were showing him a hug. I'm sorry, Randy. Let me leave.
Nah, bro. Frank asked me what I was drinking.
Oh, okay.
Just showing him I'm drinking.
All right, you ready?
Cheers, by the way.
Cheers, bro.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, wow. Halloween?
Yep.
Look at that.
Oh, that's wow. What a great idea, too.
Oh, that's fucking horrible.
That was in 2016.
So what was in the marinade again?
Bloody Mary mix.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. It's not like that.
Somewhere in there is there's one that Miller Lite sponsored 2 or 3 of them videos. I was actually contracted through Thrillist.com, and they did all the editing. All I had to do was shoot all the footage, and they put it all together. and that sucker got 36 million views. I'm like, I'd love to have a video do that. That
Yeah,
I got
Dave.
paid for.
We post a link. We do try to make sure we get people that we know that are popping up though. We don't need to see no swinging like I have seen it happen before.
Hey,
So we prefer to make sure it's you.
Hold on.
I tell you what, I could not eat them wings because of the way they look, but Tarina tore them up.
yeah, I
So
couldn't
I was
fuck with
kind
them
of
either. I
curious.
mean,
They look gross, man.
The Bloody
I
Mary.
can't fuck with ugly food. I can't fuck with ugly food. If it looks ugly, I'm probably not gonna be able to eat it. Like,
Yeah, they wanted something for Halloween, and out of all the videos I did for them, that one really took off.
It
that's
only got
badass.
36 views, Dugan. Huh. I was one of the 36.
Yeah, the zombie hand was bad. So I mean, I was still new to this game back then. So Christy did some smoked Cheez-Its. I mean,
I
it
remember
was
those.
I've seen that hand meatloaf. I've seen those
yeah.
before. You did
Put it in
one,
a
AJ?
glove. Put it in a glove, and
Yeah, the mold it and freeze it or whatever.
yeah, AJ did that for. That was what was the hashtag, like spooky good or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I'll never forget this. Greg remembered that bat wings. He goes, I wonder how that. We was on the phone one day. He goes, I wonder how that would do on YouTube. And he did it, but he didn't do it like that. If he'd done it like a short, that was like a 30-second video, it would have freaking took off. But he's sitting there explaining and talking like he would on any other video. And he come back like a week later and pinned his own comment, said, this is the worst viewed video I've ever done on my channel. It didn't do crap as a regular video.
So was
Yeah.
that Google? If you want to come up on a panel, buddy, also, I mean, I think you know where the link is.
Yeah, BBQ.
Well,
Those are those.
when I texted you for the link, Lance, I didn't even think to look. And whenever I went and looked in the right place, I was like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's hard. I put it there because it's easy to share for me.
Yeah.
So Quint, damn it, Russ, was that like a real Bloody Mary mix, like an alcohol
Yeah.
Bloody Mary?
I took zigzag, zang. I can't remember exactly now what I did. I had all that footage on this hard drive or wherever it sat, and I lost all that crap. It went out on me. But I had everything I've ever done on there. But I was able to re-download from YouTube a lot of the old videos. But that kind of stuff, that never went to YouTube, so I just lost it. All the original footage and everything I sent to them. That was a good deal, though, man. I worked 2 summers in a row with them.
We can do that, Kyle.
Sleeper barbecue.
Get rid of some sleeper towels.
Yeah, 2016. That was 7 years ago. Wow. My channel was only 4 years old.
I'm gonna go. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Thrillist.com, but they had a series 2 summers running called Grillist, and they contracted me, Greg Mervich, and I think that was it as far as people I know, and we made the content for that. I did it 2 summers. Greg only did it the 1 summer.
Kyle, this might sound a little odd, but I enjoy being a mother hen. I just like looking out for people. I mean, the people are my friends and my family. I just take care of them first. That's how I've lived life. MBL, I think Guggen does have the link. It was sent in a chat.
Yeah, he's got it.
Come on, woman, leave. You get off at 9, and she usually don't get home to 9:30, and she works 5 minutes from here.
Was she picking up pizza or burgers?
Yeah. She's bringing me back some beer, but she can get it right there where she works. She works at that convenience store at the Chevron. What's up, AJ?
What's going on, Russ?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much.
Yeah, but I also like to look out for.
What's up, AJ?
I know you do,
What's
Kyle.
going on, Randy?
I think you're think you're a little better at it than I am.
What's that?
Looking out for other people, making sure everybody's happy, and then you worry about yourself type thing. But
Yeah.
we can do some sleeper towels. I don't have a problem with that. My machine's up and running again, man. I thought I was going to have to need another damn touchpad for that thing or a USB port, but I know y'all
Oh,
aren't interested. But call Desi. I gotta tell you, I had a problem with their service department, and that's because the way you have to create a service ticket. It annoys the shit out of me. You gotta do an email to create a ticket, and then you just sit and wait and babysit your phone, waiting for a phone call. Well, I gotta tell you, I gotta retract all that stuff I ever said about Call Desi because them people have been reached out to me 3 times today on a Sunday. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
huh.
And
Tell 'em
got me up and running.
don't grab her boobies when she brings your beer. No, you said something about a USB or something, and it reminded me. I was reading the books to this machine this morning, and on the side of that little control head, there was a USB port where you put a thumb drive. And let's say I had a technical issue, all of a sudden something like an error or whatever, I can plug that in, let it run, its cycle, whatever, and you take and put that in your computer, and then you email it to the tech, and they can sit there and actually tell you what's going on with the
Oh, that's a
machine.
good idea.
What? Yeah, yeah. I didn't know. I looked. I was like, "I'll be damn, it sure is."
Yeah, he even showed me today how I can take and if I had something on that screen and I wanted to extract it and save it and send it to somebody, I can actually download from that. Well, I'm not computer literate, so I'm sure it's not going to amaze y'all as much as it did me. But I can actually download stuff from that touchpad to a flash drive and send it off to people. Which I never knew I could do that, but
Well, that's the same thing. Yeah, that sounds just like what this one would do. I didn't know it until I read it. Now I got up and looked. I said, "Sure, no. How about that?" I know they do like firmware updates. I know when Chris does them, like on the LSG pellet grill, he does it remotely. He said, "Go out there and turn your computer on, or turn your pellet grill on," and he goes, and just forget about it, and I'll download it, and then you'll be able to see before you turn the power off. Go in there and see what the latest firmware is. He goes, "This is one you want, like 10.25 point whatever," and he did, and I figured they'd do the same thing with this machine, but I'm thinking they would do it through an email. So here, put this on a thumb drive and plug her up. I don't know that. I'm just guessing.
yeah,
You know.
I thought for
AJ,
sure.
who did you have to call? Whatever your dussy fucking stop spitting out fucking embroideries. Who'd you have to call?
Who you talking to, Lance? Oh,
No, it's not gonna AJ.
Dugan's embroidery.
Yeah,
oh,
I go to this website called backpage.com and they got really good info there.
Yeah,
I usually
Back
call somebody from there and they come over and we usually get distracted, but
back
by the
page
end of the
ain't
night it works.
back page ain't there anymore. You got to go to skip the games.
there it is. There it is.
You think I'm lying? Look it up.
That's a promotion right there.
Skip the games. I was up there at Memphis in May last year, and one of them chefs that said in New Orleans, he kept talking about skip the games. He was on his phone. I'm like, man, they got some hoes around here, up there in Memphis, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, right here. He showed me. He goes, this is all the local girls. You can look it up for any city in the U.S. I went, no crap, but yeah, he wasn't lying. That replaced Backpage, I reckon.
There you go.
Yeah,
I want to watch
only
stuff.
Everybody's
only
googling skip the games now.
yeah. I'm about to say, you're gonna see a chat count go down real quick right now.
You just type in your
Everybody's
city.
like,
There you go.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Fuck it. Skip the game.
skip the games. It'll get shut down eventually once the law catches on.
I've missed something. What's something wrong with one Quince dogs?
No.
I missed it. I don't know where you're looking.
I must have missed it too. Sometimes I just start clicking things so I can catch up.
Can you go back? Gotta go back up, I think.
He's moving a little bit better. It's the first one I saw. I gave him a baby
Kyle?
aspirin, more than that.
No, let's see.
Quint, Russ, please don't grab her boobs. That has nothing to do with a dog jumping up on a chair. Baby aspirin.
You never know, man. That baby aspirin might help them boobs. You never know. You motorboating son of a bitch. You sailor. You old sailor, you.
Yeah. I think I saw him shake too when he was playing with him. I said, damn.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
I like to be able to hear what she said, but he didn't take his headset off. But she pushed his hand down and smacked him on the top of his hand or his arm. Disregard the question, but that takes
You know-
me about 5. All right. I was wondering what the hell was going on.
They
He's
have a
talking.
new,
I'm
they have a
checking
new,
for.
go ahead, Russ.
I just want to say I'm checking for lumps, honey.
Yeah. You just do me a favor. Nah, they have a new thing on Netflix. It's about the American Gladiators. I
Yeah.
don't know if you see it, but it's a new show on Netflix. And then me and Christy today, we watched it, and we watched all the episodes and everything. But like towards the end, one of them fucking American Gladiator bitches, they were talking about like what they're doing nowadays. Like one of them became a teacher, one of them became a ski instructor, and one of them big old fucking 6'4" American Gladiator bitches, dude. She said she started OnlyFans, and she was like, "You'd be surprised how many guys like big feet," and like it like showed some clips of her OnlyFans, and like people were like paying her money to paint her toenails. One guy paid her money to fucking squish a tennis ball between her big old fucking muscly ass gladiator feet. I was like, shit. Hey,
There it
pays
is.
the bill.
I got a push notice from Netflix now, so I'm gonna watch that show. But this is trending now. Top 10. White House Down is the name of it. See that one right there, White House Down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it maybe later tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah. Watch the American Gladiator one. It's pretty good. Them motherfuckers were on some shit. Like they were all, spun out on fucking steroids and cocaine. Like I remember being a kid, dude, like watching American Gladiators. That was like a thing to watch,
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
I had no idea they were having to battle so many people, like the people that were coming to challenge them were fresh, they were like fresh out the gym, had plenty of rest. These dudes are fighting 6-7 people a night, like night after night, so they're all fucked up, like having to ice themselves and shit.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting.
I've been
Like
running
more
out of.
extreme than the wrestling. The Hulk Hogan and all that shit was going on at the same time. It was in the 80s, so
Yeah, I remember it. American Gladiator. Yeah. So do.
You got 3 thumbs up for it, or just in the chat.
That is a good movie. Okay, it just looked like it would be.
Yeah. Bat, Christy, and Kyle. Oh, no, Christy.
I haven't found nothing good to watch lately, man. Every now and then I'll run across a series I've never seen, and I'll binge watch that for weeks on end, and next thing you know, I'm done with it. I was watching SWAT, but I don't know. I just got tired. It just going on and on. It's always the same crap. I finally quit watching it.
I agree, Chris. When's the last time you saw a good military movie? I love watching military
Oh, I
movies.
do too. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of them lately. Been watching a lot of old stuff.
Yeah. Have you watched Suits, Russ?
Suits.
Yeah, SWAT gets boring. Russ, have you watched Suits?
I haven't watched yet. Suits.
Have you guys watched any of the series on Apple Plus?
No, I don't have Apple.
I don't have Apple Plus. I got Hulu, I've got Netflix and Amazon Prime. She's
Yes.
got satellite in there, but I don't watch it.
You should get Apple Plus because whenever you buy a new Apple product, you get like 3 months free.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they got a
Actually, I did sign up for it not long ago, and I got to looking, and just about everything in there, I had to pay additional for it. It's like it wasn't that much for free. And I'm like, or not free, but for the money you're paying. So I ended up canceling it.
no.
But
They have like a section that's like their originals,
okay,
and then there is like a section where you can buy like new movies that come out that aren't part of the package or whatever. But
Amazon Prime's getting bad about that. You know, the biggest benefit for Amazon Prime is I order a lot of stuff in a year's time from Amazon. So on shipping, it kind of, I
It's
mean, yeah,
awesome.
they do jack the price up a little bit, but still you're saving on shipping. But I notice more and more stuff. Pornhub seems to rotate new content on a regular basis.
nah, it's all the same stuff, man. All that brother sister stuff.
Yeah, you just gotta scroll down further.
They got a lot of granny videos, Quint. We're at that age, you know.
I have I don't really get into movies for whatever reason. I can't stand having to pay for television. That bugs the
Yeah.
hell out of me.
Hell, we got two internet services now because she keeps paying for that one in there. She don't want to swap over to this C Spire. I told you what happened there. They installed all that fiber optic, and then at the beginning of May, no, the beginning of June, they installed it under AT&T. They come in here and got. Matter of fact, she just mailed the modem back off, and they installed a big white-looking big modem. And it's all I didn't even see them working out here, but they've been installing theirs in the power lines. C Spire went underground with everything. It's all underground, every bit of it,
Wow.
which is good if a hurricane hits. Of course, it's probably going to tear something else up. Still won't have it probably, but
Well,
freak me out, huh?
so, but even if it's in the ground, it still has to be electric to produce it, right?
It's all glass.
Yeah, fiber optics.
Yeah, it's all glass, man. I'll sit there and watch that guy weld two little micro pieces of that fiber optic together. He got this little machine. He closes it up. He's got both ends right here. Closes it up, hits a few buttons, and click, it's done. It welds it somehow
Yeah,
to where
it's
it
like a
sends it on
laser.
through.
It's like a
Yeah,
laser, like melts it back together. Because,
yeah,
like you're
man.
saying, it's glass. It's like glass. So
But what freaked me out, there's a terminal right here in my yard, and he took this rod with a hook on it. And he pulls that concrete lid off, and it's slapped full of water from all that rain we were having. And this plastic box is sitting there floating in it with all, with the cables going into it to each house. I'm like, that water don't hurt that? I'm like, nah, man, it's glass. It don't hurt it. As long as you don't get it up in these connections. He goes, but it's all watertight. I went, that's strange, but freaked me
yeah,
out. Yeah.
get out there with a fucking shovel and just start smashing that shit.
I don't know. I
I
don't know,
mean,
man.
not, yeah, don't do that. You're on it, but
Yeah.
if, God damn, the moon's fucking huge tonight. You seen that shit?
What's that? A fighter jet?
What was that? A jet?
Well, no, I looked up to see what the fuck that plane was, and I just looked over there, dude. The moon's like fucking damn near in Matt's backyard right now.
Uh oh. Was that a military plane?
I hope so.
Watch out, Randy. Here they come. I heard it
No,
was
I
coming.
didn't. That's the first time I've looked up in the. That's the first time I've looked up in the sky tonight, and I looked over there right now. I was like, God damn, the moon's huge right now.
Huh? It ain't turned
I
red,
don't know
has
if
it?
it's, I don't know if it's like that where y'all are at, but
I don't know. I ain't been outside in 2 days. I'm just
Oh,
wasting
talking
away,
today.
man. I'm just wasting away. Business
20
has
years.
had fiber for 20 years plus. Not, not
Res-
what?
Not resolution is
Maybe
good.
resident. Maybe
Not
not resident.
Rizzy is
Oh,
not
yeah,
Rizzy is good.
residential.
Yeah, residential.
We got a now in here.
Oh, yeah, we had it a long time ago on the DDG ships. them electricians ran all kind of fiber optics on board the Navy ships. I mean, back in the '90s, it's nothing new, but it's new for internet, kind of, or it is in our area.
What do you fuck with over there in the country where you're at, AJ? You got that Starlink or something?
I got that fiber, bitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh
really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mike was talking about that Starlink, man. I'm interested in that. That's cool. You can carry it wherever you go.
yeah. He was talking about them guys set it up in the back of their trucks out there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cool, but I mean, eventually, all we're going to be able to see is satellites instead of stars.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Russ ain't been outside in 2 days. I just looked up in the sky for the first time in a month, so I'm pretty sure I don't care.
That's probably what you saw was a Starlink satellite, not the moon.
Yeah.
Oh,
It used to be that way when we were offshore too. Like when I was working offshore, like those new guys that come out there, they're all like focused on the water and shit, and they're like, "Oh man, did you see that?" I'm like, "Bro, I ain't looked at that fucking water in 7 weeks." I don't look at the
Yeah.
sky, I don't look at the water. I look at the watch on my hand, see when I'm going home.
As soon as Russia drops one of them EPMs above our head, we ain't gonna have to worry about internet. No, it's gonna
Well,
kill
see, I
off all of
mean,
it.
will
Huh?
that shit affect that Starlink since it's like direct satellite beaming?
It'll affect anything you got down here that receives it. Any kind of electronics, it's gonna
Yeah.
fry everything.
Yeah,
Or that's what they say. I mean, I think it's all theory, pretty much. But cell phones, that's why they sell them Faraday bags. Put your phone in a Faraday bag and it protects it.
Yeah,
Laptops, stuff like that. But trust me, if they do that, I think they'd have to probably explode three or four or five across this country to knock it all out. But it's knocking it taking the whole grid down, power, everything.
dude, I can go into my kitchen right now, and I promise you, Christy has a whole stack of those red Solo cups, and I'm gonna run yarn to y'all, and we're still gonna be on live, baby. We're gonna be on yarn cups.
Yeah, Faraday cage. You can make a Faraday cage out of a galvanized garbage can. Just got to line it like with cardboard or whatever to where whatever you put in there don't get affected, and supposedly that will stop anything from getting to it.
Yeah, a microwave is a Faraday cage as long as you don't turn it on and fry
Yeah,
what's
I
in
was
it.
about to say.
I haven't bought none. No, I ain't worried about it.
that's a new
If
one.
crap gets that bad, you can kiss it goodbye anyway.
I never heard that.
My Humvee is shielded from EMP, so
Yeah.
all you guys won't have cars, but I'll be driving around.
What's the
getting my-
lie? The Faraday bag or the what a EMP could do, or what they say it can do? Which one?
I guess we'll never know. We'll never know unless it's tested, right?
Yep. Yep, that's a fact. You talking about the Faraday bags or what? Or the EMP?
The
I don't-
EMP, like no telling how strong it is. You got a fucking Faraday cage built out of a microwave and a trash can.
I
I mean,
think
who
he's-
knows how strong?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's saying the EMP is real, but whatever they sell you online is probably a lie.
Use
for a
foil as
Faraday
long as no
bag.
holes or cracks. You can. Yeah. Like I said, I ain't worried about it. If something like that happened and it really worked,
Yeah, we're fucked.
you'll have way bigger problems than that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Russ is gonna be at the house making little mini micro omelets and shit, and I'm gonna be
Well-
fucking over here starving.
We'll
AJ's
go-
gonna be fucking pimping in his Hummer. God
Well-
damn.
We'll go back to what it was like before TV and stuff. On nothing. Go back to when my parents grew up.
Reading fucking shampoo bottles, taking a shit, and everything like that.
No,
Yeah,
it's gonna
and
it's
We
gonna
won't
be
even
Mad.
have radio, so it'll be
kerosene
back before
lamp.
radio.
It's gonna be Mad Max.
Put
It's not gonna
tinfoil on
be
your
like
head
your
and it will
parents.
work. Yeah, I was gonna do that on my next video. I was gonna put a full hat, my Bubba teeth in, and say I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and then show a picture of me with them teeth with that hat, then go into the video.
I was talking to Chris last night about that shit because he had seen your live, and we were talking about how Russ is gonna become a prepper, and I was like, he's gonna show us how to wipe 87 times with a fucking single sheet of toilet paper.
I tell you the bigger reason I'm leaning that direction. I've been watching a lot of them channels, and man, they get tons of views. There's a lot of people watching that stuff. I'm like, I ain't getting crap no more just cooking. It's like nobody cares about cooking anymore like they used to. and everybody's watching the news and watching all this other crap that might or might not happen. But at any rate, but it's not a bad idea just to put things back.
Well,
What
like
if
I was
what if,
saying,
what if you
like I was
don't?
saying
Let's say,
Friday night,
well, if nothing else, we get hurricanes, and this year is hot. You know,
yeah,
I've been, I think it was, Katrina. When it came, it took 3 months to get the power back on. I was gone
yeah.
after 2 weeks, but I know how long it took because Chad, my younger son, didn't leave. He stayed. That was her right there.
Well, earlier, my buddy Mike was over here before I jumped on. My buddy Mike was here, and he lives down the river bottoms, and his house is on fucking 16-foot stilts because the river floods down there. And
Yeah.
every time a hurricane or something comes through here, he's here with me, and we were talking about what we were talking about Friday on your live, Russ, and
Hmm.
he was telling me, he was like, dude, that makes perfect sense because he was like, you remember whenever, so he has an autistic son. So we were over here with no fucking power, no goddamn food. We had an
Yep.
autistic kid, and this kid only eats Little Caesars pizza. That's all he eats. Like,
Huh.
he's autistic. And so,
Yeah.
like, to try to find a hot and ready during the middle of a fucking hurricane, this kid's fixing to starve to death.
I think he gets hungry enough, he'll eat whatever.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
You would
so
think that,
too.
but he's autistic, bro. He's autistic, so you know.
I know, but it's
I'm going.
human nature. You get
I was
hungry
the
enough.
same way. I kept telling Mike, just chill out, bro. Just chill out. Like, if he gets hungry enough, he's gonna eat. He was like, no, bro. This kid will not fucking eat. And luckily, we found a fucking Little Caesars, and he ordered like fucking 10 hot and readies, and we came home, and with my generator, we had a deep freeze, and we froze them shits, and we'd warm him up some pizza. I don't know if push come to shove, yeah, he'd probably eat, but it never got to that point.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I
The Amish
gotta
doing it.
clear this fridge out for that beer. She's on her way.
The Amish,
Yeah,
they
we
got
gotta get some
refrigeration
stuff out of here.
using kerosene, no electric. It's a kerosene refrigerated unit.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess
Well,
Russ left.
like if you go down to Galveston, like go down to like High Island or all them houses that they've rebuilt after the hurricane, all those the rich people down there, they all have fucking on both sides of the houses they have windmills because a lot of those people they don't live down there year round. You know what I mean? They're only there during like summer months and shit. They have these high dollar houses, but those windmills, I guess they generate enough power to run their refrigerators and whatever it takes to leave a house abandoned for a little while, some kind of climate control, I imagine. But where I'm at right now, dude, if I think wind power would be more than solar power.
Yeah.
I don't know. It all sounds expensive to me, but
Yeah.
You could just blow on it to make power too if there's no wind.
yeah, I could always just blow start my truck whenever I run out of gas.
We got a lot of candles. That's about it.
Yeah.
My wife likes
Yeah, we don't
candles.
We don't even have a lot of candles. I'm fucked. I need AJ to come pick me up in the Hummer when something happens.
You can buy a bag full of them little tea lights for hardly anything. I think one of them burns 6 hours, but
I
you
got
can actually cook over them if you got enough of them, like a little grate over the top of them. You can heat stuff up anyway. You can't really cook.
I
There's a
got
really
3
good,
big-ass bags of fire cups. I got the tea light deluxe.
There you go.
There's a really good book if you guys are interested about what happens. Well, it's all theoretical. It's like
Kind of like the
fictional.
EMP thing.
It's fictional, but
Oh,
it's like
fictional.
basically what happens if EMP goes off in the United States. It's kind of like a scenario, but I mean, it's a story about a family, but the supply chain breaks down, and then how quickly things break down, and it's pretty
Yeah.
realistic how things would break down. So
It's like I was saying the other night, though. God dang it.
AJ, I'm not trying to change the subject or put you on point or nothing, but like you just moved into a new house, you have a new baby on the way.
Oh,
Like,
crap.
what would your plan? What would your plan be if something was to happen? Russ and I already talked about it, so
I
Look at
don't
his
really
freaking
have.
dogs in my front yard. Well, he just went by. Big ass dog.
I don't really have a good plan. I mean, I would probably get the hell away from people, get as far away as I can, and then I don't know, somewhere in the woods. Hopefully, have some food. I don't have any right now, but
And I'm too old for all that. I've thought about stuff like that. If something like that happened, we're in a kind of a small town compared to big cities. You talk about chaos and riots and stuff. We've already seen some of that just through political crap and
Yeah.
2020 and all that. You know, we've already got a taste a little bit, but I don't know. I'd have to write it out right here and hope for the best. That's all I could do.
So I'm like I was telling Russ, and just to reiterate on that, I mean I have two badass fucking 5500-watt generators, but I'm relying on petrol. Like I'm relying on gasoline. Without gasoline, them fucking generators ain't gonna do me shit. But I'm pretty sure I can sustain for a week. Maybe if I
Yeah,
stretch it 2 weeks.
yeah, that's the thing. Eventually, you would have to depend on open fire cooking, and or you could even do it in your offset or whatever. But plenty of wood, you know what I'm saying? That ain't no issue. Getting dry wood ready to smoke. Do you got plenty of that?
Yeah, I still got fucking probably a cord of wood stacked up on the fence over there.
Yeah,
It ain't lit, but it's there.
yeah.
But I don't know. Just
Flames, tree cell.
I'm not prepared. Put it that way. If a Category 5 hurricane blowed up our ass right now and hit me and we lost power, I'm not prepared right now.
See, that's what I think I was saying this the other night. I don't remember, but like I lived through Camille, and everything we had to eat got destroyed. And if it wasn't for the military dropping them MREs off for 2 solid weeks, then eventually, like a week into it, Red Cross started bringing hot meals by. But if you had a nationwide event, they can't take care of this whole country. You're on your own. You know, that's the things you got to think about. Just I ain't gonna quit backing up. I'm gonna back up, and then if we have it for years and years, oh well. No big deal. At least I'd rather be have it and have that peace of mind knowing I'll eat anyway. If something did happen, then not. Then you're gonna freak out. That's when people start coming and trying to rob your ass. But
Yeah.
Well, right now, just before I got on the live, dude, I got like 5 rabbits jumping around over here. I'm gonna eat some fucking cognac. I got some stew going on. Like I can hunt for food. Um, the electricity is gonna be the issue.
yeah,
But cooking over open fire and eating meat, we got that. I think I could be pretty good with that. I
oh
can go
yeah,
over here.
yeah. Well,
There's a big ass creek running over here on the end of our dead end street, dude. I can go over there and kill a pig all day long.
how much property you got there, Randy?
I have 2 acres.
Oh man, you could plant. You could plant gardens if you don't already. I don't know if you do or not.
Well, Christy had a garden going, but the chickens didn't have a coop at that point, and they fucking pecked the garden to death.
That
And
must
she
be
didn't restart
something.
it this year.
There's that big ass dog.
yeah, I think the biggest threat is people at that point. You're gonna have
Now
people, militia, come house by house, collect all the stuff.
there's a black cat that belongs to us. He's sitting there, and look what runs by him. Let me see how fast I can do this. Oh crap! Where'd he go? Shit! Hang on.
I'd be eating that cat. That'd be part of my plan.
There he goes. You seen the dog run? There's a cat right there.
Right there.
Yeah. What was that movie? What was that movie? What Chris is talking about? What was that movie when that dude he needed insulin? It was like one of them um, Denzel Washington movies or something. It was kind of like end of days type shit.
Oh yeah, the Book of Eli.
Or was it Book of Eli? Like
That was
in the
one
Book
with
of Eli, he was blind.
yeah
He didn't
Denzel
know what it is.
Washington.
But
Yeah.
one of them, like the kid needed insulin,
Okay, I can't remember that
and
one.
it was like a struggle to even find a syringe. Like, how the fuck you gonna inject the insulin once you find it?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right. MMA made a statement here. I think I would lose my mind, but I could adjust to it without having a phone. But it would be very hard to be without because I'm always checking something on the
Yeah.
phone. And just not knowing you no longer have any contact, that would drive me absolutely batshit.
Well, the worst part of it is you wouldn't have an income anymore. I wouldn't. If all that really went down like that, YouTube ain't gonna exist. Facebook, that's how I make my money.
How many bill collectors are going to be around though?
That's
But
true.
not only that, but like you're gonna be so focused on food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Money will
Water.
have no value. It'll all be barter system.
right. Exactly right.
I don't know. It's a horrible situation. I hope never occurs in my lifetime, but eventually it's gonna occur, right? Look at what COVID did to us.
According to the
I know people that were in the oil and gas industry making 200,000. There you go, Russ.
all right.
Making $200,000 a year that were just completely shut down and fired.
Chitty wow wow.
Titties. I will fuck you up.
I want to check you for ticks. Thank you. Thank you.
Trina,
They reminded me of what all I did and said. I didn't remember.
He was drunk.
I was not drunk.
He was foobarred.
Yeah.
It was my fault, Serena. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I take full responsibility.
She can't hear a word you're saying. Hang on. Say it again, Randy.
I said, I'm sorry, Tarina. It was my fault. I take full responsibility for Russ's actions on Friday night.
Shit. He came into bed at 4:30 in the morning and woke me up.
Oh, yeah.
That's Randy's fault.
That was not a pleasant. I'm not a morning person at all.
That's because you stay up.
That wasn't morning to us. That was nighttime to us.
Yeah.
All right. I'm plugging back in.
Sorry, lost my mind. Prep for that.
Yeah, I liked Shayna's coming. Where'd it go?
For 2 years, been most of my time on the outdoors, anyways. Really?
You know what? One thing though, Russ. Is like you're in Biloxi. I'm in Channelview, east side of Houston, right on the Gulf of Mexico. Like we've constantly been prepared for this shit. Like we've been tested this many times from hurricanes and everything.
Yep.
I think we're willing to be the survivors. The South will rise again, baby.
the southern United States of America.
We've been tested too many times. We already had to deal with this shit.
Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen, guys, but you can't help but feel like something's just right there on us, man. Maybe it's just maybe I watched too many videos. I don't know.
It all went down, no jobs at all, just survival.
Like I said before, I mean, are you going to be reactive or proactive, right?
Yep. All I can do is just prepare. That's it. That's all anybody can do. And when I say prepare, I'm not talking about buying all this land and having a bug out bag and all that crap. I'm talking about just having food on hand and a way to have water, But that's really is what's going to keep you alive.
I'm just going to drink my pee.
I'm going to drink the pee too.
I mean, I do that anyway, so.
Well, I told you what I was going to do with that.
I'm going to drink Guggen's pee.
I told you what I was going to do with that still. I bought me a pump. I bought me a little pump that I can hook to a water hose and hook my drill motor to it. And that way I can pump the salt water.
Yeah, I've seen them before, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be able to pump the salt water right into my jerry can. And from there, I'm going to bring it back here and I'm going to distill that salt water just to show how to do it. I think it might make a decent video.
Dude, if some shit changes, we're going to see if Christy's mind changes. If squirt becomes pee or if it becomes water.
What was third, Sheena? Get healthy.
I don't.
Have an addiction. Oh, you can't control the third. Okay.
I watched a guy the other day. He took salt water in a glass bottle, and he let's see, how did he do that? He built a fire, and then he put like sand over the coals or whatever to where it didn't break the bottle. And he had another bottle neck to neck. And I'm thinking this because you probably do pee with it, and he actually boiled that water off, and the steam went into this one, condensated. Cool bottle over here. He had wet sand it was sitting in, and he ended up with that much water in bottle. I mean, it's just two little bottles, but he ended up with enough to keep you alive for the moment anyway.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying,
do.
Sheena.
We do have a. We do have a fucking. We have a 38,000 gallon pond in the backyard. I guess I can.
Oh, you won't have no problem. And all you got to do is boil it, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Run it through a
That's right.
Strain it.
coffee. Run it through a coffee filter. Just get rid of the particles and boil it. Boiling don't kill everything, but it kills most things that's going to hurt you.
Don't you have fish in that?
What's that?
Doesn't Randy have fish in that pond?
Who?
Do I have fish?
Yeah,
in my
I got catfish. I got catfish, koi fish, goldfish, all kinds of shit in there.
There you go. You can go fishing in your backyard.
Dude, if the fucking y'all got me so paranoid now, if the lights flicker tonight, I'm gonna start drinking pee.
I know that is so true, Randy. I think it's real. I mean,
Where'd AJ go?
if you keep thinking on it and all that, it's just gonna freak you out and freak you out and freak you out.
He's gonna go get some pee for Randy.
Well,
Yeah,
you ain't got to sit there and let it consume you, but it is a good idea to just buy extra this or extra that every time you go to the store. Do it while you can, because we've already seen how quick stuff can fall off the shelves.
Right.
And if everything you eat comes from a store, which that's probably most of us, then yeah, buy a little extra. Do it while you can.
Dude, especially us on down here on the South Coast, man. Like we're like, it's hurricane season now, right? Hasn't hurricane season started already?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It started.
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't take much. It won't take much with this heat, dude. The fucking Gulf of Mexico is like 85 degrees right now. It ain't gonna take much for a nasty fucking storm to brew up.
I'm surprised we hadn't already had something. I mean, July and August will tell the tale. If we can squeeze it, not that that's the end of the season. Season won't be up to November, but that's the hottest. You know, it seems like that's August, especially. That's the month that spins off the worst hurricanes ever. You know.
Hey, you know what? I just remembered, dude. We got a fucking 150-gallon fucking saltwater aquarium in here with fish and coral and everything, and so I can distill that shit right in the living room. I don't even gotta go outside.
You could eat the three-legged dog if it come down to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat that fucking that nub. That nub that he has ain't got no bone in it. It's like a fucking hanging piece of chicken tender.
You got
That's
that.
the first thing.
You got that squirrel too, man.
They sell these.
That thing's fat.
Christy's talking about toilet paper. They sell these. It's like a towel. It's stronger than toilet paper. It's even stronger than a paper towel. They got it compressed. It's about that big around. Well, they got them in different sizes. It's about half-inch thick, and all you do is just dip it in a little water. All of a sudden, it just pulls out to this towel about 6 foot long. And you can take and cut it with a knife or whatever. And you know, I don't have any. I'm just telling you about it.
I never understood the fucking whole toilet paper shortage shit, dude. Because I'll get out in the goddamn. I got 2 acres of grass, bro. I'll get out in the fucking yard and scoot around like a dog. I'm good. I don't need no fucking toilet paper.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that either, man. It just all of a sudden disappeared. Out of all the things to be concerned about, people were worried about wiping their ass more than eating, you know.
Right, yeah.
I was eating the toilet paper. There was no food.
Yeah. Dude, we
My
got
wife-
2 4-wheelers. We got 2 4-wheelers. I have Christy drag me around by my ankles, and I just.
You know them big cases of toilet paper? She keeps 2 of them, which there's a limit to that too if you couldn't get it anymore. But yeah, you can take out just a washcloth and wet it and wipe your butt and then wash it, you know, if you had to, whatever it takes.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
Now
least
you
of my
got running
problem.
water.
If you got running water, if not,
Right.
then you just walk
You
around
just-
with
Right.
Well,
you wait.
walk around with crap all over you.
That's one thing
Walk
that I gotta
around
fucking worry about. I gotta have a generator because I have a well on my property. I don't have city water,
Yeah.
and so I do have to worry about like if the power was to go out, I won't have a well. So I
You
have
need
to have a generator.
You need that. There's a pipe coming out of there that you're pumping everything hooks to. Get you one of them hand pumps just to have at your house if you had to disconnect and tie into that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could actually pump it into buckets if you had to.
Yeah, so I'm on well. I'm on well water and septic system and everything. Like I don't have gas. I don't have that. So without electricity, this house has no nothing.
Christy just said it. One of them old fashioned pumps. My dad, he bought a property up in Hurley, Mississippi, then eventually pulled a double wide trailer. But before he had the electric pump and a pump house and all that, you pull up there. The only thing he had done on that property, number one thing was that he had someone come dig the well, and it had a hand pump on it. And me and a buddy of mine just go up there and camp out, till he finally moved up there with a place and all. And we had water. We got a hand pump.
Well, on my property next door to me, because so my house and my backyard and everything sitting on an acre, and I have another acre over there on the side, and I do have a natural spring-fed pond over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a
So
mess, man. Everybody's used to running water and toilets that flush and all that, but you can flush a toilet with a bucket of water. That ain't no problem. But if not, you're gonna take a crap outside. I don't know what to tell you. Do it like we did in the Boy Scouts. Just get you a limb, make you a latrine, dig you a hole, and bury it all up when you're done. Then move it and dig
yeah,
another
man.
hole.
Jeannie walked in here covering eyes.
Yeah,
Tell Jeannie.
that'd be the least of my worries. If you can't
Yeah,
eat, you ain't gonna have to worry about taking a poop. No way.
Yep.
I think you're allowed to start finding out what oak leaves taste like, and
Ew.
Christy, I'm not using my hand. F that.
just wipe your
Where
ass.
is? Oh, there's John.
And try self-clean.
That beer tastes good.
Good, good.
Yep.
Those old school pumps.
They still make them and sell them.
Yeah, we install them around here. Well, I used to.
Yeah.
They're a pain in the butt, but we install a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. They got a check valve in them, I think. Once you get it primed up and pumped, that water stay right there. That way, if it's a day later, you go out there and it'll start pumping. It holds it up. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like taking a straw and putting your finger over it. That water can't run back down. I don't have a well. We're on, even though I'm in the county, we're on like municipal water or whatever. We don't drink it. We buy bottled water. I got to looking at that. It's just Walmart, great value bottled water. And I figured to say, I looked at the ingredients. Instead of just saying water, it said water, calcium chloride, and something else, which is minerals, really. It's just adding back minerals. It's purified water. They got to add something back to it.
Yeah, so Christy wants a fucking hand pump. You know what I'm doing right now this weekend? I'm getting her a hand pump. She's gonna fucking hate that shit whenever the water's running and everything's good. We have electricity, but she's out there fucking pumping water to.
Draw you a bath with, or draw her a bath with. That's why they used to do it.
That shit. I'll
That's
fucking
right,
bathe in the pool.
That's why my parents was raised up just one generation back from me or ahead of me.
Well, that's how Lance's people up there. Hey, them people that are up there by you, dude, they don't even worry about this shit, huh? Like they live off the grid anyway.
Well, as long as they've got diesel fuel to run the compressor, the fuel up there, they've got most properties have got like a couple 1,000-gallon air tanks they use for air tanks.
Yeah, but if everything went off grid and went down, you know what I'm saying? They probably wouldn't be too worried about that because they're not really going to be making money no way. But they do everything else. They'll be self-sufficient.
Yeah, they got gardens and cattle and fucking all that shit.
Yeah, but their water lines are air pressured also, so they don't have like an old well pump around anymore. Yeah.
They might want to think about it.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying about the refrigeration. The refrigeration they use kerosene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you get up there by Lance, man, and fucking 10 years after the fucking EMP went off, they got bitches out there with bushes and all that good shit.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I would rather have an EMP than a full-blown nuclear bombs popping off everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's better of the two. But if it
Dude,
even
like
went
Mike was
down like
talking
they
about,
say,
like Mike was talking about, that fucking volcano explode. Like
yeah.
that's gonna
Well,
affect everybody, even the people up there by you, the Mennonites and everything, because once we're in a fucking completely blacked out environment because there's an ash cloud above us and there's no crops to grow, and
yeah, it's true. Well,
Yeah,
hell,
that's very true.
back in the Great Depression, man, they had the Dust Bowl and all that out like in Oklahoma and all them states, and you couldn't grow crops in, you know.
yeah.
But they're already talking about having food shortages way worse than what we're experiencing now because of climate things going on, you know. Hope not, but very well could happen. Don't
Fuck
know.
it.
Yeah.
I'm starting to drink pee. Start to drink pee and eat our animals.
All right,
I got
guys.
duck,
I'm
got
gonna
chicken.
head out.
All right,
All right,
AJ.
again.
Love you all.
Hey,
I'll
brother.
see you in the next one.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Later.
buddy.
CDO,
Thanks a lot.
baby.
All right,
Loderman
bye.
Jack, what's going on? I dig
Built
it
a
well.
well in my backyard and put a hand pump on it.
Yeah,
Well, he's got a swimming pool too. Fill that thing up as long as it's you can clean it.
yeah.
Who's that?
Letterman
Loderman
Jack.
Jack.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
kid-
yeah. You never can tell.
I got to get a lot more stuff. Right now, I've only got like 10 pounds of rice put back. That ain't nothing. You know, it lasts for a little while, but I really want to have enough food for my boys or whoever. I want to put back years worth as I go. If things hold out that long, we'll see.
Like, where would you go? Where would you go, Russ? Would you go to Derek's house or what?
I don't know. Uh, my youngest son just bought his house. He's on a well, and he's got a big ass house. Probably go
I
there.
know you wouldn't want to stay. I know you wouldn't want to stay in the big city. I know you wouldn't want to stay where you're at.
Well, I'm not in a big city. I'm urban, I reckon you would call it. You know, like my son, he's got a neighbor way out in front of him, but you can barely see his house, and there's woods. I mean, he's kind of isolated. I'd rather be somewhere like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not in a. I mean, Biloxi is not even a. I mean, it's a city, but I'm not technically in Biloxi. I'm in what they call St. Martin. It's the county, but it's subdivisions in here. It's not like you know. We're not
Where
out
I'm
in
at,
the country.
where I'm at, I know that everybody would want to come here, so I'd have to be prepared for everybody to come here. You know.
Yeah. Really, you want to have numbers. Something like that happen. I think like Derek and his group, me, Tarina, we all go up there where he's at.
Yep.
And the reason I say that there's
Get
power in
water,
numbers.
you get firewood.
Yeah.
You do this, you do that.
And all that, if you had to fight off people, you know what I'm saying, that's trying to come take your crap, you know, a couple of young bucks and myself, we could
Yeah.
do a lot better than me by myself, you know.
You see my nephew Kyle in the chat right there. Kyle Matlock. That's my nephew, and I know that my sister has married a guy that he's like, dude, he's been on point since the get go. So he has like a place out in the woods, and they're pretty set. So I imagine like Kyle and his twin brother Cole and my sister and all them, they would probably migrate to their safety place. But other than that, like my grandma, my mom, all my these people around here, they're gonna come to my house.
Yeah, I just read that last comment, man. If I lived up north, holy crap, I would hope I had a fireplace at least, something, you know. I'm not worried about freezing to death down here. It gets cold at times, you know what I'm saying? But inside the house, I wouldn't freeze. We just throw blankets and crap on us. I don't have anything, any kind of wood burning stove or nothing like that, you know, but we'd make it here.
Look right there behind me. I got a goddamn Tiger McCool fire cup chimney. I could. That is a fucking wood burning stove right there. I didn't realize how big that thing
forest
was
on
going
fire
to
with
be.
that thing.
I didn't realize how big that thing was going to be until you got it. Until I got it.
Yeah, I know, Sheena. They do. They'll show you everything and just about tell you where they live at. You know.
Yeah, like nobody's ever gonna know exactly what the hell they're gonna do. You know,
Yeah.
you can be prepared. You can have a plan B in place. I guess that's the only thing we could really do is have a plan B in
A
place.
lot of it you're gonna figure out day to day. You know, other than the eating part, that's something you can take care of right now, though. You know, just at least a year's worth. But I plan on going a lot further than that with it. I'm gonna
Your
keep this
channel
machine
name,
rolling.
Barbecue Preppers.
Yeah, that's it.
Dude, whatever fucking Russ does on his channel from now on, I'm gonna duplicate. That way, oh fuck, I got the fuck train. Put it on mute.
Yeah, that sounds like it was in your backyard. A lot of people do videos showing that their preps. Everyone knows where to go. This is true, but like the fireplaces too, you'd have to lock your firewood up,
Yeah,
or I guess just bring it inside. You could eat the grubs off of it.
I'd put it in my garage anyway to keep it dry. That's what you got to worry about, man. People going just plumb nuts. You know how they did like in Portland and all these riots, just burning buildings down and just terrible. That's you get something like that going on. What are you going to do? They burn your freaking house down. There goes all your prep. There goes everything. Unless you got somewhere else all site, you're hiding this stuff. That ain't a bad idea.
It's a song, isn't it? There goes my everything.
Yeah, it don't sound like that, but yeah.
Dude,
Joking, Lance.
I know it.
yeah, the first thing I'm gonna do, is start screaming, "I can't breathe! I can't breathe!" And that's gonna save me because as soon as I start screaming that, fucking, I'll get like national recognition.
They'll take you for your meat then. So he's a goner anyway. Boom.
Nah, fuck that.
One more meal.
You got a fight on your hands, son. You got a big time. You come in my goddamn house. You come around here anywhere. You got a fight on your hands.
That's why I was telling Russ the other day. He was talking about ammo last week before. I swear I'd get me a little manual press. All you gotta have is them damn spoons for measuring. The spoons that got free size, and you can throw your own loads. You're ready to go.
Yep.
But in Maryland, of course, it's against law to have more than 10 pounds of powder.
Yeah, but do they monitor that? I mean,
If someone turns you in, I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise, there's nothing to trace it.
I tell you what, when things like that, if that ever happened, goes down or whatever, people ain't gonna be worried about law.
Yeah.
What kind of powder are you talking about? What kind of 10 spoons full of powder are you talking about? Because with 10 spoonfuls of powder, I could make $500 right now in Channelview.
That's a train that comes by his place, Letterman.
Yeah.
Boy,
Yeah, sorry.
that's who's gonna
Sorry.
really. That's gonna be the first people to disappear. Is all you crackheads, meth heads, all that crap, because they'll be out of business. People making all that stuff.
Dude, I've already fucking said that shit. If if you're not fit, if you're not fucking able to live without a substance, it's gonna suck. I'm not gonna be able to get no Budweiser or whatever, but
Or
goddamn it, I can
cigarette.
climb.
You can make your own booth at home.
Well,
You get the
I'll
drinking.
get cigarettes.
I can drink water every day and never think twice about it. That. Wouldn't bother me. Now Copenhagen tobacco, I would have to just deal with it. Eventually it would get better, but that'd be like you with cigarettes.
Yeah.
You know what was fucked up is during what was it, Ike, that hurricane that came through here. So they had like a store over here, and the store was being powered by a generator, but they would only let 2 people in at a time. Like you come in and and get what you want, but they were having to do everything by calculator and cash money. They couldn't use credit cards and everything. And so I'm in line. My buddy Mike's with me, and I'm in line and shit. And so it comes my turn to go inside, and like the other two people that are in the store, all they're buying is fucking cigarillos and Swisher Sweets. Like, these people are fucking people to die because they can't roll a blunt. Like, I'm in there buying milk and
Does
like
tobacco grow? Does tobacco grow in Texas? If it does, you could plant some of that now. Get it going. Get your little shed and hang that stuff up.
I ain't worried about that shit, dude. Sometimes in this plant, Russ, like I'll get in that motherfucker at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I don't get a cigarette break. Now, when I'm on these lives and shit, dude, I smoke like a chimney because it's right here, you know.
Yeah.
But whenever I'm busy or like I'm doing things, I'm climbing them fucking towers and shit. I don't miss. I could probably end up quitting, no problem, as long as.
Oh, I could too. I mean, if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. You know, it ain't gonna kill
Lance
you.
can relate. It's more of a habit thing, you know what I mean? Like Lance can relate.
Yeah. Things would be so bad that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And the habit thing is correct, but not having it is going to make it even easier. You've got no choice. You've got to overcome it.
Exactly. I quit one time for 3 or 4 months, and the worst part of that was the first 4 days. After 4 days, all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I can handle this. And I went them other months, and the only reason I started back, I was a lot younger then, but I was working with this guy, and every second he's spitting over there in the corner on the ship, you know. And I'm sitting there just being around him all the time. Next thing you know, I started thinking about it, and I let that get to me, you know. And there I went, gave in. I should have just kept rolling with it. I could do it again.
So I got these little pouches. They're called ZYNs. It's a little white pouch, and it's a you don't have to spit, you don't have to do nothing. You put these little pouches in your mouth, and they're like 6 milligrams of nicotine or whatever. When I'm in the plant, dude, I put them things in my mouth, and I'm good. Like, I don't even need a cigarette.
Yeah,
but
I ought to take some. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like right now, I'm talking about it right now, and I'm fixing to spark a cigarette just because we're on a live and there's no restraint.
I'm gonna have to Google how long coffee beans last.
Yeah.
Because that'd be get you 100 pounds of coffee beans. You'd have the coffee for a little while anyway.
I remember.
Dude,
remember going to the grocery store and having that smell? Fresh coffee. God,
well, you can still do it because there for a while, Tarina was grinding all of our coffee. Then she got away from it, and started buying it again in the tubs. But I like it better. It's fresh, man.
Yeah, Sheena, that would just be a ploy.
One thing I've never drank coffee.
Oh, I love coffee.
I've drank coffee, but I'm just saying I've never been like Christy. Christy go make a cup of coffee before we go to bed.
Really?
She drinks coffee all the fucking time. And like she can't, like she gets upset if she don't have her coffee. But that's one thing about me is I've never been dependent on the coffee shit.
You talking about tobacco? I know it grows really good up in Tennessee because we used to go up there on vacation when I was a kid and teenager with my parents, and you'd see them old barns, all that tobacco hanging in there and stuff like that. And I think that's where a lot of it grows. I don't know about down here if it would. I don't see why it wouldn't, but it might.
Dude, I worked with the guy, like what Loderman's saying. I worked with the guy. His name was Terry. He dipped that fucking skull wintergreen.
Ugh.
And he'd be sitting in his fucking. We shared a room in a hotel room when we were working together, and he'd be leaned up against that bedpost, man. We'd be watching TV, he'd fall asleep. He'd be asleep, and I'd fucking run over there and hit him in the leg and be like, Terry, man, wake up. And he'd fucking wake up, pack his Copenhagen a couple times, put a dip in, and go back to sleep. Like, damn, like this dude fucking dips in his sleep. Like that's dial hard right there, buddy.
I fell asleep plenty of nights with it in my mouth, and wake up in the middle of the night, it's halfway down your face. Like, oh, dang it.
Yukon tree? No. Tea? I haven't heard that.
tampon tea.
Tampon tea. I ain't fucking with tampon tea. You know what though? If everything was to fall apart and I couldn't have cigarettes and there was no, you know, chewing tobacco and no alcohol and everything, you know what it would do? It would give my body a break from all that shit for however long until I can find it again. And I'd be so fucking so happy.
That's the only brand I've found outside of Copenhagen that's kind of really close to it. I can't. I'm just as content with that as I am Copenhagen. It's a way lot cheaper, But
Berries.
was getting the stuff on sale for 99 cents a can. Copenhagen's like $6 and something a can. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
down here it's more like $8 a can down here in Texas.
Oh man, I went up to Wisconsin last year about this time, and I brought my snuff because I knew how high it was. And when I left, I had just run out. I had to get one can to get me home. I was flying home that day, $11 before tax. I'm like, holy crap, dude!
When we were in New York, that's when I was dipping. I didn't even smoke. I was only dipping Copenhagen, and
Yeah.
and I went to like 2 or 3 stores, and I was like, "Y'all don't have Copenhagen?" They were like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Tobacco." I was like, "Tobacco you put in your mouth," and the dude was like, "You put tobacco in your mouth?" He was so confused. He never even heard of it before.
Yeah, I've been in situations like
If
that.
you could find it, the cans were so fucking old. They were like powder. You know what I mean?
I was worried
Because
about that when I went to
that
Virginia, but I was worried about that when I went to work in Virginia that time because I'm like, oh crap, what about Copenhagen? Got up there and it was there and it was fresh. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Nah, dude, this fucking shit. So when we went down to Times Square, and there was like a little. This dude had like this little cart that he was pushing. That he was selling tobacco and shit. And dude, he had the freshest Copenhagen. And I was like, man, I'm gonna buy as many cans as he has right now because I can't find it nowhere else. And dude, whatever fucking he rang that shit up, it was like $85 for 5 cans. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Dark meat. Okay, I just came back to a horrible comment. Thanks, it NBL. I don't know what the comment was. Unless it was about freeze drying me and it would just be hairy.
I think it's tampon tea.
Oh, the tampon tea.
Yeah, he's got 9 sisters.
Lordy, lordy.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
them.
I honestly don't think we'd be too concerned about coffee or snuff at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a luxury for sure.
Yeah, and people do once things get somewhat normalized, people barter whatever.
Yeah. I got a beer brewing kit in my closet here. I had never used. I bought it from a friend that was gonna get rid of it
Oh,
and
really?
give it to me like real cheap.
Yeast and all that stuff, everything to make it.
I
Oh,
gotta buy the yeast and all the ingredients, but I've got the carboy, bunch of other stuff that
hops, barley, whatever. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I would have to buy
I,
all that, but I've got all the gear to
oh,
do it.
oh, you mean the gear itself?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I
Jackson.
don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start making beer or
YouTube.
whiskey. Wouldn't know.
It's something that I was watching years and years ago on YouTube,
Yeah.
and a friend of mine was getting rid of his, so I bought it in less than $50 for everything.
They used to sell these home brewing kits in
They
a
still do.
box.
They still do.
Okay. Had everything in there to make your own beer
Yes,
with.
sir. They still do.
Now my dad got into wine making back. I don't know. That's been 30 years ago. But he grew scuppernons up there at his place in Hurley, and every year he'd make the best scuppernong wine. That stuff is crystal clear, no sediment in it. He learned how to make wine really good.
Yeah, I remember. I used to. Buddy of mine. He and I would go pick. His dad would pay us for elderberries,
Yeah.
and he'd make elderberry wine. But from what I remember of it, it was a long process for
Yeah,
that
it is.
stuff to
Yeah, it can be.
ferment.
Well,
My
even
sister makes moonshine. She'd keep you drunk, but
yeah,
Well, yeah, we gotta get your mash to ferment. and that takes like 5 to 10 days, whatever it takes.
7 days or two, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm subscribed to this channel called Hillbilly Moonshine or Hillbilly Shine or something like that. And every video he's making, like he I haven't watched it, but I've seen it. It's banana something. He makes brandy, but he just does it, and he's even got a few of them Vivor stills like I got.
Yeah.
They make one. I wish I knew it when I told them which one I wanted. It's got like a little tower on top of it. It looks like a football, almost, but skinnier and narrower. And
I've had. I'm sorry, Russ.
no,
I've had dandelion stew before. It's edible, but it's not by no means the best.
yeah.
And you don't. It's not the leaves that you eat. It's that hard white chunk of it that she made it. And that's what I ate. But whether she did it right or wrong, I don't know. But
I might buy a book on wild edibles. I got a cousin of mine who lives up in Colorado, and he posted on Facebook the other day. They had a whole bunch of stuff chopped up, and every bit of it he got through foraging through the woods right there by him in Colorado, and every bit of it was edible.
I follow this channel that all they make is mead,
Mead, yeah.
and
That
they have the same
fucking
kind of
that's liquor from honey.
What's that?
That's fermented honey, right?
Yes, sir.
I saw Sheena post that earlier. What is mead?
It's a wine made of honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's
take the
right.
honeycomb and they ferment the honey and the honeycomb and everything, and they make mead out of it.
Yeah, it's very sweet though. I don't like it, but I would make it just to barter if I needed to.
I need to go buy
Dude,
up a
I'm
bunch of the gummies, and I can barter with that.
Yeah.
The problem is,
Dude,
I
I'm
don't
telling
make you
you,
want to eat.
fucking, that
Uh-huh.
that still that I made. I mean, that thing was tits, bro. Like we made some pretty damn good fucking alcohol using it, and I was taking it to work and like letting people sample it and shit. And
Yeah.
I gave a whole mason jar. So I ordered from Amazon. I ordered a hydrometer, an alcohol hydrometer, and a graduated cylinder to
Yeah.
test and see what the proof is.
Yeah, go on, listen there.
Yeah, so the hydrometer that I had went to like I fucked up and I bought one for wine, so it only went to like 140 proof. And dude, I dropped that thing in there and it sank. So I know that the alcohol that I was making was over 140 proof because the fucking hydrometer refused to float.
Huh.
But I took a whole mason jar to my boss man when I worked at my other company, and I gave it to him, and he took a swig of it because he was like big into moonshine and shit. He took a swig of it. He was like, "Damn, this is pretty fucking stout." He was like, "This has got to be over 180." As a matter of fact, like if I put like a spoon in there and lit it on fire, the fire was invisible.
Right.
Like you couldn't even see the fire. Like, and they say that the higher the proof is, the more blue it burns. That shit was invisible. So he came back to work one morning, dude, and his fucking shirt collar was all fucked up, and he was all ugly looking. And I was like, "What happened to you, bro?" He was like, "I took your moonshine, and I had a bunch of people over, and we made margaritas, and we poured that whole mason jar full of fucking that liquor you made, and we made margaritas out of it." And he was like, "Dude, everybody was shit faced." I was like, "Hell yeah!" But I ended up selling it to a guy that I worked with. I sold the whole seal, the whole thumper keg, the whole worm, the whole system.
Yeah. You have a
I saw
coon
it.
pecker in the end of it.
No, I didn't have a coon pecker, but I did have like, I guess, what replicated it. It was like a little fucking a bone.
Yeah.
But dude, like when you cook it, you got your heads that come out first, then you got your
Right.
heart, and then you
Then
got
your
your tail.
Tails, right.
Yeah, and so I would take the heads and I would take the tails and I would put them back in the mash, and then I would re-ferment that and make what they call backsit.
Okay.
So every time I fermented,
Where'd you
my
learn how to
liquor-
do that? Somebody show you, or you buy a book, or what'd you do?
Goddamn fucking Discovery Channel, man, the Moonshiners.
Okay. Dang, I didn't know they showed you every step.
Right,
I've watched
you
it
watch the
before.
show.
Every
If you watch
Huh.
the show, they'll show you little bits and pieces of the process.
I don't know what. I mean, you ain't got to have that coon pecker on there. It's going to drip out of the end of that pipe anyway. But you just got to make sure. That's what I've got to have condenser water when I do this salt water. I got to have a way to cool that condenser off, And what did I come up with? Oh, it comes with a fish tank motor, you know, and you're circulating water out of cold water out of something. Then I guess from there it can go in the yard. And I'll just keep adding water to the. But that's kind of defeat my purpose. The whole thing is to show you how to make survival water. So it ain't like you're gonna have all this disposable water to cool anything with. A lot of these stills up in the mountains, they use them creeks and streams. They'll pump out of one side and dump it in further down or whatever. The hot water goes right back where it comes from.
Hey Simon, during Christmas time, I know like they make it like it's like a Mexican punch, and you can buy like this dehydrated fruit that has a lot of sugar in it. What do they call that?
Ponche.
Punch. So at that time when we finished the still, when I went to food fair up here, and I bought like 2 big ass bags of that dehydrated fruit.
Yeah.
And then I went and bought yeast, and I bought a bunch of sugar. As a matter of fact, when we were checking out, the fucking thing, the lady looked at me and she said, "What are you making?" I was like, "Cornbread. I got a bunch of fucking cornmeal. I got a bunch of sugar, yeast, and dehydrated fruit." And that's what we use to make our mash with. It turned out really well.
The book?
Yeah, Amazon's got a ton of them.
At the time that I was doing this, I had there was an engineer that was working with me, and he was from Canada, and he had what they call a reflux still. A reflux still has a big chamber on it and shit.
Yeah. That's what that one I was telling you. It's got a chamber column. I think is what they call that.
It's a big ass column on it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was all like computerized too. Like he can fucking operate that damn still from anywhere that he was at, like through Bluetooth, like through the internet. And like I said, I mean, he was like a big time, I ain't gonna say moonshiner, but he made liquor. He even had labels and everything. And whenever he found out that I was making this still, he gave me a lot of pointers. So like me making the still, I ordered all the copper from a place online that made copper gutters. So you can order sheets of copper. They come in rolls.
Yeah. Dark lord meat. I'm taking salt water. You can't boil that and it be edible or drinkable. You got to distill it. But anything else you can, which I'm not going to collect salt water. No, I'm just doing a video with it. I just got this the other day from Amazon. This is actually, it's a collapsible 55-gallon rain collector that came in today. I'm fixing to put that in the backyard.
We got a number of rhododendrons around here. That one's got my curiosity up.
Some mad honey. Yeah, I want to fuck with that mad honey. I seen Joe Rogan and them eating that mad honey. They said that's like
preparedness. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like making that. You were saying that you had that Vivor still and everything, Russ. Like making the mash and making the whiskey is nothing, bro.
Oh, I know. I remember that from watching the Moonshiners. They just throw all that.
Yeah,
they throw all that fruit in there in the water, and then they throw what do they call it? Pitch the yeast right there at the end of it and cover it up and come back a week later or whatever it is. And
so there was two guys. There was 2 guys at my job. Whenever they were tasting the liquor that we made, there was 2 guys at my job. They wanted a still. They wanted it, so they went in half on it, and I sold it to them for like $350, $300, something like that. But they went in half on it. They and dude, those guys got serious. Like the dude would come in there with fucking these jars. He'd be like, "Taste this, Randy," and I'm like, "I taste it." And he's like, "That came out of your still." He was like, "Dude, I got a guy on the internet that's doing my grain work. Like he's mixing my grain for me and shit." Like they got serious until I was like, "Bro, I never did that. I just went to food fair and bought a bunch of cornmeal and sugar."
It would be fun to play around with it. Just This guy I watch on YouTube, he does it inside a garage or something, inside of a building. I'm like, man, I wouldn't trust myself unless it was electrical element heating it up or something. I ain't gonna do it over fire,
So I was using electrical elements to heat it with.
Okay. I talked with Eric with Two Guys in a Cooler. He makes his own whiskey over in Panama, and I guess it's completely legal there. But I don't even know the laws on that stuff. Last time I read, it was illegal to even own a still in this state. But I'm making water
I
with
don't, yeah, I don't.
it, for now.
Honestly, like after we started doing it, some people were telling us that you can actually distill and make your own liquor. You just can't distribute it.
Yeah. Some states you're allowed to keep, I think, what is it, 5 gallon or 10 or something like that. Derek claims that's the way Alabama is. When I looked and researched it, same thing. You're not even legally can own the tools to do it with. But I don't know if
So
that's true or not.
I think I had 20 mason jars. And the first jar that comes out, that's going to be heads. And I'd take a Sharpie marker and I'd write a 1 on there and I'd put it to the side.
How do
And the
you
next
know
one,
when you're getting into your heart? How do you know? Does it
so
clear up or something? Or
yeah, when you shake it, there's no bubbles.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
all
so
right,
when you shake it, there's no bubbles, and then you burn it. You do that burn test. You put a spoon in there, and you catch the spoon on fire, and when it starts burning blue, the more water it has in it, it's going to have red in the flame. The higher the alcohol proof it is, it'll start burning clear. And then
yeah,
when you get into your tails, it's going to be, it'll be murky. So that's what I would do. I'd write a 1. I'd put another bottle, and I had like 20 mason jars. This is a 15-gallon still. So I'd put, the jars under there, and I would get all my hearts, and then, you'd have 1 through 20, all the jars. Whenever you start getting to the end of it, it don't got no more alcohol in it. The alcohol's already evaporated out. I'd take all the head, or the first jars and all the tails. I'd put them together and I'd remix those into the mash because there is alcohol in there. It just has to be distilled again,
sure,
and that's what they call backset wine. So you take your mash and you remash that. You put more sugar, more yeast in there. You put all them jars in there, and then you keep all your hearts. And then all the hearts, they're going to be different proofs of alcohol. You mix those all into a fucking big ass bucket, and then it kind of
yeah. I was watching
that.
that guy the other day, man. He had 2 10-pound bags of sugar. All of it went in there. I'm like, holy
Oh
crap!
yeah. Dude, the last time, so I ran that still that I had. I ran that motherfucker. I ran that thing 3 times, and on the 4th time, so I have a little room in here that has my hot water heater and my air conditioner and everything. And I had Ozark bottles. They call them carboys, and that's what ferments. And
Yeah,
you got like a little vapor lock in there, and it bubbles. So I had that shit in there, man, and it was like take about 7 days, 8 days to ferment. Well,
yeah,
after it quits bubbling, if you're not careful, once it quits bubbling, it's gonna go bad. It's gonna spoil. And so I was watching that shit, dude, and like it was about 8 days or something. And I was telling my buddy Wesley, I was like, hey, bro, we gotta cook tonight. If we don't cook this shit tonight, it's gonna start to spoil. And he was like, I'm busy. I don't have time to do it. And so I waited and waited, and like 10 days later, I told him, I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure this shit's spoiled. Like, we need to fucking do something. He was like, I don't have time to do it. Anyway, long story short, I went over to my swamp next door to my property and I started emptying that shit out. And I was emptying that liquor out. And dude, I tasted it. God, I think I dumped out the best liquor I'd have ever made, bro.
oh man, what's up,
Yeah,
Jeff?
because I thought it was bad. So I was just emptying it on the ground.
Yeah,
Joe,
Smoking Joe.
Hey, Joe, what's up?
It'd be fun to play around with.
it's actually fun, dude. It was crazy because I had my mom in there. My mom was fucking, that worm, that copper coil that was in there. You got to keep that cold. So you're
Right,
using the water hose.
that's your condenser. Yeah,
Yeah. So I had
Where's
my
your
mom in there
gas?
with a fucking water hose. I had my little brother Chase was over there fucking mixing that shit up with a drill and shit. Like it was a family operation.
yeah, heck yeah.
What meat sticks saying here? You can make your own gas here, make vodka and gas,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I mean that's what moonshine is. It was fuel for the car.
ethanol and methanol.
It's ethanol. Yeah,
These
you're making
potatoes. How cheap would it be to grow potatoes? No one even know you had the damn things.
I think it was
Yeah.
methanol. I was watching something the other day. They said that that first, what do you call it? The first thing to come out, the
The
heads.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is really bad for you. It's like
Yeah, kill you.
methanol or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, it really is. It is poison. But you know
yeah.
what? I'm telling you, before I knew about Anthony and before I knew about fire cups and all that shit, I had so many jars of heads left over from that shit. Dude, that was the best charcoal starter. I pour that shit on a fucking fire, put a flame to it. Dude, that shit was the best charcoal starter ever.
Problem with that, it could explode. Just
I was
Dude,
watching
we had a
something.
no. My mom had gotten into an accident in one of my vehicles, and there was paint all on the side of the fucking like the bottom of the door, and I took some of that on a rag, and dude, I was just taking the paint off of the. Like, this shit was
that stuff works real good for that
paint
shit.
remover.
What's that? I was watching something the other day, guys. His vehicle runs off of vegetable oil.
Oh yeah.
I
What's
don't
that
know how
oil
they do
called?
it, but
It's a mixture of
That's that
gasoline
biodiesel shit.
cooked grease oil,
kind of like making a diesel, I would
yeah,
suppose. I mean,
Yeah,
biodiesel,
that's exactly what it is. That's like corn diesel,
yeah, biodiesel.
yeah,
biodiesel.
biodiesel. Yeah,
They were saying a tip would be to go to Tractor Supply for corn, but I didn't think it could be dried corn. I thought it had to be fresh,
No,
like a wet
Well,
corn.
you could use deer feed like deer corn, but you have to grind it.
yeah,
Okay.
You have to
I
put it in
watch
a
it.
grinder and grind it.
You can what you do like this guy making the brandy. He just uses fruits, different fruits.
all right,
Dude,
guys, I'm
fucking
gonna step out.
go watch Moonshiners. Go watch Moonshiners on
Oh, I've
Discovery
seen
Channel.
it. I've watched that whole entire thing before, but it's been a few years.
Yeah, have a good night. I'm out.
You
All
go.
right,
All right,
Simon.
Simon.
I'm gonna still watch it on TV, but I need to lay down.
All right, man.
All right, see y'all later. I'll see y'all
Later.
Tuesday,
TDO, baby.
brother.
All right, man.
Bye.
Yeah, like you
Going
can
live
even watch
tomorrow, Randy?
those. They use the berries, the muscadine berries, and they make that muscadine wine,
Oh yeah.
and then they distill that shit like through a
Mhm.
still. That's supposed to be some badass shit. And I got on my back fence out here, dude. I got an acre of fucking or not an acre, but the whole back fence is full of them blackberries. And I was
Yeah.
saving them and freezing them in freezer bags. I was gonna make blackberry wine,
I don't know who
but
got all my dad's wine making stuff, but he had everything, including the thing that pops the cork in the bottles, and he really got into it. But when he passed away, I guess one of my brothers or whoever ended up getting all his wine stuff. I never seen it again. But he used to raise bees and had honey that he sold, and then he got into wine making. He just enjoyed that kind of stuff. I'm same
dude,
way though.
you gotta still, Russ. I mean, you gotta still do your saltwater project and everything. But I'm telling you, you got a fucking way of making some hella wine right there. You said yours is more than 15 gallons, right?
18 gallons.
18 gallons.
Yeah, 18 gallons. I don't know how much that would actually produce, but
It's super easy too. It's
yeah.
super easy.
Yeah, I watched them guys, and it got me wanting to do it back then. But like I said, that's been a couple of years. I was still working when I was watching all that. It just intrigued me.
So whenever I built my still, like I said, I bought the copper from a place online that sells copper gutters, and
Yeah.
I had to roll it and I had to solder it and everything, and I soldered. I made the hat.
You
Like
got
I
to
said,
use a lead-free solder, don't you?
yeah, you got to use a silver solder.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
to seal it, you got to use biscuits. You take flour and water and you make biscuits, and then you fucking seal that because it's gonna leak all over the place. So you just keep on putting biscuits on there until the
Yeah.
steam hardens the biscuits and it makes a watertight seal. But the first thing you do is you run vinegar through it, and it was
Yeah.
crazy too. Like that's still like I had it going and everything. And once I ran that vinegar through it the first time, when you look inside there, it looked like a shiny new penny. Like
It's-
that vinegar took all that
that
oxidation.
that and the vinegar comes out green just from the copper.
Yeah, well, I just ran that shit on the ground. I didn't even save it. I knew
Well,
it was
these
vinegar.
these pots are stainless steel, but all the tubing is copper, so it wouldn't be nothing to run that through there.
I don't got it no more, Joe. Come on with it. Yeah, but so we ran vinegar one night and we were so excited. The very next night we made a mash, And then that first batch came out, and then I seen what I need to do to change it. But
Yeah.
dude, I've seen people on like okay, so I was looking at a lot of recipes on Reddit. I was on Reddit, and dude, people were making jalapeno fucking liquor, tomato wine, fucking dude,
Yeah,
it's
anything
amazing.
like that, a ferment, uh, vodka that comes from potatoes, rum is sugar cane,
Tomato, yeah, vodka.
Yeah, it's you can use just about anything.
I
I
don't
really
think I
wanted
can
to
mess
try
with
some of
tomato
that.
wine. I like tomatoes, but I don't know if I can mess with tomato wine. I mean, I'd have to
Yeah,
try it.
well,
If it
Just,
tasted like a Bloody Mary, I'd be all for it. I love Bloody
yeah, that's
Marys.
true. Yeah,
but
that's
that's
true.
that's just it though. Like use like cans of those crushed tomatoes. You use like cans of that, and you put
Yeah,
it into what they call a carboy, which is an Ozark bottle. You put sugar and yeast in there, and you let it basically rots. It
yeah,
ferments.
ferments.
Whenever that liquor that comes out of there, because you don't get them solids. You know what I mean? You just get
No,
the liquor
it's
that boils
distilled,
off of
just
it.
pure clear
Exactly.
liquor, or
It's a completely different fucking taste. I mean,
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I might get up enough nerve one day to try it, but I wanted that for other reasons.
well, after building that still, and running it, and I know how it works, and I know how to fucking do it. I think I might do it again.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah,
Drop, drop my
it was
phone.
neat. It was
Yeah,
fucking neat.
that stuff intrigues me. It really does. Just how people figured out how to do all that over the years.
Like I said, them fucking rednecks are out in the woods doing that shit with homemade
Prohibition,
tools.
during
Yeah,
Prohibition, yeah, they
if they
still
can do
doing
it,
it.
we can do it.
They're still doing it.
Yeah, if they can do it, we can do it. That's the way I looked at it. Like, and don't get me wrong. Now, I was scared. I didn't want to put my steel on a propane burner because you are producing ethanol, and I didn't want it to blow up. So I was using electric heating coils.
Yeah,
So I wonder if y'all, I mean, could y'all get that stamp or that right to sell it and make your own, like they did
you
in
would
West
have to,
Virginia?
yeah, you would have to get legal with it. That's like this bottle I just showed you. That stuff I drank the other night. That's right over here in they call it the Kiln, Mississippi, which is about 3 or 4 cities over. I'm in Biloxi. You go to Gulfport, past Christian, then I think the Kiln is just north of there a little bit, somewhere in there. But that's where they're out of. I wouldn't mind going and see if they'd let me take a tour of their place. I bet it looks fine. All them really big commercial stills and stuff.
Yeah, they just opened
I
up a
know.
wine place up here. Just, I mean, it just opened the door probably 2 months ago.
Huh.
I looked into making beer too. Like they got them beer making kits they sell online and shit, but that's way different. Like
That's what
you know,
I'd want to do because I like beer over alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Over hard
yeah.
alcohol.
So I knew a dude that made beer, and he gave me a looked like a milk jug, like a gallon sized milk jug full of some beer.
Brett
Dude, that shit
Favre.
was
Yeah.
horrible. But
Somebody said
that's
Brett
like,
Favre. That's where he's from. But let's see, where does it say that at?
boom.
Oh, we got Boo. You know damn well he's going to talk about
Oh,
some
there it
beer.
is. Crittenden Distillery LLC, Kiln, Mississippi, established 2015. That's 4-year-old bourbon right there. Kiln, Mississippi.
So what is
Crittenden,
bourbon made
that's
out
my
of?
wife's in-laws
What is
named Crittenden's.
Bourbon.
what is bourbon made out of?
Hey, Tarina.
Is it a is it a rye? Like is it
No,
a grain?
I think it's got to be 51%. Oh, she can tell you. Hang on.
So vodka is potatoes and fucking tequila is fruit. I don't know what bourbon's made out of though. Whiskey is a rye. I just don't know what fucking
The difference between like Tennessee whiskey
blue,
and Kentucky
blue,
bourbon is it's got to do with the proof of it. I think it's still made with a corn mash. I think. Don't quote me on that.
Boo just corrected us right now. He says we made it like corn.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's got to be 51%. Where is she at?
So you could take fruit like pineapple and shit, you know, and make certain kinds of I don't know what kind of liquor it makes, but
It make a pina colada.
pina
Give me.
colada. I gotta go pina colada right now. I'll be right back.
We were just talking about that the other day. The difference between Tennessee and man, Kentucky gets pissed off if you call a Tennessee whiskey bourbon. You know, they get all bent out of shape. That ain't bourbon. What's the difference between bourbon and Tennessee whiskey?
Bourbon is made in Kentucky.
Yeah, I know that.
It has to be 51% corn.
Okay.
Um, Tennessee whiskey is Tennessee whiskey.
What's the percentage of corn in that? All of it?
No,
No?
whatever it wants to be.
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it can be wheat, barley, rye, because you have rye whiskey.
Yeah. I'm talking about what, like Jack Daniels,
It has everything.
and they got it in the charcoal barrels.
Well, they filter it through charcoal.
Now this is filtered through oak barrels. I what?
No, that's filtered into oak barrels,
Into oak barrels. Yeah.
and then but Jack Daniels.
Do you know how to make whiskey? I got a still. You know.
Yes, I do know how to make whiskey. Anyway,
Trina is educating there. Jeez.
Well, she's worked in liquor stores. She's an ex bartender. She's been around it a lot more than I have. What's up, Boo?
Yeah, but I mean, still to be able to make it like that. I mean, she's just spouting that stuff off like
I know how
like
to
she's
make
got a
rum.
book in front of her.
Oh, she's got on my ass before call. I'd have like Jack Daniels. Give me some of that bourbon. That ain't bourbon. You know.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas? How y'all are?
What's up, Boo? Well, that's
Yeah,
good
man.
though.
I gotta fuck.
What's
Randy,
that?
you missed the
Make
education,
rum.
man.
Oh, rum with sugar cane. Yeah.
No, brown
Yeah,
sugar.
no, you make whiskey
Well,
with
brown sugar comes from
Fruit.
sugar cane.
like bananas and apple. Well, apple they call that applejack, but it's a brandy.
Yeah, brandy. Yeah,
You make
that's what I was saying.
Fruit
They-
whiskeys or brandies. You know, they
Whiskey and
sweet.
scotch are the same. Explain. Oh, never mind. I'm thinking Jim when he said scotch.
Whiskey and scotch.
BBQ. What's up?
Oh,
I'm not a
same.
booze drinker.
Yeah, rum is made from sugar cane. Yeah.
Yeah. She said she knows how to make it, but she used brown sugar. But brown sugar is derived from sugar cane, just like molasses is. So it's you know, you're
It's
I
made
get
from
it.
molasses, yeah. Instead of
Yeah.
well, cane makes molasses. Molasses
Sure.
makes rum.
Right.
You know,
And then from there you got the brown sugar.
rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey.
Right.
Whiskey makes babies.
Yeah.
Trina could keep us all drunk if that EMP shit hit, right?
Yeah.
She's got some good. She was showing it off the night before last. Now she was showing all that good stuff off. She was showing such stuff off. I didn't even know was out there. You know.
She got a bunch of it back here in this cabinet. When she
Yeah.
worked at that liquor store, she worked there, so when stuff came in, she got to see it first.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she got a discount or what, but every other day she's bringing in a whole bottle of something. You know?
Especially like that
So-
Crown
so-
Royal bourbon. I never heard of that. And like you said, and she Crown
Yeah.
Royal got sued by the bourbon community up in Kentucky.
Oh yeah.
No, we own that right.
Yep.
And there's two ways to spell whiskey. After the K, there's an EY, and sometimes there's no E.
Kind of like
Maker's Mark, they spell whiskey KY.
everybody wants to spell smoky, like my channel name's Smoky with an E. And
Yeah.
And smoky means smoky. It's smoky in the
yeah, like these ribs are very smoky. They got a pronounced smoky taste, whereas Smoky with an E, that's like a name, like Smoky Bear, Smoky Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah, there's your difference. Everybody
Hey,
does it with an
Machina.
E. I actually bought a cutting board one time. It's down here somewhere, and I didn't look at it hard enough when she sent me what it was going to look like on it was on slate, and they sent it, and I got it. I'm like, holy crap! I said, I cannot believe I didn't catch it. It had that big old E there. I'm like, son of a gun. pissed me off. I spent probably $60
Oh,
for that darn thing. And I've used it a time or two. Then I finally said I ain't using it. They didn't spell it right.
So what did I miss, Russ? What did Trina say? How's it made?
Bourbon's got to be at least 51% corn, where whiskey, like Tennessee whiskey, that can be done with a combination of corn and other grains. That was
Okay.
basically it. There
now
was your
Jack
difference.
Daniels is pure sour mash. It's a sour mash whiskey.
That's
Okay,
what I thought.
it is. It's
Yeah.
corn, but they can't call it bourbon because everybody else has rights to that.
So
And
so
if you
when I
ever read
was
about whiskey making, it's not a long drawn out story, but I would rather hear it in a documentary, which I have. There's a few documentaries out there on making whiskey. The old moonshiners, matter of fact, they loaded with information on that, and they can tell you what's a bourbon, what's a whiskey.
Yeah.
And they don't call it really Kentucky bourbon. Okay, you don't see people saying Kentucky bourbon whiskey. You see Jack Daniels whiskey, but Kentucky bourbon, and they stop at bourbon.
Yeah.
yeah. So what I
Well,
was
I'll
doing,
say I'm
what
in
I was
Mississippi, and this is called bourbon because it meets the criteria. You know.
Yeah, yeah. And Kill,
remember
Mississippi,
what I
that's
said.
not far from you.
Remember, yeah, remember what I said, Russ, about taking the heads and the tails and then mixing them back into the mash and adding more sugar and yeast and re-fermenting that same mash. That's what they call sour mash.
Yeah. Right.
That's a sour mash whiskey. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's
That's
what I was.
Sour
moonshine.
mash is your mash
Moonshine
that's
is
fermented.
pure grain alcohol or pure corn
You
mash.
put you put your corn, your steel cut corn in the barrels, and you got sugar and water. That turns into sour mash because it sours. It ferments.
Well,
That
I
stuff
mean,
sours.
from what I read on Google, that what I was doing
All
is
right.
I would have never thought about doing that.
This is saying what Trina said. While all whiskeys are made from a fermented mash of grains with a S, bourbon is predominantly made from corn.
Corn.
More on that later. Blah blah blah. Anyway, you got to read it. That pretty much what she said. You got to
Mhm.
have 51% corn on a bourbon, and whiskey is a mixture of grains.
Dude, I was
But
on
white lightning, like white lightning moonshine, that's all corn mash. Every bit
all
of it.
corn. Yeah.
I'm an
So
ambassador of Maker's Mark. I have my name on a barrel of whiskey, and when that barrel, I think it's 3 more years or 2 more years, I think my barrel is going to be unbung and put in the bottles, and everybody's name that's on that plaque, on that barrel, on that brass plate,
Yeah,
is going to have a bottle of whiskey out of that barrel. Now we have to buy it, okay?
yeah.
But
yeah,
you get your
see
name on the label and all that stuff.
the still that I built my still like basically off of what Popcorn Sutton was doing on the fucking
Yeah.
that moonshiners. But then whenever I got on Reddit and started looking, like they start talking about the reflux stills and all that shit. Like, dude, some of that shit gets so intricate. Like they got several pipes and levels, and like the vapor has to go up through several levels, and that's got heating coils on them and shit. Dude, like some of that shit gets pretty fucking intricate.
Yeah,
I
it
was just
does.
doing.
You got it down pat, Randy.
Popcorn Sutton, man.
All bullshit aside, I could build a still tomorrow and make whiskey in a week.
Tickle, all of them cats on there, they all use real fire.
Look what I'm wearing. Look what I'm
Real
wearing. I am
under.
Tickle.
No, they use well, some of
But
them
they're
use
out
real
in the
fire.
woods. If it blows up, no biggie. I reckon, as
Some
long as
of them
you ain't up there
use
by it.
fire burners. They
Yeah,
got them burners. They just slide pipes. They slide underneath. They
yeah.
aim the hose up. But some of them use wood.
I want to buy
Yeah.
one of those rocket stoves. I seen one the other day. It's big enough to hold that pot. You just build your little fire right there at that slant, and them things they put out some BTUs with very little fuel.
Okay, well,
Mhm.
I was
Make you one
very
out of cinder
concerned.
block.
I was very concerned about.
I could buy it for $69.
Making. I was very concerned about making liquor with fire because I figured that if it was an electric coil, at least I had a chance to spray it with a fucking fire extinguisher. But when you got fire and you got a leak, because I'm telling you, dude, it took a lot of biscuit sometimes. Like sometimes be putting fucking flour, like biscuit mix all around the hat, all around the fucking neck of that bitch. I mean, I'd have a fucking, yeah, because if anything that's leaking, you're leaking ethanol.
Rocket stove. Let's see, where's the price at? Hang on, let me go back one. It was $69.99 anyway.
That ain't bad.
No, it's not. Let me
Make one that's wide out of cinder block.
let me go back to the list. Yeah, right there on $69.99.
I got a 6x6 piece of pipe in the backyard, Russ. I could make you one.
I
That's
think
what I need. I need like some 6-inch pipe, carbon
I
steel.
got
think
six-
Anthony's
I got
cold
6x6
starters
piece of
could
pipe.
use one.
Yeah, I'd like the top of it where it has that cross hatch where you set your pot. I'd like it to be a lot bigger. That one ain't as big. Is what I would need. I could do it myself, but I just don't have a weld machine. I could take it somewhere and get it done.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
the
cinder
reason
blocks
why
are cheap, and they have designs on. They have YouTube
Yeah.
videos on cinder block rocket stoves, and that's a lot more sturdier. Cinder blocks stacked on each other like 3 wide. You
Yeah.
can fit a good sized pot on that.
Oh yeah.
you remember on that show, that Moonshiner show, those guys would cut out an oval out of plywood and they would nail sheet metal around that bitch and then make the fucking big ass, and then they would cook that, like, even though it was made out of wood, they would cook that over like putting coals underneath it and shit.
Oh, you talking about them big drum looking things that shape? Oh yeah. What they
They
call
were
them things? Submarines. They
yeah,
call them
but they were,
submarines.
dude, I wouldn't trust that for shit. Like, you're gonna cook something on something made out of plywood, like plywood burns, but they would do it, and they were
Shit.
mashing out like 1,000 gallons of mash or whatever. And,
Yeah, Tickle, man, he had 3 of them set up, bam, bam, bam. And it's like, holy crap, they're serious.
yeah, I just got kind of nervous about. I mean, I didn't get too nervous because I knew my soldering skills were on point, but
Yeah. Heck yeah.
just putting that shit on like a propane burner, like a crawfish stove or something like that, like a crawfish pot burner. I know it would have fucking happened a lot faster because I mean I didn't have to wait for the heat to build up, but man, hey, once that shit gets going, dude, it gets hot. So that's the reason why me and Christy have Sam's cards, is because I went to Sam's Club and I bought a big ass bottle of fucking pickles and dumped it out just to have the bottle, and that my steel ran from that into my thumper into my worm.
Yeah. I thumped
But
my
that's
worm
what-
this morning and nothing.
But I'm telling you that worm would get so fucking hot. Like, so I had the worm ran inside of so my pool out here. I had them big tall like 5-gallon buckets. They weren't 5-gallon buckets. They're like 10-gallon buckets.
Yeah.
But that's what the chlorine tablets come in. I had my worm ran inside one of those, and I'd have to constantly pump like cool water into it
You
because
got to.
it was-
Otherwise,
it was-
you'll get a few drips and a lot of steam out of it. And if you really get it cooled down, it'd be just a pure stream dripping out of there.
Yeah. So once I started seeing that steam, like, it's time to start filling that thing with more cold water. Put some ice water in there, whatever you got to do. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
you don't want to get steam out of your worm. You're getting steam out of your worm. You're getting water.
Yeah. I guess I could. I guess nah, I can't either. Never mind. I ain't gonna do it. I'm just gonna do what I got it for. I ain't gonna take that chance. Talking about getting busted. I'm too wide open here in the backyard.
Well, most states, especially southern states, Kentucky, Tennessee, all along the East Coast, Mississippi, Louisiana, you allowed 7 gallons. You can
Yeah, that's
make
probably
7
what Derek was
gallons.
saying.
That's in your possession. You're
I've
allowed
looked and
7
looked for
gallons.
that. I've looked and looked for that online. I don't know how much you can believe everything online. And everything I've found so far is in Mississippi. It ain't even legal to own a still or Alabama. I don't know where Derek got his information, but I've heard a lot of people say that you're allowed to keep so many gallons of your personal stuff. You just can't sell it or anything.
Right.
But how is it illegal to own a still? It ain't nothing but a freaking pot or a couple
Yeah.
of pots with some copper tubing.
Well,
You know.
it's a pipe, but it's what you're doing with it. You know.
Well, yeah, I can understand if you get
Yeah.
busted in the act, but if you're sitting there converting salt water into fresh water, like I'm going to do,
Oh
then
yeah, no, they
how's
can't
that
do nothing on
illegal?
that.
You know, all that. How could they ship it to me? You know,
Boo, what the fuck are you looking at, man? Hey, you don't need all that magnifying glasses. It ain't gonna get no bigger, bro. 4 inches is average.
if I was to put
That's all
water in
you
that,
got, son. You are afflicted.
if I was to put
I feel
water in
sorry
that
for
freeze dryer,
If I stretch it,
yeah, you could do essential oils with it too. But Troy's talking about dehydrate water. If I was to freeze dry water, you know what I'd end up with? All the minerals and or possible salts or whatever that's in my tap water. That's what would be left. There is no water. You have to add water to it. My crack pipe. Oh, never mind. I ain't gonna read that. Sorry, Lance.
I'm messing with one of them little
that's
grain
my
of
fucking
sand.
nephew. He never smoked crack in his life. He don't know what a crack pipe looks like. He's just trying to be funny.
I don't want to get him throttled down like I got throttled the other night. Holy crap!
Dude, Kyle's never seen a crack pipe. If he's seen a crack pipe, it was because he's seen mine.
I'm messing
Yeah,
around.
there's a certain amount. There's a certain amount of liquor you can have. Like, dude, honestly, like you could fucking make your own liquor. You just can't sell it, and you can't have more.
I guess that's it. What he's saying really makes sense. Paraphernalia. You got the stuff to do it with, you know. But I don't know.
Yeah, nah. I mean, I wasn't ever worried about it, but shit, I ain't ever been worried about nothing in my life anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, once if the shit hit the fan, that's a different story. Who's gonna care at that point? You ain't gonna have no
Dude,
law
it was
anyway.
crazy. Like I
Yeah, they're
said, it
gonna
was
be one of
crazy.
your customers.
It was
Yeah.
it was like a family operation. Like I had my mom here, I had my mom's ex-husband, I had my little brother here. Like everybody was I think the girls had something to do with it. Like everybody, and my mom was like filming us. Like I had a table built with the pot and the thumper keg and everything. Like so everything was perfectly fucking level across. And
Yeah.
I mean, and the whole time, on the TV in the shop out there, we're watching fucking moonshiners, like getting tips and pointers. Like, if y'all motherfuckers want to come and bust me, y'all show me how to do this shit.
I remember back in the 70s, early 70s, I was in junior high school. We had head shops everywhere that sold all kind of paraphernalia, and then it became illegal. But you could go to the mall over Mobile. They had head shops in there. We used to go in there all the time. You could buy bongs, you could buy whatever, man. Pipes, it
Yeah,
didn't matter.
and they said it was for tobacco use, but I dare you to show me somebody that could take a 6-foot bong hit off of tobacco.
Yeah. What's that one called? They got the huge bong with all the different hoses coming off of it.
Hookah.
Yeah, that's it.
That
Hookah pipe.
comes from the Indians in India.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
My uncle owned a radio and record shop, a TV shop. That's how I got into electronics and all that.
Yeah.
And that was a head shop. Also, one section of the counter L'd off.
Yeah.
And that was all incense and High Times magazines. They made a killing with all that stuff.
Yeah.
They sold guitars, guitar amplifiers, home stereos.
Yeah, it was all legal back then, man. Matter of fact, when where I went to junior high, there was one right there on Ingalls Avenue. We passed every day. I'd walk home sometime or take my bike, and I'd go in there just to look around. I wasn't into nothing. I was just looking. Smelt good in there.
Boo, what are you soldering, dude?
Some of them little look like you call a grain of sand parts resistors. These are all on the little reel. I just tear the plastic off and pick one up with my tweezers and sorted on the board. Them little resistors working on
What
the
was it
TV.
for?
Power
It's for a
supply
TV.
board for a TV.
Oh, shit.
Fixing another TV.
Yeah, hookah.
Fixing to do what to a TV?
I am repairing a TV. Fixing
Okay.
a TV.
I got a nephew. He got rich off of that spice. He owned a store right up the road here, and it was legal at the time to sell spice. Everybody getting high on it and crap like that, and then
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
they
Fake
made that
marijuana.
illegal, and he ended up selling the. It was a convenience
Yeah.
store. You could buy beer and all that stuff, but he sold
Fake
that.
Fake
Spice.
That
marijuana.
shit,
Yeah,
was,
you
that
smoke
shit
it.
was worse than weed, man. Like, how in the fuck was that legal? That shit was worse than weed. You know?
It was legal
Well,
until they made it illegal.
right, right.
Put him out of business real fast. That's how he made his money, man. He did good.
You had the fake
Remember
one and you
the-
had the real one. A lot of people were selling the fake one. That's what
I
was
don't know.
messing people up.
He was flying down to Amsterdam and everywhere else when he was doing all that stuff. I don't know what all
Oh,
he
that's
was.
the real stuff there.
Yeah. But
remember that guy that ate that person's face off in Miami?
oh yeah.
So
I
I worked on that bridge. That was the Julia Tuttle Causeway, and there was a lot of homeless people down there. But like that dude, he smoked that legal shit, whatever the fuck he did, and he ended up eating that dude's face off. Like,
Damn.
I'm reading Troy's comment. That's funny.
That's Troy V. Hey, Kyle. Oh, different Kyle, but hey, Kyle.
Oh, shit.
we went to one of them head shops one time, and they were like, if you buy these $25 pipes, you can get this one time. It's like a little black bag. It was like 1%, whatever. It was that spice bullshit. They were
Yeah.
like, if you buy a $35 pipe, you get a 5 times. If you buy a $50 fucking pipe, you get a 10 times or whatever. And a buddy of mine fucking bought, he bought the medium. He bought the medium pipe, like the $25 to $30 range or whatever.
Yeah.
And the dude gave us a little bag, and we went back to his fucking apartment, dude, and we were waiting for the weed man to come through. But in the meantime, we had this little bag, and I was like, well, let's try out this pipe, bro. I've never been more fucked up in my life than that shit that we smoked out of that little bag, dude. Like, I don't know, that thing they call it salvia shit,
Yeah.
bro. That shit had me fucking goofy. I was goofy. Like, there's no weed in the world that can ever make you feel that way, because that shit was fucking retarded.
Yeah. I
I
guess
did that one time. I never did that shit ever again. Like, fuck that.
PCP.
Yeah.
I want to see Lance smoke some of that shit.
PCP make you stupid.
Yeah.
I smoked PCP before too, man. We used to call it wet down here.
I ain't never done none of that crap.
Yeah, we used to smoke that shit. We called it fry sticks. We'd be like, you dip a little bit of fucking little tiny pinner of weed in some PCP and you smoke it. We called it wet.
That's angel
And then-
dust, right? PCP.
Angel dust,
Angel
PCP.
dust, I think, yeah.
fucking-
That's the
Yeah.
one where it'd take like 10 cops to hold somebody down.
Yep.
You're gonna get butt naked. We used to
Yeah.
call it wet. We used to smoke that shit, and like we'd skip school and smoke that wet. It come in little bitty tiny bottles. You remember whenever you got your lit beard co?
Yeah.
The lit beard, the little brown bottles
That
you
little
got?
teeny bottle, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it came in. You dip a little bit of like a cigarette or something in that shit. That was PCP. When I seen those
Uh-huh.
bottles, when I seen those bottles, I was like fucking taken back to when I was like in 9th grade. I was like, oh shit. Like, I'm not
I
putting this-
don't know, man. I bypassed all that. I drank my beer, and back in the 70s, we did smoke a little bit, but that was about it. But I got married at 19 years old and had kids, and I just never did any of that stuff.
Yeah, the head shops used to have little brown bottles like that with a green label or something. It said Rush on it.
Oh
And
yeah,
was that,
Rush.
And you sniff
Amyl
the
nitrate.
fumes. Sniff
Yeah,
the fumes and you catch a big old head rush.
I remember guys bringing that to school.
Yeah, that was that amyl
Rush.
nitrate. It had a BB in it, right? Like a little BB. You can shake
Yeah,
it
a
up.
little ball in it, you shake it up.
Yeah,
Huh.
that was amyl nitrate. That was what they call Rush.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
that's what it
that.
said, Rush.
Yeah,
Gives
fuck
you a
that
head
shit.
rush.
Dude.
Hey, when I
Yeah,
was just
I know
when I
all
was
this
just
stuff.
when I was just a little boy, there was a kid that I was friends with lived right behind us. We had a fence, and I'd have to go out the gate to go to his place. But anyway, it wasn't long after that he ended up dead, man, sniffing airplane glue.
Damn.
Dude, I remember back in the day, my friends had her dad was a air conditioner repairman, and dude, they were huffing Freon.
Yeah, I've heard of that
They,
too. Yeah,
they would put Freon in a bag. They'd put it in like a grocery bag, like one of the bags
yeah,
you get from the convenience store, because it would freeze,
yeah.
and then they would huff that, and it would freeze their vocal cords, and when they talk that roar 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 roar, because it when you breathe it in, you're talking about fucked up, like talking
Dang.
about
It
killing
amazes
brain.
me what people will do, knowing what it's going to do. Especially like
And
crack, man. They know good and well it's going to, or meth. Either one is going to take you down a road you don't want to go, but yet they do it anyway. I don't get it.
yeah, I don't know. I've experimented. I'm not gonna lie. I've experimented with a lot of drugs, and
Not me.
all that shit I did or whatever. The one thing I never fucked with was peyote. I never fucked with the cactus.
Now, something we used to get every now and then, I kind of liked it. It was a real mellow, but it was hashes.
Oh, hey.
And
Hashish.
it,
Yeah.
it was like a little cube of it. I remember, how did he do that? He would light it up. I think it was on a needle or something, and the smoke would collect on a
Yeah.
glass. You light it, and then you suck the smoke out of the. That's the
You,
way I
you,
remember it anyway.
That's marijuana
you put it on
oil
a
and stuff. That's all it
put it on a
is. It's in a
fucking
brick.
Yeah, but it was a real mellow type buzz. I
you put
liked
it
it.
on a pin. Remember the matchbooks, the paper matchbooks? You open the paper matchbook up and you put a pin in
Yeah,
there so it like
that's it.
and
It
you
was
light it up
similar.
and you put a jar on there and you slide it to the edge of the table and you take a straw and you
Yeah,
suck all the fucking smoke out of that jar.
yeah, that was back in the 70s. I was
it
still
kind of tastes like mint. I don't know. It was
yeah.
weird.
Yeah, it wasn't bad though. I mean, I didn't get near as messed up with that as I did smoking weed, way back then.
Dude, I was talking to Lep and Joey Edibles today, and the weed that they fucking sell nowadays, like 40%, 45% fucking THC, dude, you're gone off that shit.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that California Kush, the pineapple Kush, purple Kush they call it. Man,
Yeah.
yeah, you do one hit of that, you in la la land, man. You are.
Dude, that motherfucker, he's talking about like fucking like God's tears and Gorilla Glue combined with fucking anal rape sex. Like, I'm not doing that. That sounds horrible. And they were like, nah, it's like 45% fucking THC. Like, 2 hits off a fucking joint, you're done.
I think a lot of these kids, when they grew up and went to college, they decide to go into being a chemist or whatever, because every now and then a new drug will hit the market or something, and it's like, who in the heck thinks of this stuff?
Well,
You
they're
got you
growing
got to
it.
know what you're doing.
They're growing marijuana and they know how to make it stronger. My son is a master grower. My son's up in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
He's in charge of 4 big greenhouses for 4 different people,
huh?
and he gets paid well. And
I
he
bet.
sent me a video. He said, "Dad, look at this." He was pulling out he was yanking plants, and it was nothing but big old buds, all sticky and all that. And I'm like,
Sticky, yeah.
damn. If it's stinky and sticky, it's good. They say. I don't know.
I can remember years ago when I first met my first wife. We weren't even married yet, but a bunch of seaweed they called it, because it come off a boat. I don't know if they were
Yeah,
throwing bells off or whatever, but it
right.
washed up on Horn Island,
Yeah.
and somebody got wind of it, and man, everybody's going out there collecting that stuff. It's washed up on the beaches, and that stuff went around our area in Pascagoula for a while, but that was some pretty good stuff. They called it seaweed because how it got there.
I had a buddy of mine, he used to take his little 12-foot, 14-foot boat with a 15 on the back and cruise when it was calm in the Gulf after a little
Yeah,
northern. He'd go all the way from like Rutherford Beach, yeah, Rutherford Beach, all the way down. Shit, he'd go about 10 miles one way, and he was picking up floats, crab floats on the
yeah.
beach for his crab pot. And he'd find marijuana, bales
Yep.
of marijuana on the beach, yeah.
Somebody
And that's
tossing it
one of the
overboard.
things he was looking for.
Yep.
Like you said, that's
Yeah.
what he called it.
That's how that stuff gets here, man. You know, they take shrimp boats, pay somebody good, whatever, you know, any kind of boat really,
He
but
found a big old thing of cocaine, and
really.
he went to Fort Polk with his daughter. She was dating one of the army guys at Fort Polk,
Yeah.
and Fort Polk ain't that far from Lake Charles, straight north, and Grand Chenier is just straight south of Lake Charles almost. And they brought that whole damn thing on base, and he got caught. He's known for the biggest fines for drugs ever in the state of Louisiana.
Dang.
You can look
What
it
are
up.
you
It's
eating, Lance?
public information.
Peanuts.
Peanuts.
Okay, I
Well,
thought you had a bag of pistachios like I had the other
Oh,
night.
me too. I
so
love
my
Can't
dad
afford
was,
these damn things.
yeah, my
As soon as
dad
I
was,
get my top teeth, I'm gonna get me some pistachios.
I ended up eating that whole bag that night, man. I couldn't stay out of them.
yeah, my dad
Somebody
was
said I was gonna.
from Hawaii.
Oh, I took a gummy that night too.
Somebody said I was gonna have
Oh,
to
yeah,
relearn to
you did.
eat a little bit with a top plate in and talk. They said it's gonna take you a day or so to get used to talking again. I'm like, really? He said, yeah, because you got that plate up there, and your tongue's used to touching the top of your palate up there. And he said, once you put a plate in, it lowers your palate about that much, you know.
Yeah,
And your tongue's got to get used to where it's at so you can talk again. He said, your T's ain't gonna come out right for a while.
yeah.
And I know people that have false teeth and they talk fucking horrible with their teeth in. You know,
Like they got a mouthful of marbles.
yeah, like goddamn, like I can't even understand what you're saying. Take your teeth out.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was gonna say though a minute ago is my dad was from Hawaii, and so whenever he was in Hawaii, well, he's been in Hawaii forever. He's dead now, but there was a little dude that was working in Costa Rica that was on his crew, and the dude fucking so he decided one day he was working for like Chevron in like Costa Rica, whatever. He decided one day he was gonna go walk down by the beach because he was a surfer, so he
Yeah.
was gonna go the surf. And he was out there and he was looking, dude, and there was these yellow bells that were floating in. He ended up fucking getting one of the bells. Ended up being 42 kilos of cocaine. And fucking
Golly.
and so he swam out there and grabbed one and pulled it inside the Chevron gated property. And they brought a fucking tractor out there, they buried it, but in the meantime they took as much of it out as they could. Like they took fucking they said they went to the break room and everything that was a container, mayonnaise jars, baggies, whatever they could, they were filling that shit up with this fucking cocaine. But inside that bell was a tracking device. That way the cartels could find that shit if it ever got dumped. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, he like they said that he was on the fucking goddamn cover of the newspaper. Like they had fucking machine guns pointed at him.
Damn.
It was fucked up, but you know that shit does wash up. You know, like if you're out there in one of them runner boats or whatever, and something happens, fucking dump it. You know, we'll come back and get it later. But 42 fucking kilos, that's a lot of fucking cocaine.
Yeah, it is.
Open that picture up, Lance. That was me before I had all these other tattoos done. Right before. I did a Thanksgiving turkey. I had an electric deep fryer, which ain't worth a crap. Look at my smoker I had there. It wasn't a WSM, but it's built on the same design at
Look at
Brinkman.
them knees. Look at them knees. That's what I'm talking about.
I've got one over right over by the wood stove, Russ. Never used.
I
That
was
brings
fit in that picture. Yeah, I did that turkey. Matter of fact, man, that was about the time I went to Virginia because Derek and Anna was living with me, and they ended up moving into their own place. And he took all my stuff out of this apartment and put it in the storage until I got back. But if you look at this, I think that was an outdoor refrigerator, kind of like a little beverage fridge. But right
yeah.
there, that black thing on top of it, that was a deep fryer I used. We couldn't have a really wouldn't even supposed to have that grill on there, but I had it. But that's a deep fried turkey anyway.
Dude, fucking. That's the reason why you're so popular on YouTube, Russ. Is because you used to look like fucking Bruce Willis, and you were swole. And
Before I turned around and got old, I was on my way to getting old, but still had some youth left in me. I was about 50 in that picture, 51, something like that, 50,
you
52
look
maybe.
like I wouldn't fight you in that picture.
Oh, I was working out.
Yeah,
Going
that's
to the
right,
tanning
Troy.
bed, all that good crap. I felt
Yes,
good back in them days, man.
you are correct, Troy. Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
That was a
That's
movie
fucking.
bloke when he was in with Escobar down in
Oh
Colombia
yeah,
and all that.
I've seen that
His name
movie.
was
Yeah,
George
Oh,
Young.
Blow, yeah. I
His
watched
name
that
was
a couple
George
of times.
Young.
George.
And he
Yeah,
was, if you did cocaine in the 70s or what have you, that came from George. And marijuana. All of
Yeah,
that
you're
came
right,
from
Troy.
George Young.
Some
I
never
remember when
get to make it this age.
they put that fucking gun in his mouth, and they were fucking gonna pull the trigger, and he was just so calm, like, "Hey,
Yeah.
bro, like, I'm not doing nothing. Like, I'm just helping y'all out, you know."
Oh, it's 11:11, man. I just happened to look at it, and there it is. There's my number.
It's 1D1, 1D1.
My Lord, I see it all the time. I tell you what's weird. I see this at least 3 or 4 times a week. I'll be sitting there watching a movie. All of a sudden, my phone lights up with something popping up like a notice, and that's what I see when I look at my phone.
Yeah, I see.
It's like
Yeah.
I'm like, that
I
is
got
so freaking strange.
my soldering station set to Army time, 24-hour format. And I look at
Yeah,
it sometime, it's 22:22.
yeah. I see
Nah,
11:11. You can actually go to YouTube and type in 11:11. There's a lot of videos on that crap. A lot of people see that on a regular basis,
dude,
and
mine's 33. Like,
it's almost scary sometimes how often it pops up.
yeah, mine's
Yeah.
33, dude. Like, I look at fucking like 433 or like 333 or something, but because
Yeah,
the 33 is got a lot to do with like the Masons.
well, that's multiples of 11 if you think about it. 11, 11, 11.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. I never even
33.
thought about that. Yeah,
Threes are
so 33
threes and
is
eights are
what
Chinese.
what
They're
age
lucky.
was Jesus when he died? What age was Jesus when he died? He was 33 years old. What's the highest chair you could ever sit in the Masonic Lodge? Is the 33rd chair. What is all the coordinates in Washington D.C. from the everything's on 33-degree basis? You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
33 means a lot. What's the goddamn algorithm for a pentagram? It's 33 degrees to make a pentagram, All
Yeah.
corners are
Yeah.
33 degrees.
And all your cornerstones on a Masonic building, Masonic lodge, they're all on the northeast side of the building.
Yeah.
I got a video you can watch, Randy. You'd probably like this. Go to the search on YouTube and type in the channel Vice, VICE, and then click
Yeah.
on videos. And there's a video in there. It's hang on, I'll tell you what the name of it is.
I watch
I got
Vice all the time.
Well, if you go to hit their video tab, or better yet, hit search. Hang on a second. I'll tell you exactly what to do.
Yeah. The Vice people, I watch some people all the time. Like,
Yeah, here it is right here. Vice 16.9 million subscribers. All right, now I'm gonna go to their search, and all I'm gonna type in is prepper. Okay, yeah, here it is. Called Stockpiles, Ammunition, and Jesus. Doomsday Preppers. Should you
Oh,
be
I've seen that.
afraid?
I've already seen that. I've seen that video.
That was pretty cool, man. These women too,
Yeah.
man. They got families living all in this little compound, and they dead serious about that stuff.
So it was crazy because I was homeless at one point in my life. I mean, I wasn't homeless. I could have always lived with my mom, but I got, out of all the bullshit that I was going through, I got accepted to this apartment, and they went to go show me the apartment that I was living in. It was apartment 33. I was like 33, but
Wow.
it was like every single thing that I did. Like I wake up in the morning and like
Yeah. Same
I
thing.
open up a good day. I look at the watch and it's fucking 5:33. I better be on the road. If
Yeah.
you're past 5:33, you better be on the road. 33 means a lot to me.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that sometimes. And I'll tell you how I started seeing that all the time. My buddy, we had a car that we was at Winn Dixie, me and my wife then, and we were going to our travel trailer at Martin's Lake, and we were stopping to get us some groceries to cook there and grill and stuff like that. And anyway, the car wouldn't start when we got out there, so he comes with his tow truck. I think I can't remember if Derek come and got her, anyway, she got to where we was going, and Robert, my buddy, with a rollback, he comes when Dixie backs in there and puts this vehicle up on his rollback, and we're heading to my house to put it in the front yard where I can look at later as fuel pump, so you'll know. But anyway, we're sitting there driving. He's driving. He goes, "Look at there." I said, "What?" He goes, "Look at the bank." I said, "Yeah." What about it? He go, "Look at the clock, 11:11." He go, "Man, I see that all the time." And I didn't think nothing about it. And I swear to God, this is true. Went to our little camp, and that night I'm sitting there. I got up to go to the kitchen, probably grab a beer or something. And we had a clock like on the stove, and a little digital clock. And she goes, "What time is it?" Like that. I look, I'm like, because I told her about what he told me about the 11:11. And I looked at her, I said, "You ain't gonna believe this." And she goes, "What?" I said, "It's 11:11." And we just got to talking about it. She just looked at me like, "That's strange." I swear to God, we got up the next morning, didn't think nothing about it, packed up, or Sunday morning. No, it was the next morning, and was going back home. And I'm just sitting there driving in my truck. That's what I had to do. I had to go get my truck. And went and got my truck, and I'm sitting there driving. I said, "Look at that." It was 11:11 on my truck. It was 12 hours later exactly. And ever since then, it's just all the freaking time. It's
You
never
know
stopped.
that's pretty cool that you said that because I thought I was the only weirdo in the world.
Now I'm serious. Go to YouTube and just search 11 with the two dots, and 11, 11,
I'm
11,
on,
like it
I'm on
show
them.
up on a clock.
Yeah, I'm on them 33s, man. Them 33s. Like I look at something it's fucking 33, and I associate that with like not good luck, but like truth. You know what I mean? Like if Chrissy's in there telling me something and I don't believe it, and I look at my watch, it's fucking 9:33. I'm like, you fucking lying to me.
I got one that really blow your mind. I was in Virginia. Now I was there after I started seeing this 11:11, and I went into a convenience store after work. We always stop and got beer or whatever. And the guy rung me up. He pulled a receipt off. He looked. He goes, "God, there it is again." I said, "What?" He goes, 11:11. Just I wanted to faint, man. It blew me away because he sees it all the time. I'm like, really? And I look, it ain't just on clocks. You can see it all kind of places. But sure enough, I'm like, I'll never forget that crap. I said, so I'm not the only one, Robert.
Yeah,
Yeah, but if you go on YouTube and look, you'll find out a lot of people say it.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
I know it sounds stupid. It could just be a total
Boo.
coincidence,
Hey,
but
behave, boo. I gotta go pee real quick. Boo,
What?
take it easy. Take it easy, bro. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Go lean off the dock.
he gotta go. He gotta go thump his worm.
You got time to worm. Yeah. Shake it more than twice you're playing with it.
9/11. I started noticing that when I was a kid around 9. The whole 1, 2, 3, 4 started when I started night shift. 1, 2, 3, 4 started when I started night shift a few years back. I guess we see that stuff all the time, just never notice until somebody makes mention of it. It's really strange, Joe. But the 1111 supposedly's got like meaning behind it. I don't know. Who knows? Something to talk about anyway. I'm gonna probably get off here about 11:30, Lance, if you're still going.
Another 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna. I
I,
need to think about cutting it out anyway.
I still, man, I was concerned about this freeze dry because I never ran it before. I'm like, God, I hope this thing don't go into warming mode and finishes before I get up. Because what happens, you can set more hours in advance. You can set a whole day in advance. If you know if it takes 24 hours for a batch of something to be done, you can set it for a whole day later. That way because it ain't gonna burn it or anything. It just keeps doing what it's doing. You're just adding time to it. But I didn't want to do that. I said I got to get up and make sure I'm here when that thing is done because if you don't do it within a certain amount of time, it'll go to freezing again, but the warmers are turned off. And then that means it's getting moisture back into it. You got to do the whole thing all over again. And
Yeah.
I'm like, so I got up at what time was it this morning? It was about 5:30 a.m., which I never get up at 5:30 a.m. And I went to bed at 1 o'clock, so I had about 4.5 hours sleep. I did cat nap a little bit, sitting there waiting on, but that thing ran another almost 10 hours after I got up. I'm like, oh shit, I'd been good. I just didn't know, never done it.
Right. No, I
Just didn't
plan on
know.
sleeping in, but another 4 hour day. My daughter woke me up. I need to borrow the backhoe. One of her horses passed.
Oh Lord.
What a horse to bury.
Yeah, it is odd. It's just it makes you because I swear it does it all the time through the week. That phone will light up with a push notification coming through, and it's like bam. It's like it did it at that very exact moment. It's like something's trying to tell me something. It's really weird.
I tend to wake up at 4:20.
Well, I'm actually working with Harvest Right, but I did have to pay some money with on it. I think that unit right now they're all from $500 off, but I think it costs $2,800 for the medium. I had to pay $500, and then they sent it. And he said they do that with everybody, and the reason they do it, I'm talking about all YouTubers, because they don't want to fit into that thing like, oh well, you got it for free, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I did pay for it. I paid for it at a really good discount, but I did pay $500 towards it. I had to do that before they even shipped the thing. I didn't care. I wanted it. If I didn't have to pay full price, that's even better.
Man, let
Yeah,
them
I
know,
didn't have
Russ.
no problem with
Let them know, Russ, that I don't have no problem paying $500 for that either.
Hell, I reached out to them 5 or 6 years ago, and they wanted me to pay half price. They were like $3,000 then, and I'm like, no, I can't do that right now.
Just tell them, Russ. Tell them my homeboy Randy with RXTX Barbecue. He's going to be the biggest thing on YouTube in the next 10 years. If you see him now,
They'll tell Russ. We'll tell him to come talk with us in 10 years.
I did read some Q&As, and they're like, "How long will this machine last?" And it just said 25 years. I'm like, that's a good long time. You can freeze dry a lot of shit in 25 years, and I'm assuming that's on a regular. It's got a hermetic compressor, just like a freezer or refrigerator. You know how long they last. And not that something can't go out. I mean, it's got relays and stuff like that, but you can change that out yourself. That ain't no big deal. They got all kind of videos on their website for troubleshooting. If something does, you'll get an error message. This thing's smart. It's very smart. Last night when I shut it down and got it restarted, it remembered that I was already in the middle of something. It asked me, did I want to continue? And I canceled it. And then I just started the cycle all over again. It was already, man, it was like 20 below at that point or something like that.
I know Lance just got done with being like second guessing the whole YouTube thing. because of what they were doing, like fucking you and everything.
How do you tune it up? That's what I like to know. Keep it tuned up.
Mhm.
I don't know what I could do to improve it. The vacuum pump is off separately, and I'm glad. There's a company called the Cube, or they make what they call the Cube, and the vacuum pump is built in. Like, or that vacuum pump will wear out before anything else does. All I got to do is just buy another one. You know.
Like, say, Randy.
No, I was saying like I know you just got you got fed up with YouTube because they were dicking you around with your money and everything. I'm kind of getting there, dude. I'm kind of getting to. I don't know how much more I can keep up, especially because I depend on Chrissy to edit my videos, and that seems to be like a conflict and everything. Like, I think I like fucking with these live more than I like making videos. You know,
Oh yeah,
dude,
the oil changes.
I make a video, dude, and like I anticipate that video is gonna get 500 views, and it gets 100 views.
Right.
Like I have yet to get a video that gets over 1,000 views. You know,
This thing
I don't
came with
know.
a. There's
I
an
thought I
oil.
would be able to ride Thyron's coattails with that mop sauce with all that's been talked about, but psh, that video hadn't even broke 100 and going on 3 days.
Like
Yeah.
I like fucking with everybody on lives and everything, but at this stage in the game, I mean, everybody knows who the fuck I am. Like I can go live or whatever, and y'all know my name.
Oh yeah.
Like, why do I need to even worry about making videos anymore? You know, because this is the
Yeah.
only thing I really like. Is I really like fucking with YouTube. I mean, like lives and shit. Like,
Dark Lord
like,
me. Yeah. The vacuum pump. You can get 25 to 30 whole cycles, and then they sent me like a moisture oil separator, and I run it through there, and then I can pour that oil right back in it. But I'm gonna go ahead. They recommend the Robin Air refrigerant, not refrigerant, but Robin Air vacuum pump oil. I got the Premier pump. The older pumps, you had to change oil every 4 to 5 uses. So now it's 25 to 30 uses. I just got to keep up with how many times I use it. And then, but as far as the system, that's hermetic. There's no change in oil in that. That like a refrigerator or freezer. But yeah, so
Hey Russ, you've been on YouTube for what 13 years now. I know you know
no,
exactly what I'm talking about.
11 years almost.
Well, I'm saying I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, what's the fucking point? You know,
Huh? What's the
like
point of what?
no, what I just said. You know, like doing lives and bullshitting is fun, but making videos and like editing and all that shit, dude. You know,
Oh, I
I'm
love
kind of
it, man. I still love it. But editing is my favorite part. But lives have not been around as long as I've been doing this. Lives has
well,
been
you
half the
know,
time I've been on here.
if I make a fucking video, I have to depend on Christy to edit it. I don't know how to edit, you know, so
I had
I
to
can
learn
tell,
how. I
I can
just,
tell
you
she's
know,
kind of burned out.
it was my
She's kind of
baby.
burned out.
So
I'm kind of burned out.
yeah. Well, it ain't for everybody. If you get to where you just don't enjoy that part of it, just go on lives. You know, me,
Well,
I
that
wanted it to be much more than that, and actually, it happened. I was able to leave my job over it. You know what I'm saying? Am I getting rich? No. Am I paying my bills? Yeah. You know, and that's all I ever wanted anyway, to supplement me when I got retired. I'm not drawing Social Security yet, so you know, I'm doing that with it for now.
Oh, I didn't know
Well,
you left your job at the shipyard. I thought you got laid off or something.
November would be 2 years. No, I didn't get laid off, but they're hiring, man. They can't get enough people in there. Nobody
What
wants to do that kind of work no more.
you were welding over there or what?
I was a pipe welder for
Okay.
I don't even know how many years, but the last 9 years I was there, I was a pipe welding foreman.
Oh, okay. Oh, you was
Now,
over Gerald Poole and all them. You know the Poole boys.
they wasn't in my crew, but
They wasn't
I
in the
had my
crew.
own crew. Yeah, I had like 20 guys that worked under me.
Yeah, they all from Compass up there.
Yeah.
Them Poole.
Goodall was just resort to just cooking, no editing. I mean, what? Why do you have to edit? I mean, unless you're looking to
Well,
pick up some type of
You could do like old Joe, we coastal Joe here in Mississippi. He don't edit nothing. He turns his camera off. Then when he's ready, he turns it back on. Turns it off. Turns it on.
yeah.
And
No,
he just sews it all together. And
I've
yeah,
thought
he
about
don't.
that shit and I thought about that shit and I got like all these ideas in my head, like what videos that I want to shoot, but I want them to be watchable, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the way I'm feeling right now because, I'm working and
Some people hate editing, but to me, that's where I can get as creative as I want to. I've just always enjoyed computers ever since I've owned one, and I used to build websites a long time ago. And to me, it's nothing. I can have one of my videos edited literally in just a few hours if I want to push it, or I can spend 2 days if I really want to go the extra mile. But hardly ever do I do that. I'll get up in the mornings. I'll drink a couple of cups of coffee. Usually about 10:30 a.m. I'll start editing. By 2:30, 3 o'clock at the most, it's done. You know, it's,
I mean, I feel like no matter what the fuck I do, somebody else has done it already.
yeah, that's one reason I'm trying to kind of do something different, man. I see
Like,
where this is going now.
what was different? What was different for me? Like I could shoot something with a fucking gun, or I could do.
Yeah,
It was just it's just becoming like today I wanted to shoot a video today and I had a good video and I have all the ingredients inside to do it, but I told Christy I was like I want to shoot a video and she's like I'm like, well, fucking fuck it, like I don't want to do it
yeah,
because it's not fun for us no more. Well, at this day,
right.
today, as of today, it wasn't fun for us to do it no more.
shoot. When I edit,
You know?
I'm not editing one camera. I'm editing multiple cameras, anywhere up to four.
You're die hard though, Russ. You're die hard though.
But I got good software. Final Cut Pro, it don't play, man. I can have 20 cameras. Rye, cooking with Rye, you know how many cameras he shoots with. I mean, a shitload of them. But in that program, they all line up and you just click, click, click where you want to splice this angle in and this angle, this angle. They're all capturing the same thing, but at different angles. And
Yeah.
I enjoy it myself. But if you hate editing or don't know how to edit, it becomes a chore. Then you can lose your passion for it. I just never have. But
Yeah,
that's just
that's
me.
kind of that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like honestly, like if you was to put the camera on me, like right now I'm live. I'll fucking do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to make an entertaining video, and then I start looking at I'm making a video about something. Like I want to have a lot of views on it, and then I don't get no views, and I
Yeah.
don't know.
Now I had to
guess
work up to that. When I started, I had an iPhone 4, man. That was my phone, that was my camera, and that was my audio, and it sucked. So
Man,
over the
dude,
years,
my subscribers suck. Fucking like it's kind of a pain. Like I would rather do a video when I feel like it, and then instead
Yeah.
of trying to stay consistent.
we'll do that, man. I know, Rob with Pit Dog Barbecue. He has never taken YouTube serious. He plays copyrighted music. He's just having fun. He come out with 2 videos this week. It kind of surprised me. I commented on both of them, and anyway, he just does them when he feels like. He knows
He
he's
may
never.
not see him for 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah, and that's fine, man. If that's all you want out of it, then hey, do it when you feel like it.
Yeah, he
If you're
just does it
serious
when he-
about it, if you're dead serious and want to grow it, you gotta have the content rolling out, weekly, really, at least
guess
one a
I'm-
week.
I guess I'm starting to fall into the point where I guess I'm not that serious about it. I got a
Yeah.
full-time job.
Well,
You
sure,
know,
you don't need it. I didn't need it either when I was. Matter of fact, I was 6 months into it before I realized you could make money with it. I was just having fun with it.
I
Then when I
do like
seen,
anything, entertaining y'all though. I like entertaining y'all. I want Lance to fucking laugh about something. I want Russ to laugh about something. And so the only reason why I make videos is to entertain y'all, basically.
Yeah.
And y'all really are the only people that watch my videos.
Last time my budget gave me one
Why can't
computer,
you do
and I do
something
what I can.
like a
Yeah,
ghost?
well, my first few videos I edited, I used
1133, baby. Told you that 33 don't lie.
I got 1134, Randy.
Oh, well,
Yeah, 11:30.
But yeah, when I started, my first few videos was an online editor that you could actually go through. YouTube has changed so much, but they had editors online that you could use, and it was so easy. And that's how it started. And then they ended all that. The videos are still up because they're fully edited and they're uploaded. But I did it all online. I didn't have no software on that piece of crap computer I had back then, and so I bought some software like at uh, Staples or Office Depot, one of them places, like $79, and I did that for 2 or 3 years, just a couple of years, and my computer just could not keep up. It just strained the hell out of it. And then Tarina bought me this big iMac, the one behind me here, 9 years ago or 8 years ago, and I've been using that all these years, and it's so old now. I got worried about it, so I bought this new one back when I buy this 5 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago,
Yeah.
and I bought
What,
this
dang.
one
what
in
editing program you had? Like Las Vegas or?
Final Cut
Hey,
Pro. It's an Apple. It's an
how
Apple
long you
editing
how
software.
long you gonna be on, Lance? How long are you gonna be on that for?
I think Rusty was getting ready to cut out about 5 minutes. Why?
Well, I'm gonna go to the store real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
Save
Buy
my,
some beer?
yeah, I gotta go buy some beer before it gets to be 12 o'clock.
I'll hang in there a little while longer. You just
Oh,
end it when you
that's
want to,
true.
though,
Yeah, he's in
Lance.
Texas.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I ain't
Okay.
gonna do nothing. I ain't gotta work tomorrow.
All right.
Gotta run
I'll
some
be.
hats now. My computer's up and running, but I'm
Yeah.
good.
Better hurry
I,
up,
w-
Randy. Some
I
of
went
them,
to
some of them
Apple.
put the chains on
I'll
the
be right
doors
back.
early.
I went to Apple 8 or 9 years ago, whatever it's been, and I never looked back, man. This one I got, I mean, it's just a MacBook Pro 2023 model, and that sucker don't ever heat up. I mean, it just flies through that stuff. The old one, not as fast. It's slower, but it's still way better than what I used to use. But I bought this one because I know that one's getting old, and I wanted to get it while I had the money. This one cost me $3,700. You
Wow.
know, and I paid for Final Cut Pro when I got the big one, and I was able to re-download it this one, so I didn't have to pay for that again, which was good. But
I might have to learn something new yet with this sublimation stuff, and
yeah,
I'm gonna probably even outsource some artwork where I can buy films. Like if you want to, let's say if Smoky Ribs wants to commit to 12 shirts, well, I can have someone print on film 12 logos cheaper than I can make 12 logos.
mm-hmm.
Um, but there's vector artwork involved in it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand that stuff because
Vector is different, like a JPEG, like an image. The bigger you make it, no, or if it's shot at a certain resolution, you got to use that resolution or under to stay clear. If you go any bigger, it starts pixelating.
Yeah, you're
A
gonna see the little.
vector can be this small or fill up a billboard and never lose quality. That's the difference between a vector and a regular JPEG. That's what I
the,
call them.
the way that it was explained to me, though, is that because you can buy these sheets of what they'll call film,
Yeah.
and it's just a clear press-on type product where there's a ink applied to it, but you can get that stuff. We'll say like 2 foot by 4 foot,
Yeah.
or 2 foot wide by 6 foot long, and there'll
Mm-hmm.
be all kinds of images, whatever you order. Maybe 10 Smoky Ribs, maybe a 10 of the booze, the Katie
Yeah.
Coin Hunter, maybe 10 sleepers. And the way I understood it is that when he puts it in a vector format, he can fill up the sheet,
Yep.
but he leaves like a half-inch gap between everything. What's up, Lewis? So that you can go, and Lewis is probably one right there can tell you everything I'm talking about. But he leaves like a half-inch gap so that you can cut out your one image and not cut into the other image, leaving it good onto
Yeah.
the sheet. And then you press onto it. But they were saying something about you had to have, and again, I'm just scratching the surface. WAP, what's
Yeah.
up? You had to have Photoshop or Adobe in order to download a vector file.
You got to convert it. I bought a banner one time. It used to hang on this wall right behind me. Filled that whole wall up. It was my logo, which is really small, but yet it wasn't pixelated. They had to convert it somehow to a vector. I can't help you on how to do vectors because I've never had to, but I do know what it is. I've always just did stuff that was ready for the internet. That's all I have to be concerned with.
So the Photoshop and or Adobe is just something that converts a vector to a smaller.
It's probably taken like, let's say I give you a JPEG file, .jpg, whatever you call it, and you can convert that to a vector to where you can expand it as big as you want. Is what I'm thinking. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that, but I know they did that because that banner, it was huge and it did not look pixelated or blurry or anything. It was crystal clear. So when I sent them my logo, they had to convert it to a vector. You know,
Lewis does all this stuff.
yeah, you'll have to. Corel works with all vector, and you can create them in Corel. Okay, nice. There you go. That stuff, Corel. If you got a Windows, I think it comes with Corel, don't it? It used to.
Oh, I don't know. You can, but you have to have a bunch of cleanup. So I guess if I'm trying to understand this, so if I send it, because my digitizer, he does artwork and he does stuff into vector files.
Yeah.
So if I understand it, that's what I'm trying to understand. So I can only print off like 13 by 19s. And
What
then
I would do is go to what we're on right now. Go to YouTube and start studying things on that, or
yeah,
something else. It's free. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
just
no, I
just
get it.
research it. Yeah, just research the heck out of it. I can't really help you because I've never had to do it. And I only know what vectors are through Derek. He used to be in photography big time, and but I understand what it is. You don't lose any quality. Like I said, it could be the size of this phone or be the size of a billboard on Highway 90 over here, and it still look crisp.
Same thing.
Yeah. Yep. That's my understanding anyway. But
Wow, I I keep asking, but I'm not sure you're either not hearing me or I'm not sending it correctly. I replied to your email as far as the quote request, and I can't remember what it was now, but I had a question for you or something like that. I need to look at the question again because I can't remember, but I just don't know. Am I waiting on you to get back to me at this point, which is fine. I just want to make sure you're not waiting on me. I don't want you to have to wait on me type thing.
who you talking to, Lance?
WAP, he sent me his logo to digitize. I have to call me. Okay, I couldn't remember where we left it off. Every time I see your name in the chat, I keep thinking I'm supposed to be following up with you or something like that. But
Yeah.
and that's fine, WAP. I'm not trying to be pushy. I just want to make sure you're not waiting on me. I'll remember this.
Yeah, you get it, man. Just too much stuff out there you can learn how to do all that with,
I'm looking already at making my own barbecue designs or having them made because I'm not the artist guy. So I either combine clip art and that can work okay, but a lot of it is just Mickey Mouse looking, and I'm not happy with that at all.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about like coming up with some backyard barbecue stuff.
Have you ever been to Fever, or however you pronounce this? FIVERRE, something like that.
Fervor?
Yeah, and you find these different artists on there. You first type in what you're interested in, like a logo, and then they got tons of artists that make money through that platform, and some are really good. I mean, some probably not as much, but it's cheap, man. I had a logo. Matter of fact, the one that's just print with a knife and a fork that was done on How do you pronounce that? Fever. But
Fervor. Fervor.
yeah, I had that done. It cost me $5, man, years ago. You know.
Wow.
Word is a different beast. You need a program.
But if you don't like it, they'll change it for you.
Files.
They could actually probably do the vectors. If you want somebody else to do the vectors, you probably get them done dirt cheap through there.
Simon's good on that.
What's that?
Simon's good on that.
Yeah, Simon probably understands it a lot better than I do. He's
Yeah.
pretty good with all that stuff.
So what are you saying, Lewis?
Huh? Quit, baby.
They all have their own DST or other programs.
So what does sublimation mean on T-shirts? Because this unit works with sublimation. Sublimation is when you take a solid and you bypass the liquid form. It goes from a solid frozen state straight to a vapor. Sublimation. I wonder what the difference is when it pertains to T-shirts.
You're going to put me on a spot here. I think, and Lewis is going to be able to answer this question, but
probably something that's loud that catches your attention or something.
Yeah, it's the ink process. It's a gas infused ink or something like that.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Gas going to a liquid. It's a form of sublimation. It's just okay. I get it.
Yeah. That's what I remember, Russ. I'm just scratching the surface, trying to learn everything about it before I've got all the equipment now. I mean, I've got thousands of dollars of equipment sitting here, and I don't want to jump off half-ass about it.
Yeah, just do what you got to do, man. Research the fire out of it. You'll get it, though.
I'm pretty sure sublimation is a gas-infused ink.
Okay. You can only supplement on poly.
Only sublimate on poly. A 50% polyester minimum. 50-50.
Don't it have to be white only too? The T-shirt, isn't it got to be white only? I remember Mike saying something about that when he had his T-shirts done. He's got a sister-in-law or something.
That's why I say I want to buy the vinyls that are already on film because
you
can use that.
I got you.
You can use that on cotton stuff in different colors, but there is a process that you can do. It's called like a fade or acid wash if you want to use it on a solid color. Again, Lewis, step in here, buddy. What exactly is sublimation? In the scientific, sublimation is a transition of substance directly from a solid state to a gas state. Yep, right there. Yep, right.
That's the way the freeze dry. I'm reading it here too. It goes, where was it? Oh, sublimation T-shirt banks vapor apparel. But I guess it's something similar to where it converts from a vapor to a ink or liquid, whatever. I don't know. I was just wondering how it compared to what I got here, which is weird because if you freeze water and put it on a counter, it's going to melt and turn into water, and it won't turn into vapor until you boil it at sea level at 212 degrees. But the way this thing works, you got to pull it in a deep, deep vacuum with real cold sub-zero temperatures. But when the warmers come on, it's rock solid frozen. But the fact that it's heating up is making vapors come out, not liquid, but vapors. Because that's, it was liquid when you poured it in there. It's really weird. It's pretty smart whoever figured all that crap out.
Yeah, that bleaching the edge on darker colors, that is very tricky. I have seen a Actually, the lady that bought this equipment, she showed me some examples. She's been doing it for years. I'll be honest with you, that's why I bought this stuff because she's she has a disease that's keeping her at home, and she has a child. Listen, this is her child. Get this. Her child, when her child gets sick, her little girl gets sick, she goes back in age. So if she's 5 years old and she gets, I don't know how sick she has to get for this to happen to this little girl, but she'll go back to where she's like infant. She can't talk. She's got her thumb in her mouth. Her mother's got to put her in diapers again.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's resorted to her mom staying home and homeschooling her. But her mom's even been diagnosed with something now. So I don't know. I don't remember what that one was. The
Huh.
one with the little girl, it was just so sad to see, this child that's probably 6 or 7 years old,
Wow.
um,
So the
walking
kid
around with
loses
diapers.
all the motor skills and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Her new word, when my wife and I came in there, um, her new word was hi. So
Yeah.
you heard hi probably 20, 30 times, before she actually stopped. It wasn't like it bothered me or anything, but um, yeah, I just thought that was just a sad. I never heard anything like that. But anyhow, this lady said, she said that you can contact me. She sent me friend requests before I even got home from Culpeper, Virginia, and she said you can call me anytime you want. And I said okay.
Yeah. I was reading, and only occurs at specific temperatures and pressures. Exactly. That's the way
Right.
this works. It's got to be very cold. This thing get down to 40 below. Now, when you
Yeah.
load it up, I don't know what it's reading at that point in time, but the coldest I could get this thing, what with it fully loaded, was 20 degrees. Matter of fact, it freezes, and once while it was running, it would go into a vacuum and freezing cycle at the same time. So what it's looking for, you got to reach 500 mtorr is what it says on the screen. I have no idea what that means, but that's when that vacuum has pulled down. As long as you ain't got no leaks or anything, you're pulling that vacuum down as far as you fit. The only way you get any deeper is being outer space. I used to do refrigeration work, so I kind of understand that when you're looking at gauges. It's like 29.9 inches below whatever. I don't forgot, but
Yeah,
it
boy.
won't do 30. Not here on Earth. It would do it in outer space. That's a perfect vacuum, but it gets real close to it, and the temperature's got to be 20 degrees or lower. Then that's when it kicks. It's got to meet that criteria. Then the warmers come on at set at 125 degrees. So you got 125 degrees fighting against this sub-zero temperature. It's weird. Plus, it's under a vacuum, and it just starts creating vapor. You can't see it. It just
Yeah.
starts drying it out. It turns into a
How,
powder, man.
how
You know,
many inches of mercury you pull on your vacuum?
it's not called inches of mercury like it is on a set of AC gauges. It's called MTORR. I have no idea what that means, but it's reading the vac. Yeah, and but that's what it's looking for. You got to get it down to 500. It starts off like 3,500, and as that pump starts pumping and pulling that chamber down in a vacuum, it just keeps going and going and going and going. Eventually, if the temperature's cold enough, it'll hit that 500. It's got to be 500 or under. Then once the burners come on, that goes back up. But as long as you're running between 400 and 900, it's working properly. It'll
Yeah.
just sit there and get rid of all the moisture out of it.
WAP, I made a note, buddy. I'll look at that tomorrow. Look into it.
I guess I'm
And
intrigued by that because I've always gotten into stuff like that. That's the reason I got into refrigeration. Always interested me.
yeah, Lewis, you're
Oh,
absolutely right. The paper
it's
has
called
got
a
to.
it's called
Huh?
a Militar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, on here it just says it's got a little M and a capital
Yeah,
TORR.
it's called a Militar. It's a very small pressure unit used for high vacuum measurements, and is like a 1,000 times multiple of the torr pressure unit.
Okay.
So 1,000 times, ooh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
it's just I mean, this pump that come with it, I can't show you because everything's hooked up, but it's a big vacuum pump. It looks just like the ones we used to do for refrigeration. The same thing, but
Yeah.
but I know from refrigeration that you can only pull 29.9 inches of mercury, HGs, whatever they call it,
Yeah, yeah.
and the only way to get a perfect vacuum, and that's 30 below, that would be in outer space. I don't know if it has something to do with like absolute pressure on us or gravity. I don't know. I'm not that smart,
Yeah.
but I do remember that.
Lewis, you're correct
I
on
do
that
know when
paper.
you.
That paper's treated with something so the ink doesn't saturate, but they said that you can actually use a regular copy paper, but don't let it sit around. So if you do use a piece of regular copy paper, you should actually be using that print well within a couple of days of running it, if not sooner. With the sublimation paper has got that treatment so that the inks don't actually saturate the paper.
That damn Randy. Oh, hey, Randy.
Hey, Clint. And hello, Lewis.
I ain't talked to you in a long time, man. What's up?
Not much.
Yeah.
Lewis, I bought a couple presses, 16 by 24 presses, all stall equipment. Really good stuff. I got hat presses, stall. I got 1 8-in-1 unit. I bought another little embroidery machine. A brother, little small unit. It still works. I want to get into some patches. Um,
Hey, Christy.
do different things. I got some.
Hey, Christy.
I've got some koozies on order, unsewn, so they'll be open, and I'm going to embroider those. And I bought another sewing machine so I can close them up after I got into it. So just playing around, getting into things. Actually, a lady gave me 3 cases of. I got 2 cases of coffee mugs and 1 case of beer steins. So I got to find something to do with them. Christy, check your phone, Randy.
Night,
I
Christy.
already checked it. Yeah, I checked it. I see what she's saying, man. Hey, I wish
Hey,
I could have.
Christy.
I wish I could have went live right now at the store, dude. The ladies of the night are in full force in Channelview, Texas.
Dang. They moved from Houston area.
There was some fucking red boots on. She had red boots clear up to her fucking thighs. Big old.
Boy, I bet that skip the games is big over there in your area if you pulled it up.
You ain't got to skip no games. You ain't got to skip no games. You just got to go to the store.
Go to the store, huh?
There must have been 10, 15 of them out there right now.
It used to be that way in that town I grew up in, Pasco. They'd be walking down Highway 90 all
They ain't
the
walking
time.
nowhere. They're walking into the store. So they got the little ping machines in there. They
Yeah.
were all full. There was fucking 10 of them out in the parking lot. Yeah, it was ugly. It was
Yeah.
ugly.
No doubt.
Dude, I love my dick. I love my dick. I would never do that to it.
Ain't no telling
You
what
wouldn't
you're
put your
going.
fella in danger, huh? You put a helmet on that soldier before you threw him into battle?
Yeah, you gotta understand, like, shit was getting.
Good women
shit
are
goes
too
down.
hard to find to even be tempted by that mess. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could have fucking pulled up the link and went live, and I'd have been like, "Hey, look at this!" Like, I could
Yeah.
have showed y'all.
Check these things out.
You could have joined this live on your phone. You didn't have a link, probably though.
No, my phone was sitting right here on the computer.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, Lewis, I saw that about that gumming up needles and having to put extra needles or special coated needles on there. I was like, man, I hope I can avoid that. If I can just wipe them down with alcohol periodically or something, I don't know. But God, I'd hate to have to change all these daggone needles every time I run 15 colors.
Would have gave the live
I
a
use
STD.
I use a lot of ISO alcohol. I use them in I fill these little bottles up. I use 99.9%. It does
Some
the
Louis.
job, now, and it don't take much.
Yeah.
Them
I
little
use-
needles only, you squeeze it. There's only a few drops coming out unless you get down to it, squeeze it hard. When I clean that flux off of my circuit boards, that's what I use.
Yeah, I use a denatured, but this is what it is. It's an iron-on material that you're using. We never used it, just different nipples. They work just fine. We never used different needles. Okay, great, thank you. I was wondering that, but so what it is, Boo, is that it's like the iron-on, the sticky part of the product on an iron-on patch. So when the needle's punching it for the embroidery part of it,
Uh-huh.
that gum and the heat and the friction, I guess the gum from the iron material wants to start sticking to the needles.
That is freaking weird.
I tell you what, now you got to watch it around certain plastics, but acetone works
Yeah.
real good. I use acetone on my circuit boards. When I was using that liquid flux, it would turn brown, real dark. Before I went with this paste flux, like Amtech. That stuff's pricey right there. $20 a syringe. Instead of 18, 17, but with the tax and all that, you $20 into it. But I used to use that liquid flux and RA flux, and acetone would get rid of it totally, but I had to be careful if they had some plastic around where I was soldering that because that acetone eats certain plastics. Cheap plastics, acetone will mess with it. But like
We used to clean aluminum pipe with acetone before we could weld it. Otherwise, it'd turn black on the edges of each side of the weld. But acetone would clean the fire out of that stuff. You weld it,
yeah,
be beautiful.
if you had dirty aluminum, yeah.
Oh, it's all dirty when you first get it in.
Yeah.
You got to clean it.
I get I get my stuff at Ace Hardware over here. I never thought about it for Walmart. I'm gonna have to make a mental note. Missy needs to go to Walmart tomorrow, and I got to get me some naphtha alcohol. Naphtha. That's what's in this stuff right here. That's what. And that
Lighter
used,
fluid.
yeah, at the bottom right here, ingredients. It says light petroleum distillate. It used to say naphtha alcohol, but Zippo bought Roncinol out, and they changed the name to light petroleum distillate, which is naphtha alcohol. And that's all I use in my Zippo is naphtha alcohol. I buy the big cans of it for like $8. These are big cans are $8, and I get like 6 or 7 fills. So I'm saving $80.
I just discovered something. This back scratcher is made out of steel. I'm just sitting here playing with it, and I hit this computer, the edge of it. It's magnetized. The computer is.
Good.
Yeah, it's pulling it in like a magnet. Well, the charger.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it to some things, Russ. You fuck around and short something up.
That's the charging cable. You don't stick it in. It's got a little thing here you line up, and the magnet sucks it up. I didn't realize the whole computer was magnetized.
Yeah.
That's
I have
weird.
heard that before. The magnets can wipe things out or something.
Yeah, you put a magnet on top of a TV with a CRT screen, the old style TVs.
Yeah.
You put a magnet on top of it.
Oh,
Yeah, it will mess your phosphorus lining up in that CRT.
Do you remember the old days? Them TV repairmen had a coil, a round thing with wires, and it was magnetized, and they would demagnetize that screen itself, and the colors would go all kind of crazy ways.
Mm-hmm.
But they would do that when they come to like replace a tube or whatever. But no, that's just steel right there. I'm just saying this computer is magnetized all the way around. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Lewis,
Yeah,
I was going to use a cut knife or like a heated cut knife to cut the patches off the bulk product and just sort of burnish the edges to get rid of any extra. I hear somebody playing in Randy's backyard.
Yeah, I bought some shirts that felt like rubber Shit, after about 3 or 4 washes, that stuff's coming off. Been my
Yeah,
experience with some of that stuff.
yeah. Boo, about denatured alcohol. That stuff's cheap. I
Yeah, they
do.
have that at the hardware store and at Walmart. They got it at Walmart, denatured alcohol.
Yeah,
I just like
do.
99.9. You know,
I
it's
make my own alcohol burners out of old oil cans. Cut the snout down off of them and put a rag up in it and put inside the what would normally hold the oil, the denatured alcohol. And I'll use that if I'm doing like an acrylic burn-in. I'll light the alcohol burner with the denatured alcohol, heat like an old butter knife, and just take off little drops of acrylic lacquer, and I'll fill in like dents on tabletops, antiques, and stuff like that. Wet block sand it, but that's all denatured. That's real cheap. Burns clean, doesn't stink, no soot.
I've never tried this, but I went to AutoZone one time to get some windshield wipers, and man, windshield wipers are expensive nowadays. And I asked that guy, I said, "Man, I'm paying top dollar for these. Why can't I get more than 4 or 5 months out of a set of wipers? I can't afford this twice a year." He goes, "Use denatured alcohol and wipe your blades down when it starts streaking or whatever." But
yeah.
usually it's the rubber that gets
It
hard. But I guess,
vitalizes the rubber back. I use that
yeah,
on cassette belts for cassette players
uh huh,
and VCR belts. That main belt and that main belt underneath. When I clean off the encoder switch, when I
yeah,
have to take the unit completely off the board, I clean the encoder switch, mode switch, and while I'm at it, I'll take that rubber belt off and I'll take my acetone on a paper towel, fold it just like this. I'll put a bunch of acetone on here and I'll take that belt and I'll squeeze it and I'll turn it. I'll pass that belt through that
sure,
acetone
right.
and this right here will turn dark. And I keep on doing it on down the line until it becomes hardly none. And then it's clean. And it revitalizes the rubber.
Yeah, I've never tried it. He told me that, and I said I was going to do it. I keep forgetting about it.
Boo.
We just keep buying wipers, but
Hey, Boo, how many people still have VCRs?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah. I got one on the table right there. I'm waiting on the people to come pick it up.
Like an old school fucking VHS tape? That shit?
Yeah. You want to see it?
He said, yeah. Yeah. No, I don't want to see it. I know what they look like.
Okay. It's a Magnavox. It's a good brand. Magnavox makes a good brand. Magnavox makes a DVD recorder too. You can archive your VCR tapes or your old, camcorder tapes, what have you. You can play those in the VCR part of it and record on DVD.
burn it on
You're
to DVD.
digitalizing it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a VCR too. I had it fixed so I could play it. I got an old 8-track player that I had restored so I could play my old 8-tracks from the 70s.
Well, see, I can
I
understand
got
that.
a stereo console that's got an 8-track tape player in it. And one of them big old pieces of furniture that goes up against the wall, you lift the lid, you got your record player in there.
Yeah,
You got
my
your
grandma
AM,
had one.
FM stereo, 8-track, and you got the place underneath the left lid to put your albums in your 8-track.
Yeah.
My
Man, I
grandma
can
had
remember. I
It's
can
like
remember.
it's like a piece of furniture. It's
It
wooden.
Yeah.
She
You
got
got speakers
candles
in the
and
front, speakers on the side. Yeah.
Dude, you slide that thing open, it's got a fucking goddamn record player in there.
I
Yeah.
remember when all that was brand new technology. I remember the first VCR I ever seen was a Betamax because they didn't have VHS yet. It was at Sears. I don't know if it's still called Sears Roebuck. That thing way back then was like $700. I'm like, oh man, I was sitting there eyeballing it. $700 a lot of money back then. Then once the competition kicked in, crap, we all owned them. Not long after that.
Yeah, my grandma's got one just like that, and on the top of it is a shelf. Like she puts pictures of the grandkids and shit on there.
You
But
can
if you
see
take
the
all the
crack.
pictures off,
Yeah.
You can see the crack there where the lids come up. And the
Yeah.
speakers are in front right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that a turntable?
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents had a couple of them when I was growing
But
up.
no, that's the console, the whole thing.
Yeah,
It's about
everything.
it's about
Yeah.
6 foot long.
Yeah, my parents. I remember they come in the house one day, and then Sears delivered it. It was silver tone, but it was a stereo.
Like 5 foot. I'll say 5 foot
And
long, but that's
but
it right there.
it had that center lid hinge. You open it up, and you could put an LP on there, 45 or whatever, and it sounded good, man. That was probably back in the '60s. We got that thing.
That one there's from probably about 77, I think. When the
Used
old
to have
man
to put
told me
that
it was.
little. Well, they had different things, but probably the latest one was that little plastic cone
Yeah,
over the 33 stems. You
yeah.
could play a
Put it
45, or they
put it
had the
down on a
long
spindle.
one.
Yeah,
The long one that so you could put several 45s, stack them
Yeah,
up.
yeah. You
And
put
then
about
they had
10 of them.
then they had the little plastic discs that you would push into
Into
the
the
hole.
45. Right. Yeah.
hey
They were
Quint,
about too freaking old.
me too, man. I bought a Sony Beta camcorder. This thing looked like something the news station would have. It was so big, and that's what I paid for it. $1,200. That was years after when VCRs really got to rolling. The next thing I know, man, that thing probably wasn't even 2 years old, and everything was shifting away from Beta and into VHS. And I used
I
to,
love Beta, man. I did. I
I
sold a
did
lot of
too.
Beta.
It was
Beta.
better
Beta was
quality.
way better than VCR.
Just
What killed
what
Beta was the name, because
the
that means a trial basis, a trial.
the
That's
recording
what killed
time
it.
is what killed it. 5 hours
And
versus 8 hours.
and the price
Yeah,
also. When VCRs came out, they were a little expensive. Still not expensive as Beta though. Then they went down, and everybody's like, "Well, I don't want Beta.
yeah.
I
VA.
want a VCR."
I
And
used
I've
to.
got all these Beta things in stock in my store, and I'm like, man.
Yeah, I used to subscribe back in the '70s to Video Magazine. And that's what it said on the front of the video. And I was keeping up with a Beta VHS wars because I was all Beta, man. And little by little, VHS won them out. Beta finally just was non-existent. It was a smaller tape, only had 5 hours recording time, where VHS had 8 hours. That was mainly why Beta went by the wayside, but the
Yeah.
quality was way better. And I'm talking about the picture quality. It looked way better than the VHS did.
Oh yeah, Beta was. That's what I mean. The picture quality was there.
And
No
Sony is
doubt
the one
about
that
that.
developed that, and I'm all about Sony. That's good product. I still use Sony with my
Yeah,
cameras
Sony
I
makes
shoot
good
with now.
stuff.
See, Chris,
Yeah.
we blame Russ these days, Chris. He likes to keep people up here on these lives for a long time. Chris,
I'm
the day
getting
you guys are still up, and then Quint comes back with, Chris, we're pros.
What does it say? What do you say?
We're pros. Chris was like, y'all still up here doing this?
Yeah, that was in the '80s when I bought mine, Quint, because my boys were little boys, and Derek was born in '81, Chad was born in '83, and they're probably 5, 6 years old, 7 when I bought mine. So it would have been not '89; it'd been a little bit before that, but not too much before that. But I love that camera. It had a plastic case that came in. That camera sitting there just perfect. It had the batteries and the chargers and all that stuff. I was proud of that camera, man.
My oldest one was born in '84, so he'll be 40 next year.
I should have kept all them old beta tapes for my boys when they were kids. Should have kept all that. I could have got it digitized now, but anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's Channel V Texas that there, baby.
To show you how much things have changed, this takes better video than a beta or VHS ever thought about.
Yeah.
And you can put it in your back pocket. It's like, my God, things have changed. Look at there.
iPhone, Samsung,
It
and
changed.
Google phones. Google Pixel cell
Yep.
phones. That's your top 3 for cameras.
Mhm.
iPhone, Samsung, and Google phones.
Yep.
Best cameras they got.
I can shoot footage with that in addition to my 3 regular cameras, and it blends in perfect. Matter of fact, I got to shoot a video in here this week. I'm doing it with the iPhone, that little cheap ass tripod I bought, and I don't think I'm pulling out none of my good cameras because Derek is not going to be here to adjust the ISO and all that on it. This thing's fully automatic, and
Right.
it's so tight in here. That's all I can get in here, So. Do that. Talk into this. I'm good. This thing will record into itself, so I can get all the audio here, and then when I'm in editing, put the audio into my editor. Then it will auto sync. It will automatically sync up with audio on this camera, this phone, and then it deletes the phone audio and leaves that one only. It's pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
Yep, does it automatically. Yeah, yeah, you're right. That's true. All these rental places come out, and everybody's buying VHS to rent. Was no beta. Yeah, they lost, man. That's a shame because that was a better system.
Where's your flashlight?
On my gun, and
God
Oh,
damn it. How hard is it to get off?
you take that little lever and you just flip it back. It comes
Okay.
right off. Got my tactical flashlight on my
Shotgun.
tactical shotgun. Yeah.
Need to go wireless. Nice at some point. My shotgun.
Yeah, laser
Oh, yeah,
discs, them big ones, and them big laser discs with movies on them.
The only problem with any of them shotgun mics, they pick up so much background noise. Where these really isolates it to your voice. It'll pick up a little bit, but not
How much
nothing
was
like
that? How much that microphone cost? About
Well, it come with two microphones, one receiver. You put the receiver on the camera. Two people can talk at the same time, going into one receiver into one camera. That's my face cam. And when I bought it, it's probably higher than that now. But when I bought it, it's like $250 for the set.
oh shit.
Yeah, but they do good, man. That's all I've been using for the last couple of years. DJI makes something very similar. According to Jeff, it's even better, but they're a little bit pricier. They're probably $300 or $400. But shit, I paid more than that, man. I used to use Sennheiser. That's top dollar right there. I still got them, but I like these. I like it because two people could be like me and Keith Jenkins recently. We both talking at the same time. Both audios are going into one
Yeah,
camera.
y'all,
You
y'all
know.
didn't have no difference in audio at all. Y'all was the
Uh-uh.
same.
Plus, and even if we did, let's say he was wearing his mic here, I'm wearing mine here. I can bring him up in editing. It separates it in editing. I can bring his mic up and leave mine where it's at, or whatever, vice versa.
Uh, now those wind phones on the shotgun mics. I had a
Mm-hmm.
shotgun mic, and I made my own phone wrap around it. It worked good. I did a video a while back, 6 or 7 months ago. No, not even that. About 4 months ago, at Tractor Supply, and
What you
that
take
wind was
me?
barking too.
I don't know
And
what
I
she was
didn't like
looking
that
at.
video because of all that
What,
wind
Randy?
noise.
I wasn't talking to nobody on the panel.
Okay.
I'm not gonna look at my phone no more. Fuck what you're texting me.
Was
I don't
that
give
your
a shit.
outside security camera?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tarina wanted that flashlight, and then that went loose. I don't know that dog was running through here earlier. That might be what she's after. I'll be right back. Let me see what's up.
Yeah, she's after something out there. She probably got the flashlight and the shotgun.
I'm not fucking looking at that phone no more. Fuck that shit.
But Lance, you lost your monetization, or you just lost one payment?
No, they turned my commercials off because of a typo error. When I monetized back in February, I did all the paperwork. I put it as a business. I thought it was a business.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
you said that story. I remember that now. Okay.
So I think we've got that back. I just past the threshold. So get this, I've got over $500 and some sitting in this account that they won't release. So when I created, I had to create a new account so that 500 and some bucks could be transferred to the new account. But the new account has got to reach a $20 threshold before they will mail a confirmation PIN number to me. They're not even considering the 500 some bucks. It's still been sitting there for 6 months. So then once you make that cross that $20 threshold, they will send you a pin. Supposedly, I'm still waiting for that. Then you go back into Google AdSense and you give them that pin. They confirm it. Now you gotta wait. Now they transfer it. And what I'm not sure of is if I have to wait again until the new account reaches the $100 threshold and then they send everything, or will they consider the 500 some dollars in the old count the second threshold? Which I'm not positive, but that's the way it should be handled. But I'm not assuming nothing with these people anymore. It's been a long battle, but
they should owe you interest by now.
yeah.
Yeah.
She went there to find her little chihuahua. She wouldn't come when she called her. She got her. I thought she might have went out there because of that big black dog I seen running around earlier.
Yeah.
We've already had like 3 or 4 different cats over the years get killed by dogs getting loose. Wake up next morning, they'd be dead, man. But done attack those cats. But
Do y'all remember when Devil Dog, he was talking about monetization and the percentage that you got was 70% to the YouTuber?
yeah, just the other
And I
night.
was shaking my head no, and he was like, I can prove it. He had one super chat, that one video,
Yeah.
and that was 70%. I don't know how that happened, but it came out to be 70%. I don't doubt that. I got a screenshot of one video that I had a $150 super chat, three $50 super chats, 150, and that was it. The whole live stream. It was for an auction because we were doing an auction, so nobody was super chatting me anything. This one guy says, "Okay, here's $50 toward her auction." You know, I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." I said, "Well, she'll see about $30 out of that $50, something like that." But he sent another $50. He said, "Here, this makes up for that." And then 10 minutes later, he said, "Oh, the hell with it. There's another 50 for her." So now she's gonna get 50 for sure. Or 100 for sure, something like that. Well, I got a screenshot and I've got some ads on there. So that one auction video, well, it was a live stream at the time, but it turned into a video. This was 3, 4 years ago. And it gained $7 on ads. So the total amount on that video is $157. It was just $150 in super chat. My cut, and it shows my cut, my revenue from $150 is $73. That's not even 50% I got. They took 51 point whatever percent, and I got 48 point something percent.
How much did Quint? How much did Quinn giving me the other night? Anybody keep up with it?
It's about $200 altogether.
All right, there's my part of it. $157.43. That's super chats.
Okay, how many? Well, okay, you can go like on your computer and check in that video to see how many he gave you, how much. But
Well, that's
it
it.
wasn't just him.
I haven't been live in 6 months, so that's it. That's super chats. That's what I got from him.
He gave you $200 even. He gave you $200 even.
So
So
it wasn't just him.
Yeah, I know I had a $4.99 one from somebody else, but Quint did 99% of it. But it says 9 purchases. But that's from the other night. So if I made 200, that's $160. You might as well say that's got to be 70% or close to it. I don't know exactly what it was total, but I'm happy with that.
Let me bring up that screenshot.
So that's still, that's 40%, right?
Let me do this. Let's just say
it was probably 200 something.
Let me say let me just do 200
220
times 70% equals 70% would have been 140. So that means it's got to be. I got more than 200. I must have got 2 something because I made $17 more than that. That's 70% of 200 right there, and I made 157 off that live the other night. So it wasn't much more than 200. Couldn't have been. I was kind of keeping up with it. Yeah, two could have been 220. There's Quint.
220. Yeah,
I
probably
think
maybe
there
a
was
little
one
more.
over.
And
'cause
I
know
did
it's
I
at
did get
least
another one. I know from somebody. It was like 4.99 because somebody had to tell me like, "Hey, you got a super chat." I'm like, "Oh, thank you."
right.
But yeah, that's not bad. I mean,
Did Randy drop off pissed off or something? I heard him say something about fuck that phone.
oh, I don't know.
Or is it battery die again?
Might have.
It just says device not connected. Yeah, I think he got $4.99 or $1.99 from Simon.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't remember. I can't remember half of what even went on the other night, but that got me off to a good start this month. It's on this month, so that's good.
His phone's been text bombed.
His phone was getting text bomb.
Will you pass out his number with them ladies of the night up there?
Oh, he might have to work tomorrow, or does he?
He's off
Oh,
till
okay.
Wednesday, I think. I'm probably not going to run it too much longer. We're going to wait and see what we actually talked about knocking off an hour ago.
Yeah, I was gonna leave at 11:30, and I ain't gonna be on much longer because she done went to bed, and I need to sleep, man.
And she
I
don't
need a
like
good
mornings.
night's sleep, huh?
I said, and she don't like mornings.
What kills me, she go lay down, but she don't go right to sleep. She'll lay there and do stuff on her iPad and stuff like that for an hour, hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. She'll be 2:30 going to sleep actually, but she'll sleep to 10:30.
All right. You see that right there where it says to the right? I can't blow it up. It's right here, $157 and something. All the way
Uh,
to the right,
Right there?
about halfway, a little more than halfway
revenue
down.
for revenue for every 1,000 views. Wait a minute, you're on the revenue, right?
Yeah, but the the $7 is from ad revenues. The super chats were 150.
Where you
Okay,
see
if you look to the left in the middle by the green
okay,
line,
supers is $73.50.
right, out of 150, $150, my share was 73.
That 157 is from views, ain't it?
No, the $7 is views. The 150 is super chats, and the ad revenue is 7. They combined it right there. There's another page I can go to, and it'll show the super chat from that video.
Right. That's what
Couldn't
I
find
did.
it,
I just
but
did.
that's just as good right there because that one video, and that's an old that thing's over 3 years old. I think that's from oh, 2019, I think.
Yeah.
It was an auction benefit for Kim Pride Management. She used to be a real estate agent, and she got laid off and all that stuff, and then uh, they was fixing to take her house. So everybody was trying to get a couple of house payments built up for her.
All
And
right.
she was selling, auctioning her stuff off. There was other people donating their stuff to auction off and stuff like that. But anyway, from 73 bucks out of 150 is 73.50 or something is what I had got.
For a super, and then your estimated revenue is $74.07. Revenue for every 1,000 views, RPM is 157.
No, that's the super chats, and 3 super chats amounted to 150. And I got $7 and whatever ad revenue. I didn't get no $150 ad revenue, not with only 300 views.
Yeah. I don't know. I've looked at mine in the past when I go live, and I average around 70% every time.
Okay. Did it
So
get bigger?
a little bit.
Did it just get bigger? Okay, I see the 157.20. It was $7.27 of ad revenue. Views, 471 views. So there's no way I made $150 of ad revenue, not even 500 views. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't look at that too often, but I have in the past on live just because, like the other day, as soon as it was over with, I killed that live, and so I hope I get paid. So it takes a few days, but I did, or
Oh,
I
that's
will.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
If
never
you
even
made it
thought about
private, I
that.
think you'd keep it.
I never even thought about that, Russ. Would that affect that money?
What's that?
But that live that you did away with, would that affect
No,
your?
there it is, right there.
Okay,
I've already earned it, even though the live's no longer there. There's
right.
my money I made from it. Just that live. That was just from
So Quint,
Quint and Simon and whoever else.
it was $225. So you do 225 times 70%. What is that?
All right, let's see here. 225 times 70% equals $157.50. Same thing.
Yeah, that's it. So damn,
70%.
I don't know why. I think well they had Apple fees in there. The guy was paying through Apple Pay.
Well,
And
that
they take
yeah,
taxes out on me.
I
See,
think it was somebody else that took the money, not YouTube. I think that's all it ended up being, because of their fees or whatnot.
yeah, it's Apple
But
fees, and they
I
take. I told them to take taxes out. Okay,
yeah,
you know, like a bit of work taxes. Those that's taken out. Okay,
who
that way I
YouTube?
ain't got to worry about it.
Well,
They
they
take
send.
they taking taxes out on that.
I ain't never knew that. I know they send me a 1099 because I'm considered self-employed.
I don't get one.
Well,
Why?
you got to make over $10,000 a year to get a 1099.
Oh, well, that's why I don't get one.
Yeah,
So why is Apple taking the charge out also? Because you're
because they
using your device?
paying with a Apple
Oh, okay.
product
Apple
and
Pay.
Apple Pay.
Okay.
So Apple Pay wants their little bit of money, and
Yeah,
PayPal wants their little bit of money.
yeah,
You know, so all that gets taken out before I see my share.
right, right. Yeah, I've done it before in the past. I don't go live that often, but I have looked just to make sure I got it, and it's always worked out to be 70% or right
Because
there at it.
the base pay is, and it's right there in YouTube. The base pay is 30%. Okay,
Yeah.
and it says that doesn't include other fees that may occur.
Mm-hmm. Right. Gotcha.
And it says Apple fees right there.
Well, see, when I pay somebody a super chat, it's coming right out of my bank account, so there is no fees. You know what I'm saying? It just if I give you $20, you're getting $20. Well, you're not. YouTube's gonna take their percentage,
Right.
but $20 actually gets put out there. Nobody else is taking it.
No membership. When I just signed my John Henry on
Yeah.
the new thing. Well, anyway, before July 9th or whatever.
Right.
It's in memberships. I only get 55% on memberships.
Yeah, I can't even talk memberships. I've never done it. I've thought about doing
I'm
a
not
time or
neither.
two.
I had
I
too
thought
many
of,
people tell me when I was getting 100 people in my live streams. You know, they were saying they were complaining about other people having memberships and membership only live streams. That way you could chat. I'm like, oh no, I'd never do that.
well, I'm
And
killing
they were like,
it.
no, if you would, we wouldn't come back. We'd unsubscribe you.
I'm killing it with the shorts. 7 cents.
Oh wow.
I've only done 4 shorts on my Smoky Ribs barbecue channel, and that's why I'm surprised they even made 7 cents. That's the reason I quit doing them. I'm like, I ain't gonna do all that, and I only make pennies. Screw that. I don't care what YouTube wants me to do.
How many views you got on there? On them shorts?
Oh, I didn't even look. It couldn't have been much.
Because man, there's people
I
that
haven't posted a short in probably 4 months. So
oh,
yeah, there it is right there. Last 28 days, I got 3 cents on the pork belly burn ends, 1 cent on barbecue pork dumplings, 1 cent on my favorite. I can't see the rest of it. And then 1 cent on the smash burger, equal dry burger, then 1 cent on Old Hickory Ultra Q.
damn.
And this is 4 months after I've even posted a short.
Man,
Yeah,
people
it
swear
ain't worth
by them
it.
shorts. They say, "Oh man, you make more in shorts than you do in your regular videos." I'm like,
Oh, that's
really?
bull crap.
Yeah.
What most people tell me is like, you get a lot of subs through shorts. Well, I don't care if they're not watching my long content. I ain't making no money off of them. Subs don't mean crap to me, man. I quit worrying about that a long time ago because I've got a ton of them, but I don't get the views anymore to represent all the subs I got. Nobody's watching, I mean, some people are. It really depends on the video. That's the reason I'm saying, screw this. I'm shifting gears, win, lose, or draw. I'm going to still be cooking and stuff, but I'm doing other things too. Something
Yeah,
that might interest people.
you
I'll
adding
try it.
a new series, a new series type
Yeah.
of videos in with
Oh,
that. That's a good thing. At least it still has to do with food.
oh, yeah. It's still going to be food related, but it's going to be more than that. You know what I'm saying? I haven't fully figured out exactly what I'm doing yet, but I know I'm doing a video this week, possibly two, and kind of get the ball rolling. So,
For sandwich.
but if you look at my lifetime views, let's see here. I don't know. Will that show me this on? No, I probably have to go to my channel page.
Lifetime views, yeah, I'll show
So
you
if you
that.
did a slice of cheese, Russ, will it become? It only becomes powder until you grind it. So you could have a slice of cheese.
You can leave it in slices, or you can
Yeah.
turn it into powder like it comes in a macaroni and cheese
Yeah.
packet. I watched a guy do it with Velveeta. Velveeta don't have to be refrigerated, and he chose that one because it's already got a shelf life. Then all he did is freeze dried it, turn it into powder, and what he did is he made a bunch of mac and cheese. Then he freeze dried all of it, but he turned it to powder before. Well, he did some fully cooked and some he did as a kit, kind of like the box where you got the mac and cheese noodles, you got the cheese pack. He even put dehydrated milk in there or freeze dried milk. Everything that you would put into mac and cheese, other than the butter.
So
Uh,
you don't have to refrigerate Velveeta?
nope.
What about after you open it?
Uh, I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure, huh?
That's my lifetime views right there.
I always put it in the fridge after I open it.
That's the kind of views I used to get. 28,456,999 views. That's over the lifetime of my channel. That's a lot of views.
Yep.
But
Let's see how many I got.
What was that June date?
huh?
What was that June date? 2012.
Yeah, 2012. Joined July the 8th, 2012.
Oh, you got an anniversary coming up.
Yep.
Then.
11 years. 11 years.
Yeah, that'd be what, Saturday? 4 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah.
Go to your about page, Boo, and it'll show you on there what your total lifetime views are.
Oh, okay. I was going in my studio. I forgot about that. Tell you how many videos and all that too.
It'll tell you every view you've ever had registered on there. But it's slowed way down from compare. Everybody has it. It ain't just me. Sometimes I think it's just me, and it's not. Everybody's bitching about it.
Everybody else is on YouTube. That's what
I blame the shorts. People
Well,
don't know what.
I've talked to a number of people, actually more than several, and they're all, they pumped up that short format so much, and they're going to pay you. They're going to allow you to put commercials on it, and they're going to separate the shorts from the long format. And
Yeah.
and the shorts, everything it seemed like every time you put one up, you're cracking 1,000 or getting real damn close to it.
Yeah,
And now, man, you're lucky.
a penny.
You're lucky if you hit 500. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're lucky if you hit 500 views. And
Speaking
they just shut off.
speaking of shorts, Facebook, they're called Reels, and they reinstated the bonuses again. And I made $1,500 a month. Like when I first got my Facebook turned back over to me, that first month I made 1,500 just in Reels. I ain't never made crap on YouTube with Reels or
Right,
shorts,
right.
you know. And then I got my main content on Facebook, and that does way better than the Reels, you know. I showed you that first check I got with Facebook
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
It's trimmed down. It's seasonal like YouTube is, but that was over $11,000 for the month of December.
I
Just
got almost 138,000 views. But that's
138,000. But you don't post that often, do you?
I got a lot of streams.
Well, I'm talking about like regular videos or whatever.
I used to, pretty regular, but
Yeah.
not lately. Wait, let me see. I don't know if it showed me how many.
Yeah. If you want to see what anybody's got, just go to their channel, go to their about, and you'll see exactly how many lifetime
I
views
got
they've
I
gotten.
got 528 videos.
You got more than I got. I got like 440 something in
Yeah,
11
but
years.
that's a lot of live streams though. That's a
Oh,
lot
okay.
of live streams.
Yeah, I got you.
And I was getting 80, 90. I busted 100 people in the chat at one time.
I don't know. Even though I've been doing this forever, I don't know because let's say you do a 2 hour live. Well, if you're monetized, which you are, people will see ad at the beginning, and they don't see no more ads, until they just don't. So lives aren't going to make as much money as let's say a
You
12
can
minute
add
video
you can add ads in there. You can click the box to add mid-roll, midstream ads.
on a live. Oh, that's on replay though.
No, that's on a live. That's live
Oh,
play.
that would
Yeah,
aggravate the heck out of me.
yeah. And I don't check that box because
Yeah,
there's a couple other buddies of mine, like Puller Bear Ed. He runs ads. He says the box ain't checked. It's YouTube doing it, which I believe him. But or he hadn't looked at it, something like that. But
yeah,
everybody complains, damn Ed, you had a Puller Bear, you had another ad halfway to or a third of the way to the stream, and then they'll see two ads in an hour.
yeah.
He'll have two ads run, probably
That,
every
that ain't
20
bad
minutes,
though. If
20 and then 20, and then after the live, I guess he'll roll an ad or something.
if I
But
do a 12-minute video, you more than likely gonna see three ads: beginning, midstream, and one at the end. I never stay for them, and I always click out of them.
Yeah.
Once I'm at the end of the video, I'm gone.
I monetize my lives. George takes his down and puts them in private. I use them for the view count.
If
I
you
just,
if you don't monetize it, you can't get super chats, can you?
no,
no, I don't.
you
I
gotta be
don't know.
monetized.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but I do mine. I know George doesn't. Now
Well,
maybe
what I
George doesn't do on certain ones, but when with this live ends, I'll go into YouTube and I'll click live and I'll go down and tell them it's not made for children. Um, and then I'll go
That
back.
kills your monetization right there, not made for children. Yeah.
I always click not made
Yeah.
for children. Always,
Oh
always
no,
go.
no, no. I mean that main thing, not made for children. But I'm talking about like say, when your comments are turned off,
Hmm.
over 21 only. Okay, that button. Like when you're setting up your stream.
Oh no, I don't. That one. I was saying it the other day. It's 18 years old. I'm like, no,
18
18
or
is
older.
old.
No, if you click that, you
Yeah,
lost monetization on that one particular stream or
yeah. No, I
video.
don't do that. But what I do, if I know I'm going live, I'll go ahead and set up in StreamYard. Then I'll hop over to YouTube and click all that before I ever go live.
Right, me
That
too.
that, that way, it's already engaged when I go.
And I do subscribers only for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay, that's the minimum. That's not the minimum. That's the default 5 minutes. You can
yeah,
go and do 1 minute or whatever, but that keeps the trolls out, the
yeah.
bots. that keeps the bots from spamming you
Yeah.
with troll after troll after troll. You thinking there's 100 trolls in there trolling you? It's not. It's a computer bot doing it. That keeps the computer bot out of your live stream.
You know, I haven't seen many of them sex bots things going around lately. Like it got bad there for a while. Everybody
Yeah,
else is live. Them sex bots were coming in there,
yeah,
triple
the
X, blah
sec,
blah blah.
yeah, dating, all
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't see
No,
that
these
much
are just
anymore.
trolls, and they asking you, a question, and it's doing to what you're talking about. They did that to Turner a while back. Turner
Somebody was saying the other
over
night,
diesel.
somebody was telling me the other night, said, you need some mods in here. I'm like, I ain't worried about it. They can't hurt me. I ain't worried about it. You know, I mean, I hate people's got to read it, whatever it is. I didn't see it, to be honest with you, but I got a ton of mods. I don't know if they was in there the other night, but I've
Someone
got them.
picked it up. I think I said that, but I think Madwood, he was modded, and he took him out. I tried to click on it, but whatever
Yeah.
reason, unless it was because Madwood did before I got to it, maybe.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I'm going live again with the results of that one. I mean, the super chats is great, but I'm talking about actually getting people in there to watch. It's like, holy crap.
You had 50 or 60 watching at one time. I saw it.
No, I did. I didn't know I
Yeah,
got that high.
yeah, I
No,
saw
I
it.
mean,
That's what about when
even
I joined
20.
in after the
Okay.
second, after 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
you had a
probably
lot
took
of
it
people
probably
watching.
took a turn too. Then I was worried about losing subs over that live. I went in there and I went over 270,000 and plus. I'm like, okay, I don't guess nobody bailed on me. If they did, I don't know about it. I'm
I checked
let's
my other channel, my Boo channel. See
yeah.
Well,
what?
60 with 686 like tonight. If I held an average of 20 people for 6 hours, that been. I mean, I didn't, but if I did, that would have been what 140 hours.
Yeah. Randy must just went.
I sent him a text. I told him I wanted to shut it down. I
Yeah.
wanted to know if he was coming back or not. But if he
Okay.
wasn't coming back, I'm shutting it down. But
Yeah.
Hell, I got the same on my other channel,
just keep
138,000. Oh, wait, no, that's not the right channel. Crap.
Now he's back
There he
up.
I'm,
is.
I'm still here, dude. I'm still here. It's just fucking goddamn. Fuck, I don't even want to talk about it. Anyway, okay, let's talk about barbecue, whatever the fuck we're talking about. You shutting it down, Lance?
I'm thinking about it, dude. It's almost 2 o'clock. Just get some sleep. Maybe some sleep tonight. This
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
why
I
it's
need, but I'm
not
getting
gonna
ready to crack.
happen for me.
I'm getting ready to crack another beer, whether you live or not, and then that's gonna be it for me. I'll watch something on YouTube if you
I'll
shut
drink
it down.
another. I'll drink another beer with you.
Okay,
I got
doke. Talk
I
me
got
right into it.
almost a 250,000 views on my other channel.
Okay.
But I when I started this one,
Mm-hmm.
I got 279 videos, and most of those are video. Okay, I
Yeah.
don't have that many lives on that one. That was
Right.
gardening and cooking and small engine repair.
I tell you what, man. You know, you and your wife kind of reminds me a lot of that guy I just started watching like a weekend or so ago. He's got 280,000. He does a lot of garden work and he talks, and it's like that guy when he does a live. He goes live every Saturday night. Yeah, every Saturday. And this is 2 weeks running. He was over 1,500 people in his live chat. So I'm like,
Yeah.
holy crap. He lives right here in Wiggins, Mississippi.
I
I
know
just
what
found
Wiggins
him.
is like.
Prepper
Yeah.
guy you talked about? Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
before you get to that's north of Gulfport. That's where the big flag is.
Yeah. But his channel name is Deep South Homestead. And he just is a real smart guy. You know, he's just an old guy like me. And it's him and his wife. And she does a lot of talking. He does a lot of talking. I just enjoy listening to him, you know?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the guy that owns the flag store.
Oh, I don't know.
They had that rebel flag.
Oh, yeah.
That sucker was
I
what
remember that.
50 foot long or something, or 25, 30 foot long. You could see it for like 8 miles.
I remember that. Yep. Yep.
6 hours. Dave, you said something about wanting to jump on. I'm going to DDC. I'm going to be here to this beer, and I'm gone. So I'll leave that up to you. But I thought we'd had closed it down by now, but
Oh,
I gotta get
well, you know how it is. We'll get into bed by 4 a.m.
that's what Cliff just said. Do you realize how many times we said one more beer Friday night?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
yeah, I was there for most of it. Now
I
I know
still
I
can't
was on
believe.
there for 7.5 hours. I was in the
Yeah.
stream,
I told
and
I
it
Sammy.
was
enjoyed
still
the hell.
going.
I enjoyed the hell out of it, but
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sitting
hell
there.
yeah.
I'm sitting there looking at it like, holy crap! I've been going on. I really meant to go like an hour, hour and a half, no more than 2 hours, and I was going to keep that video up, and it just went that away in a hurry. Like, never
Turtle
mind.
Luck. I tell you what, that's not a pretty fast name, Turtle Luck, because I've seen a lot of turtles get run over on the road.
Bad time of the year for him.
I
Mm.
pick up
Simon,
turtles. When
I
I
said
see a
maybe
turtle, I
2
pick them
hours.
up.
It just happens. You can't control. I told Simon maybe 2 hours. Here we are, 6 hours and 40 minutes.
You all right, Randy?
Night shifter, man. So I'm used to
Nah,
being
man.
up.
I mean, I'm not all right at all, but I'm still here.
Okay.
Now, I could have understood if the store got closed on you or didn't want to sell you beer.
That was a nip slip.
I think I know what's going on, Randy.
In the way.
Yeah, well, you know, what the fuck can I do? I do what I can. I do what I can. I always do what I can for everybody that I can fucking do what I can.
Yeah.
If it ain't good enough, then let me know about it. You know what? Send me a text message.
I'm gonna send you a text, Randy.
Send me a text, bro.
Randy, I'll send you a picture and make you smile. It's not a
Yeah,
tic
I
tac,
won't-
by the way.
Yeah, fuck it. No,
All right, there it went.
yeah, I can't wait. Actually, my phone's fucking back there somewhere. So
Oh, it's
There you
nothing.
go.
It's just
Digital
just
separation. Look. Here, we'll throw mine too. There you go. Landed
You'll
on
read
that
it later.
softly. So.
That thing's too damn expensive to throw around. Jesus.
Not mine. It's
What's
like
that?
$60. It's a dyslexic phone. It's not even a smartphone.
yeah, it's a DDC phone.
I tell you what, man. If I ever make it, mark my word, I would be the living proof that fucking anybody can do it. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. I'm doing all my editing myself. I am
That's
the
me,
most.
man. I started off not knowing crap about YouTube or videos or anything like that. I did used
Russ?
to do web design, but that helped me with computer work. You know, I know computers pretty as far as maneuvering. You know,
Russ, I got banned from computer class when I was a kid. You know, I mean, my first email I ever sent was just over a year ago when I got promoted. I am not tech savvy at all. It took me almost an hour to figure out how to join one of these the first time Simon invited me.
I think I
I'm
was.
literally tech stupid.
I think I was.
Fucking David sent a dick pic. His first text. You can't do that.
I learned how to do that rather quickly, but it got me a lot of dates, so it was okay.
I
said
think
it
I was-
cute like a puppy.
I think I was 38 years old before I ever owned my very first computer, and it was a piece of crap. Internet sucked, dial up, and so you know everything come from that over the years.
This computer is the first new one I've ever bought, and it's nothing special. It meets the bare minimum standard, and I'll be
Yeah.
paying for it for the next 2 years. I've got my one damn camera with a $20 shotgun shit mic on it. Randy gave me some tip on that the other day because I guess my audio was getting a little shitty, so I set it up for super duper
What kind-
dumbass high mode.
What kind of camera?
Consequently, you'll pick up a gnat's fart.
M50.
We got the Canon R50. It's the
Okay.
the replacement for the M50. It's
Oh, you
actually
got
not
the R.
bad. Yeah, not
Okay.
the M. It's the
It's a
M50
bad- it's a
is
badass
the
camera.
they're
You
calling it
shooting
the
in-
big brother to the M50.
You shooting in
Excuse me?
4K?
Oh, you better believe it.
Okay,
That's
good.
why I don't
You
get views. They see my face and they go, ah.
You're getting off to a good start. That means you ain't. Man, it took me forever to switch over to 4K. I thought it
That's
was.
what a lot
I
of
thought
people
it
told
would
me.
make
They
my.
said you're rushing it.
I thought. I thought my computer would struggle with it, but it don't at all. It's just as easy as
Mine
1080.
doesn't like it, but
Russ
Yeah.
told me in the very beginning, he was like, get a good camera, get a good microphone, because ain't nobody gonna watch you if you ain't got fucking good audio and good video.
audio, in my opinion, is more important than video. A lot of times, you can have okay video, but audio, that's the quickest way for somebody to bail on you. You know, like
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, Russ brought up a good point on my last stuff. That's why that Picani one I just released this morning. You get 2 seconds of time. You listen to it. It's actually significantly better without me having to modify much. I need like a bare bones. Like I don't use your style editor. Mine they recommend for people with Down syndrome. So
I wasn't trying to diss on you.
Oh,
David.
dude, I don't take you. I don't take you
you asked me
negatively.
you asked me my opinion, and when I got
That
on
was a
there,
good
I had to
opinion.
turn my goddamn volume up a lot because you know, like the commercials were fucking loud as hell, but then the video was a little bit loud. I mean, a bit low.
When it comes to me texting, I'm a hard person to read because I know how to talk. Texting,
somewhere.
So I get misread all the time. I didn't take that offensively. I appreciated it.
Somewhere in your editing software, I don't know what you use, but you should have audio controls in there to where you can take a limiter and raise your volume without without distortion. That's what a limiter does. It you can go as high as it'll let you go, and it's just as clear as the way it come out of your SD card, but it just brings it up. That's what I have to do every video. I keep my decibels like 18 below in my camera, and then in editing I'll jack it up 18 decibels. So it's kind of you know.
Well,
so you record on storage cards, SD cards?
Yep, I do.
Do you erase them and then
you
got a clean slate from there? Okay.
Yep. Every week I'll clean out my SD cards, and I had to buy them every few years because they will get to where they just wear out and don't want to make good connection. Then next thing you know, you got issues. So about every 2 years, I'll buy more. You know.
Okay.
Boy, I just leave mine in my camera. I never take it out.
What
How
size?
many are you running?
Huh?
How many cards do you have? How many are you using?
I've got 4 cards. They're like
What size? 64?
So every 2 years you buy 4?
well, 2 of these are a little bit older than the other 2. I buy them as I need to, but they average about 2 years. I don't throw them away. I give them to Derek just to put photos on. But hang on. Shit.
I've got a 64 gig card.
128 gigs.
That's what I use, the 128
Oh, that's a
G3
big
or something.
one.
Yeah, they make them bigger than that, but that's all I need.
Yeah, I've got like mine's
That's a
254
regular
for my
size.
camera, but mine just stays in my camera.
I've got
I got like fucking.
I got like the micro cards that go in that adapter that's that size.
Yeah, that's what my camera takes. And I've been using a card reader all this time. I take it out of my camera and I use a card reader, but this new computer's got a port already for SD cards, so I just pop it in there.
Well, that's what this one has too. So we got like I think 4 128s and like a terabyte or something. Like I got a huge one that you just put in.
If I'm just shooting one video,
terabyte bullshit, but we got a slot right here on the computer.
I could probably get 2 full-length videos on one of them chips, one of them cards. And I actually got a few 64 gigabyte in there, but that's just for B-roll and stuff. And it's still rolling.
You know what was crazy is like I don't know, like a couple months ago I was on a live with y'all guys. I don't know whose live I was on, maybe Gringo on the Mexican, but my fucking computer popped up something that said my sound card was full. Like I was like, I'm not recording audio right now.
On your camera?
Yeah, like I was on live, so right now my camera's plugged into my camera's plugged in the computer, but
that's weird. That shouldn't do that. You should be able to take the SD card out of it and be able to do whatever you want.
It ain't gonna work without an SD card, dude.
Really? That Canon the one I gave I got 2 granddaughters. I gave one of them. I gave my other granddaughter the other one, but it was the ones I used to shoot videos with, but it only shoots 1080. It won't shoot in 4K. But I was using that. That's what I used to go live with not that long ago, right before I got this computer. And I can take the SD card out of there and turn that dude on. I put a power supply to it. I can rock all night. Never overheats, never does anything.
I got a 32 gig. I thought I had a 64. The 32 I think came with my microscope camera. Then I got a 16 and an
You
8.
shoot in 1080. You shoot in 1080, Boo.
Well, with my microscope camera, I can shoot in 2K and 4K. But
Okay.
when I go in 4K or whatever, it knocks it down to 30 frames per second instead of 60. Which
Really?
that's good because 60 frames a second, if you're dealing with any kind of lighting, like LED lighting, that's 60 megahertz. Okay,
I can
that's
do any.
60,000 times a second.
I can do any
So it
frame.
matches your light, and that's where you get that little roll at.
24 frames per second is really what movies and all use. That's what your eyes see. But I shoot at 30. I used to
30
shoot at
is
60.
good,
Yeah, I used to shoot at 60 all the time,
but I
but
don't
I got
shoot
away from
anything
that.
yet on my scope camera. I hadn't done anything yet on that.
But I can shoot any resolution my camera has if all I have to do is set it to it, and then whatever my camera is at, whatever my camera is set at, I got to make sure my editing software is set the same way. If you shoot at 30 frames per second, then editing it gives you those choices. You want to do the same thing,
Right.
I could be wrong,
I
dude.
can shoot in
Evidently,
1080
I'm wrong
and
about everything
at
else. So
60 frames a second.
What's that, Randy? Wrong about what?
I said I could be wrong. I don't know. Evidently, I'm wrong about every fucking thing else. So
What are you talking about? That something with the cameras or
whatever, like everything. Just trying to live my life over here,
Yeah, got somebody messing with you.
Yeah.
It'll be all right. It won't last forever. Been there, done that, man.
Yeah, you goddamn right. It ain't gonna last forever. I don't put up with that shit.
Karma's
Randy.
a bitch. You know, like
Got my furnace working.
I can hear that motherfucker working.
You know what it was? The port was clogged, and it was flooded. There was too much water in it again. I couldn't tell through the sight glass because it was maxed out. So I liked our tech though. I'm going to utilize him this year right before it gets cold out to have him freshen everything up. He actually was like the fourth person now to tell me how grateful I should be over having that Byzantine Empire furnace because it's well built.
Is this dude talking about fucking a furnace still? Like it's fucking right now 84 degrees out here and it's nighttime.
That's where I get my hot water from, man. It's direct. It's got a water jig.
There used to be I used to do maintenance for
cold shower sucks.
Back in the 80s when my boys were small. I did a lot of I was laid off the shipyard and I was a maintenance man. I was the maintenance man at an apartment complex, and I used to have to buy stuff all the time at a place called Payne Supply, and they were plumbing supply, refrigeration, all that stuff. But they had a thing in there called, I wanted to buy one so bad. This is back when I was a poor boy. Well, I still am, but at any rate, it was called a hot tap. And what it was, you hook it to your air conditioner, the condenser, the hot gas line that's coming off your compressor, you would route through this coil, and then your water flows through there as a heat exchanger. And during the air conditioned season, I'm sure they still got them during the air conditioned season, you could turn this thing on and it would reroute that water through them coils, heat exchanger, and it would heat up your water heater up to 140 degrees. If
It's fantastic.
That's too hot though. I always kept my water heaters no hotter than 125, 120. You scald your nuts off at 140.
That's the way my kids are. I have to replace half my walls in my bathroom because they take showers that just melt skin off instead.
Yeah, it's called a hot tap. I'm sure they still got it, man. It's back in the 80s, and you're utilizing that heat that's just pushed out of your condenser.
Right.
And plus, it makes your air conditioner more efficient because it's really subcooling that hot gas, because when it comes out of the condenser, it goes back to a liquid heading back to your expansion valve or orifice tubes, whichever one you got.
Yeah.
But I always wanted one of them, and back, like I said, I think it was $200 something way back then, but I couldn't afford it, man. I had a family to feed,
Oh yeah.
But I did
for central air though. That'd be a neat. That's a neat concept. I just
I was wanting to do that, but what I did do, I bought a timer from a water heater, to where during when my wife is gone, I'm gone, the kids are in school, it would shut off until later that afternoon. Then it fired the water heater back up, heat it up. That way we had hot water for showers.
Sure.
I did have that. I bought that. That didn't cost maybe back in them days $20 tops.
Oh,
But
they have all the hot water heaters now where they're like Wi-Fi and all that shit. You can Sierra del Fuego and changes temperatures and stuff, but they're charging a lot for those though.
yeah, nowadays a timer would probably be digital. Back in them days, it actually had a dial in there, and you could set your hours of on off.
Well, you can move those little dogs around. Take that little screwdriver,
Yeah.
move the little dogs around, or retighten it up.
Is in a little gray box, and you just hook your
Yeah.
voltage in through that and back out where it was. That's all it was. I did do
The
that.
Amish, if they can get away with it, they have these tanks that are up on their roofs. They're not solar panels or anything. It's just these tanks.
Yeah.
I guess it's
The sun
made.
heats the water up.
Yeah, if it's the I don't know if it's the material the tank's made out of or what, but they get some serious hot water out of them tanks. And it's
Yeah, you can
gravity.
burn yourself.
Yeah,
There
I've
it
done
is.
it on the
There.
shrimp boats. We didn't have a hot water heater on the shrimp boat. We just had a water tank on top of the wheelhouse, and the sun heated it, and we had a hose running from that tank. Every now and then, every other fill up, I'd pour about that much out of a gallon of Clorox into the water. That thing held 100-something gallons of water, and we just get underneath the hose right there. A little shower head that was attached to a hose, and we take our shower on the boat like that.
Now, buddy of mine, my buddy, he had a tankless water heater that mounted like in the bathroom, and it
The
heated
man
as you
ones.
turn. Yeah, the water pressure when you open the water, it would fire that thing up, and you're getting hot water right out of it with no
Mine's a
tank.
I have here in my prepper. It
100,000.
runs off of two D cell batteries.
Really?
It's about
Yeah, it's not very
yeah,
big.
it's big. It's a decent little unit. I got a barbecue grill, a 30-pound tank that feeds it, and two D cell batteries that ignite it when it senses the water temperature.
I'll be there.
No electric needed.
Yeah, his
Wow.
worked good. His is gas actually. It would fire gas up on it, but
Yeah.
Mine does.
Remember
100,000
BTU. I told y'all about my buddy Mike. He lives in
Right.
a house on stilts, like on the
Yeah.
river and shit.
Yep.
He has fucking tankless water heaters on like his bathrooms. He has 2 bathrooms, but he has I guess they're fucking chillers or something. But so he don't even have like a system or you know it's cold water or hot water off the tap, but like right below his sinks is them units. They look like they look like mini splits. They look like little.
Yeah.
It's probably a recirc pump he's got. Recirculation, that keeps the hot water there at all times. But if it's a tankless system, that won't work.
Yeah.
I was
I
trying
don't,
to
know, I,
see.
don't know, I don't know how the fuck it works, but I'm telling you, when I go to his house, man, like I turn on the hot water, it's instant hot water. I turn on cold water, it's instant cold water.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
probably a recirc pump
Convenient.
with some kind of lock that holds that hot water there.
Well, the reason why it's like that is because his house floods. He's on stilts, so
Yeah.
you can't have like a hot water heater like down below. That shit's all gonna flood.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. See, I had it onto the back of my house, and that's where my tankless water heater's at. It's mounted on the wall. It's like a little storage area. It's only 4 foot by 12 foot. 4 foot by 10 or 4 foot by 12, I forgot. And that's where I mounted the tankless hot water heater to, because it's an interior. No, I mean an exterior. No, it's an interior. You got to bring it out, and there's no way I was putting that in my bathroom. I didn't have room.
I
I
don't
just
see.
added on to the outside and put it in there, and I got a little storage unit.
I'm seeing
Dude,
something.
I used to go to his house. I used to go to his house and lift weights, and I'd be like, "Can I take a shower here?" He'd be like, "Yeah, no problem." He's like, "Dude, I got a fucking tankless water heater." He was like, "It's gonna get hot. Like, be careful."
Yeah.
Dude, I'm talking about like if you fuck around and turn the hot water on, it's like 140 fucking degrees coming out of the goddamn the faucet like that. Like you better fucking dial that.
I
shit
got to
in.
tempt mine one of
Mine-
these days.
mine's
Now that
set
you
on-
said that, because I'm curious. Put my
Mine's set on
Insta in it, my Thermal
115. Mine's set on
Pro. When my
115,
kids take
and
showers,
that
I'm
is
about ready to set mine to
absolutely hot
95.
water.
Turn my bathroom into a fucking sauna. Got to dry off the walls when they're done taking a shower. It's bad. Them kids burn off layer skin. I don't think they even use soap anymore.
Yeah. 115 is hot.
Of course, I got
Very hot. I mean,
45 minutes is just enough.
Here we go.
Some Wisco whiskey.
Yeah, here we go. That was a long time ago. If you look up hot tap now, it's like a portable water heater that you can take camping or whatever. But here it is right here. This one's called a Hotspot Energy, and get enough free BTUs to make more than 100 gallons of free hot water per day from your AC system. But that's what it looks like. You had to pull all your Freon out and hook all that up, braise it in with silver solder, silver brazing, and then pull a vacuum and recharge it.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's what I was
It's
talking about
neat.
earlier. But they don't go by that brand anymore. It used to be called a hot tap.
Well, the return lines, like even on my air conditioner unit, like you got the Freon lines are always cold as fuck, so you get them insulated. But
Yeah.
you got like a half-inch line that comes in it's hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like lines.
depends on the size of your home and the air conditioner, but usually your liquid, your hot gas, and your liquid line going back to your evaporator is like 3/8, and then the refrigerant line going to your evaporator, coming back from your evaporator, your return line is usually anywhere between 1/2 inch and 5/8. Depends on what size.
So my air conditioner is a 3-ton unit, but
Okay, that should have like 5/8 and 3/8.
yeah, but it's still too small for this house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 3 ton. Yeah. What was the rule of thumb, man? It's been so long since I've done that work. I used to do all that stuff for a living,
A
but
ton
it's
per
just
1,000 square foot, I think.
yeah, something like that. I done forgot, man. What's that old saying? If you don't use it, you lose it. That ain't no lie.
It's two rules of thumb in HVAC.
But if you own your own
To
house,
get it installed, brand new, everything ran, $1,000 a ton is what the usual charge used to be. And
yeah,
then it was a ton per 1,000 square feet of your house. If you
I
had
think that's right.
2,000
1 ton.
square foot, you had a 3-ton unit.
Yeah,
Everybody
that-
always went over.
right. Yeah, I think that's correct. But yeah, if you own your own house like you do, Randy, that hot, I didn't even look to see how much that thing costs, but that's free hot water all during these hot days and all that. You could do it
Yeah.
almost to winter time. As long as you're
Sure.
running your air conditioner. Then after that, it just resorts back to its normal way, you know.
So the fucked up part about my house is, my air conditioner is only designed to cool. So my house is a 3-bedroom home. I think it's like 2,600 square feet or something like that.
Pretty good
That's
size.
pretty big for a 3-bedroom. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty good
No,
size.
it's a decent sized home, but
Right.
then what they did was they converted the garage into another.
Okay, yeah.
Then
That's where me and Christy stay. That's what we call the master bedroom. So we got 2 living rooms. We got our bedroom, and then we got the living room, and then we got the kids' rooms and everything. But that fucking air conditioner was not meant to cool this much space.
No, you probably need at least a 4 to 5 tons. What I would have in that
Yeah.
home.
Right. So in here, like we have a I'm gonna say a window unit, but it isn't in the window. It's built into the wall.
Okay.
It's like a mini split, kind of like a mini split.
Is it kind of like
So-
the ones like the hotel rooms has got when you walk in?
big
It's
long
through the
ones,
wall.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's more like a window unit, but it's like a mini split though.
Built
like-
into the
Yeah.
wall. It's one of those 18, 20,000 BTU units, right?
Yeah, dude, it's
Alright.
old. It's old.
Yep.
So the
14 probably.
unit is outside, and the unit is outside, and then the inside unit is inside. I call that motherfucker the ice maker because
Yeah.
you turn that something on, dude. It fucking turns me and Chrissy's room into the ice machine. Like,
You can
Yeah.
hang meat in there, huh?
Dude,
Yeah.
it's fucking. It gets cold, and there's like no thermostat on it. It's like on or off.
Nice.
Dude,
That
I'm telling you,
house,
it's like
that
4 o'clock in
house,
the morning. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, dude. I get up and turn the motherfucker off because we're fucking freezing.
heck yeah. That house I used to own that I signed over to one of my wives, whatever. Well, that AC unit was only a 3 ton, and that's a 2,000 square foot house. But when Katrina came, the house is off the ground; it's on blocks. The whole bottom was insulated. Well, Katrina washed all that out from under it, so the bottom is no longer insulated. And I don't know if that's the only problem with it, but it had a leak also. And I recharged that thing, and finally, I think it just went out. So I bought a couple window units back when I was living there, and got everybody cool, you know. But that's all she still has, and that electric bill is still in my name. I pay my electric bill here, but both of them are through Single River Electric, so I get to see her water or her electric bill every month. Her last electric bill already was over 300 something dollars, and here I am like $120. It's like,
So, so I'm fully electric. I mean, my well, my washer and dryer, everything is. I don't have no city municipals. I'm on a septic system and everything.
yeah.
So my last bill was like fucking
I
$580.
remember you saying that. Well, I have a gas water heater, I have a gas furnace, and I have natural gas stove. And really, the air conditioner is the only real culprit. But they put that new unit in here last year. I'm renting. I don't even own this house. I'm not going to own ever again. I ain't worried about it. And I did own the one that she's in, but that, man, when they put that new unit in there, I think the compressor was already getting old and wasn't pumping like it should, and I just didn't realize it until it finally just couldn't pump no more. And they come out here to change that condensing unit out, and man, good cold air and electric bills like it's way lower than what it used to be. I'm like, hell yeah,
Yeah, my electric bills. So I have the house that my house is on its own fucking. And on this house, I have everything that we do, the air conditioner, everything. Plus, we have two pool pumps. We have the in-ground pool that pumps, and then we
yeah,
have the other pool. And then I have my shop outside, so my shop still runs. You
yeah,
know, but my
yeah.
shop runs my welding machine, my fucking
That
compressor, that shit,
that
and then the what Wesley lives in out there. It's like it's a camper, so it's got an air conditioner and all that shit. So,
yeah.
dude, $189 a month for that, and then $580 for my house. Dude, I pay a lot for fucking electricity.
Now I've had my boys live with me at different times throughout the years, and the highest electric bill I ever had was in that house that she's in, the one I was just telling you about. And I had one that was almost $600, but I had both sons living there, washer and dryer going constantly, AC not working worth a crap, and putting window units or rape your butt, man. I mean,
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah,
those
too. To keep my house cool, and it's not a small house either.
Yeah,
Well, luckily I
and
live up in New England, so I mean, my
yeah,
90-degree days are far and few between. It's more humidity you got to worry about up here than anything.
yeah.
dude.
We got
You know,
both the heat and the humidity.
It's
It's terrible.
100
Oh yeah,
degrees today over here in town.
How
yeah,
much?
it was one thing. It was one
100.
thing to have all of us here. We were all here, but now that Bailey lives with us, Bailey's fucking 15 years old, so of course she washes clothes every single fucking day.
Right.
Hey,
Like I
Boo,
go, I go in there and fucking open the dryer, and there's like fucking a t-shirt and some blue jeans in there. Like, why in the fuck did you run the dryer for?
yeah, run the whole cycle. It's
It's
using the
just like,
same
Daddy,
amount.
I need clothes. Or fucking, it's a teenager. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, I
so
know. Yeah. Hey, Boo, I meant to tell you too. I seen your email like 6 o'clock when you sent it to something to join your live.
Oh,
I
okay.
was right in the middle of all this freeze drying. I wasn't worried about emails, but I seen it right before I
Don't
went on
worry
this
about it.
live. I'm like, I'll be
I,
damn.
uh,
hey,
it
boo,
was
hey, boo.
100 without the heat index today. It was like 115, 16 with the heat index. Man, it's been blistering down here, man. I'm
Oh
telling you.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's supposed to
Hey,
cool
boo,
off down here.
I see
Yeah,
your
yeah,
fucking, I
I
see
heard
your
that.
emails. I see your emails. I see the thing, but you got to understand that my homeboy Lep goes live at 4 o'clock on Sundays, every fucking Sunday, and so that's
okay.
why. Man, I hate that I never fucking come onto your live, but
It's 85, feels like 92 right now. I can live with that.
All right.
yeah,
It's already
it's,
69 and it's raining. I missed Lep's stuff today, too. I was busy dicking with my own clip.
Damn, it's
Trying to become the
79.
next famous YouTube person.
It's
My
79
goodness.
there?
79, yeah. Wow.
My
Man,
schedule's fixing to swap, too, so it's going to be even
that's
harder.
going to be nice and cool to sleep with tonight.
They
I
said it's
noticed it was cooler in here tonight than it was last night. Missy
Yeah, they
couldn't hardly
said
sleep last night. That's why I
what
stayed home with y'all that whole time.
what
It was
they
too
said
damn
it'd be
hot to go
cooler
to
on the
sleep.
4th, and I just realized tomorrow is the 4th. Okay.
No.
So good. It's
No,
welcome.
tomorrow's the 4th?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Oh no. We're into a new day. Never mind.
Yeah.
What we're in Monday, so Tuesday would be
Tuesday's the 4th. Yeah.
Yeah. This 1:00 a.m. screws me up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, that's
yeah.
tomorrow. You said tomorrow.
Oh man, 67 in California, Southern
I
California.
got to flip
Heck
my
yeah.
calendar page.
69 here, but it's about 80 degrees. Cool it off yet.
Yeah, 85 here.
I'm
That ain't
upstairs,
bad.
too. That don't help.
This ain't killing this air conditioner too bad. My electric bill go a little bit. This freeze dryer, that's why I was worried about it, was money, but people's been has already done the math on it and everything. It runs, you can run a whole cycle, which is roughly 24 plus hour, anywhere between 24 to 30 hours, depending on what you got and how loaded you got it. But $2 a cycle. I'm like, I can deal with that. It's not bad. The compressor and all be just like running your deep freezer, and then you got them little heaters in there, but it's real low temperature, so that's not going to eat up much.
All I got is 2 window units. I got a 12 or 14. I think it's a 12.
That's a good size for a window unit.
And I
Pretty
got a
beefy.
little 5 in the kitchen over here at the end of the house.
Yeah.
And
That's all I run.
now
2
they
5s.
struggled in the last couple of weeks, with this 100-degree weather.
No, I bet. Yeah,
But
I
I
grew
mean,
up
we
with
were comfortable. We were very comfortable.
I grew up with no AC, and then eventually my dad got some window units, and that helped. If you're in the living room watching TV, you go to bed, you're burning up. Then one day, early 70s, he pulled the trigger and got a central air, heating there, put it in the house, and it was Katie bar the door after that. Man, I was spoiled.
Yeah.
That unit was up in his attic. It was a gas furnace and evaporator. Everything was up in the attic. Then he had a condensing unit around back.
Up on Back Compass.
listen, I remember whenever my mom. I mean, when I was a kid, dude, my mom had a attic fan.
Yeah.
It's like a fan that was in the fucking hallway.
Mm-hmm.
It was the ceiling.
An all-house fan. This house is the first house I've ever seen one in. I know what you're talking about. They're
Those
kinda neat.
suckers, they'll pull a hurricane through there.
He's
Yeah,
not wrong.
Yeah,
It opens
exactly.
up my
So if you
basement
wanted
doors when I
fucking
turn
air
it on.
conditioning, you open your window up a little bit, and
Yeah,
that
and
was
let it
fucking-
draw that air. Yeah, I rented a place. God, it was before Katrina, and it was it was before Katrina and before I bought that house, because I bought that after Katrina. But it had an attic fan there. Man, you talking about pulling some air to the house? It felt good,
Yeah.
and it just pushing
Dude,
it
the
up.
fucking curtains. The curtains would damn near stand up. Like when you turn
Yeah.
that fucking goddamn attic fan on, them curtains would stand up.
Yeah. At night, you just open your window about that much.
Yeah, about 3 or
And
4
the
inches.
attic fan's on, and it's sucking that outside air in your house, and they'll freeze you out in the summertime. You will get cold.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
I ain't gonna bullshit when I say that fucking attic fan got cold sometimes. Like I'd shut my window, like fucking.
But suck you right out of your room.
The place I'm talking about,
You know what I mean?
the place I lived in, it used to be a grocery store, and the guy took and put a wall right down the middle of this store. I lived on one side and had a neighbor on the other side. It was like a duplex at that point, but it was an old grocery store, and they obviously had good ventilation in there, being a store with produce and all that stuff. And Man, I love that fan. Like hell yeah. We had AC too, but you turn that on with AC. Holy crap!
When you head north out of Pascagoula, there was a store on the right hand side, and there was a road there that went all the way to Biocumbus, like at Charlie Beausarge's bar, way at
Mm-hmm.
the end on Biocumbus. They
Yeah.
had a store right there. If you went a little further, you had the Oak store on the left, the
Yep.
world's famous chili dog store.
Yep.
And you turn right there where those two roads would meet, it
Right.
became like a horseshoe, and then they had the Charlie Beausarge road along Biocumbus.
Yeah.
Well, when you turn right at that store right north of Pascagoula, there a guy named Dean living over there. I forgot his last name. I want to say he's related to that fella that talked real funny that lived on Biocumbus. Man, you mentioned his name one time. Anyway, Dean, he had one of them window fans at the front of his house that was blowing out, and all he did was open up the windows that much at night. And I remember that from when I was a kid. Man, we had spent a couple of nights there because it was shrimp season fixing to open, and my boat was on Biocumbus at the bait
Yeah.
shop. It's a bar room, but they call them bait shops,
I know
which
you're
they
talking
do
about.
sell bait.
Yeah.
And that was the first one when you go on Biocumbus Road. That was the first bait shop to the right, fish camp they call it, fish camp.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little beer. Yeah, they sold whiskey too. And then you went a little ways. Charles English was living there on the right.
I know exactly where you're talking about. Yeah.
And you went all the way to the end. There was a boat
There
launch
was.
there.
Yeah, that was called Point of Ponds down there at the
Yeah,
very end.
Frank.
That's where we used to put in at. Me and my dad, we go in there and get white trout, speckled trout, redfish, flounder, whatever.
Oh, Starks, I think was that boy's name. That other guy's name.
Yeah, a bunch of storks in that area. Beausarge, stork, they're all from that area.
That Stark, he lived right across from the fish camp. He lived on Charlie Beausarge's stretch of the road that went to the bar room at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And that you could see that boat launch over there. You could see that one too.
I lived it.
That side and the other side.
When I divorced my first wife, I was living back there in Bayou Cumbus and off of Tracy Street. And Tracy Street was just a side road, but if you come back out of Tracy Street and turn towards the bayou, it would do this. One of them took you to I can't remember the name of that bar down this way, but the other one went over a little bridge and made an S curve, and then that's the one that would take you to the Point of Ponds, or you could take a left. Can't remember the name of that road, but I had a buddy we used to raise hogs right back in there. He lived on Pond Road. It's a county road, but it's just gravel. It wasn't blacktop or anything. It might be now.
Pond Road, in fact, that was what's her name? She was married to Tommy Brown. Ginger Brown.
Yeah.
There's another Ginger that lived on Biocumbus Road, but yeah, I know that road you talking about. That one goes to the dead end. I think that one when you pass the little fish camp. No, you don't pass it. You turn left, and that brings you to a dead end. And
yeah, them
road bayou right there that went all the way up toward the Young property, Rufus Young, and all them up there.
Yeah. That's where my dad used to fish all the time when I was growing up. Saltwater fishing, bayou. We fished in Bayou Heron, but Bayou. I keep wanting to say Bayou Cassette. That's in Pascagoula, but tell me what it is, Boo. I done forgot.
Biocumbus.
Bayou Cumbus.
They got Biocumbus and Bayou Heron. That's all.
Bayou Heron is closer to the Alabama line.
Yeah.
My son Derek just went fishing there not long ago. Caught a bunch of speckled trout. That's probably my wife saying, "Get your ass to bed."
Yeah, you can leave out of Biocumbus and look straight east, and you can see Bayou Labatcher just about 15 minutes with a bay boat with 100 horse on the back. You in Bayou Labatcher from Biocumbus.
Man, what's that dude's name? What's that dude's name that fucking, he sounds just like you, Boo. He's talking about fucking down there by T Roy's and fucking you're gonna catch your crab net. Your crab net, gonna get it. What is that dude's name?
On
You know what I'm talking
YouTube?
about?
On
Yeah,
YouTube?
dude, he got like 1 million fucking views over a little bullshit video that he did.
I don't know.
Oh, you talking about the Cajun
Yeah,
OnStar?
his name is Nag Chomp or something like that.
No,
Nag
Nonk, that's uncle in French. Nonk Charles.
I don't
Nung
know who
Chao,
y'all
yeah.
talking about.
Nonk Charles. Look up Cajun OnStar. If
Oh,
y'all
yeah,
want a
but-
good laugh, yeah, because this guy, that's
We're
his.
gonna watch it.
That's
We're
his
gonna
real.
watch it right now live. Hey,
That's how
Lance,
he
do you mind
talks.
playing it?
He said, "Yeah, you got we're at Boots Grocer. We're at Boots Grocer over here. We're trying to get to the camp. I'm trying to get to Tibu's camp." He said he got some trot lines in the bar right there and all. Can you see the trot lines on that map? he got OnStar in there.
He
Chevy vehicle,
clicked the
and he
fucking
pressed the
OnStar and
button.
he's fucking. Y'all never seen that shit before?
I'm out of here, Lance.
Okay. Yeah, y'all
Oh,
check
yeah,
out
man.
Cajun
Stick around,
OnStar.
Russ. Watch
See
this
you,
shit.
Russ.
No, I got to
Right.
get, man. I hear some. Oh, that's Hazel barking. But anyway, I'll check y'all later. I got to get to bed.
All right, Russ.
All right, man.
Later,
Russ.
later, Lance.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
We,
Appreciate
I
it,
don't
man.
even know how to do it. I don't know how
hey,
to do it.
have a safe 4th of July, Russ.
Boo,
Yeah, he said,
boo,
we
do
over by
you-
Rockefeller Refuge.
Do you know how to fucking bring it up? Do you know how to bring it up on the screen? I don't know how to do it.
No, you can't play that on somebody's live
Oh,
stream because
yeah,
he'll get a
it's gonna
copyright
fucking-
on it.
Copyright, yeah, my bad. So if you're listening, fucking go to the Cajun OnStar. Dude, that
Yeah,
shit's
look up
hilarious.
Cajun
He
on.
pushes
That's the
the
name of
OnStar
that's the
button.
name of the title of the video.
So it's
Yeah,
not a
he-
YouTube channel?
He's got a
it's,
YouTube
it's
channel.
Nonk
He's fucking,
Shaw's. Nonk Shaw's, I think it is. He plays the drums in a band out in Lafayette. And when he's around his buddies, he got that accent. But when he's on his own, he talks like us right now, like me, you know.
this shit's
I'm
fucking
gonna listen to
hilarious.
this away from the computer real quick.
I'll get it, but I can. No, I can't drop the link in chat. Oh, I can put it in private chat though.
No, I don't want to fuck up Lance's live. I
No,
don't
no,
want
I'm
to
talking about the link. It don't matter the link. That don't matter. It's just playing the video.
Hey, this shit's funny as fuck, Lance. When you listen to it, like,
Fella's got a thick accent.
you know what I'm talking about, David?
Yeah, I just watched a few seconds of it. I don't want to play it on my phone right now and have it come through the feed and cause a problem. But I will.
Yeah.
I will watch it. I will watch it in full later.
And he's like, fucking. He's like, we threw the cast of net. We threw the cast of net down there, and we fucking we got it snagged. We got it snagged.
Now I can play some audio from it. If y'all can hear it.
He said we got a. I don't remember what he said. It was funny. The whole fucking thing's funny. What about Spooby? You ever heard the Spooby? Boo.
They got the trot line.
You got that trot line. You ever heard the Spooby shit? Talking
The
about
what?
the Spooby. You ever heard Spooby? He's from Louisiana too.
Oh, thanks.
He's talking about the fucking the Cajun guy pulled him over and told him fucking, listen here, you Spooby. And he's like, man, fuck that shit. You're not gonna call me a Spooby.
I think I've seen that already. But I put the thing in private chat. The link. I can't put it in
Yeah, I
the
got
regular chat. But Lance can.
Yeah, that shit's funny as fuck, dude.
Oh, it's funny as hell.
Dude, he got millions of fucking views on that, didn't he?
Oh man, yeah. And on Facebook, man, in like a week he got 1 million views. It was on that was on the news over here, the local news.
So my cousin's right there, Maurice, and he knows the guy, and he was like, "Hey, check out my homeboy. Like, check out my homeboy. Like, watch what he did."
He's from right there, Maurice, in between Maurice and Lafayette.
Yeah.
3 points. Yeah, no, he did. He got 1.5 million views on that one.
Facebook, because he came out with it first on Facebook, and then he
Yeah,
put it on YouTube.
my cousin Marshall, fucking, he knows the guy. Like they went, he knows the guy like personally, and he was like, man, check out my homeboy. And when I looked at it, it was like 1,000 views. And the next time I looked at it, that shit was over 1 million views. I was like, holy shit.
88. He's got 88
no
videos
show.
on YouTube and almost 4,000 subscribers. That's not a bad ratio for
Right. Yeah,
what it is.
1.4 million views and
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
4,000 subs.
Yeah, he's been on radio shows and everything since then. That's what he call it. What they call it, boo. What do you say? It's called knock chomp.
Nunk Shaw.
Knock shaw.
CHAUZ is the way he spells it, but it's Shaw's is French for Charles.
So
Charles.
he's good at making the impression of, like, Boo talks like this all the time. No big deal, but he's good at making that fucking that
accent.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he doesn't emphasize his accent like a bunch of other people do, though. That's more or less the way he talks when he's around his buddies. That's the way all Cajuns talk. Like, not that he kind of emphasized it maybe a little bit, but he's with his friends that talk like that. And when I'm around my cousins, man, you only can understand a word we say.
Well, see, whenever I'm over
talking
there,
French too, though. Cajun French, which is French.
Well,
French is French. Cajun French is French. A lot of people say, "Oh, Cajun French ain't French." Bull butter. We still speak the original French from 400, 500 years ago when we came from France. We never changed our language like the English language changed. Like we say, "Hey, how are you doing today?" "Oh, I'm fine. How are you?" Well, now it's like, "Hey, bro, what's going down? How you mom and that?" No, well, yeah.
Ebonics. Cajun Ebonics.
Yeah, yo, how's it going? White people do that. Hey man, what's up? Okay, well, that's not like, hey, how you doing today?
Yeah, he's right.
So the
he's
English
right
language changed, the French language changed, but in Canada, all that changed. The French language never changed down here in South Louisiana. We never did emphasize on, like, hey, what's going on or what's going down, And we still speak the old French that we spoke in France 400 and 500 years ago. Yes, we are the real McCoy down here. A lot of people say Cajun ain't not French. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so like my Uncle Dale, like whenever I go see my Uncle Dale, he's down there in fucking Eunice. We're over there where fucking Boo's at. But when I go see my Uncle Dale or my Uncle Roger or whatever, they still talk the same way because that's just the way they know how to talk. And you'll hear, like, they'll talk to you in English, but when they get excited, like when they say something, it's always in French. Exactly. They're like, no, come on, Shari, like fucking.
The French comes out. Well, next time you talk to him, you tell him about me and Chris Godo. We used to have the bar in my movie. He'll know who I am. Casanova's old place.
All right, buddies. It's time for me to go, man. 7 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah. 1:30 in the morning.
2:36 in the morning.
Go watch that shit the Boost in the comments though, Lance.
He sent me a private link in a private chat.
Yeah, go watch it. It's funny. You'll get a kick out of it because you're from fucking goddamn.
Copy it and paste it in your regular comments.
I did.
You did? No, I see it. No. Yeah,
that's
well,
yours.
Nothing But Love did too.
To a tab. I'll leave that tab open.
Nothing but Love put it in too.
Yeah.
Later, guys. Fucking later, Quinn. Fucking TDO, baby. Fucking all that. You know what I mean? I love y'all guys. Boo, David.
Right. Good seeing you again, Randy.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later, man.
Lance, I appreciate you having me up, bud. Appreciate you shooting me that link. Turtle Luck, you too, bud. Everybody in the chat, y'all have a good, safe Fourth. All right, y'all know.
Oh, I gotta work. It doesn't get any safer than that.
Y'all know the routine. It's good being north of the grass. Y'all stay safe. Be that way. Be that way. Stay safe. And as always, love, peace and crackling grease. We'll catch y'all later. Pluto.
See you
Later.
now.